money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus, we can save for a summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. UBER.com/drive now.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after saying that he wasn't ready to do so earlier this week. Trump made the announcement during a campaign stop tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The timing is unusual. The rally is being held on a Friday night opposite the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, and key Wisconsin GOP leaders did not appear with their party's nominee. Health officials announced Friday that an elderly person infected with Zika has died in Puerto Rico as the U.S. territory battles what federal authorities call a silent epidemic. These tourists from Pennsylvania say they were not afraid to travel to Miami despite the reports of Zika cases.
We have no plans on, conceiving, so we're not too worried about it.
It's just not really something that we've been thinking of. Zika's been around for a while, and just the outbreak doesn't really bother us that much.
This resident from Miami says she's not overly concerned about Zika.
Well, I'm not nervous because, I'm young, so I'm not really going to have kids anytime soon. And I thought, the mosquitoes came out more at night, so I'm definitely not as nervous during the day.
Chicago Fraternal Order of Police President Dean Angelo says it's important that the public not rush to judgment of the officers involved in the shooting death of an unarmed black teenager during a stolen car incident. Police video released today of the July 28 shooting shows officers firing at a car as it passed by and sped away. Video also shows the foot chase. There's also video following the shooting which shows the suspect face down and bleeding from back wounds. 3 officers are suspended. 2 men are jailed in Houston accused of using pirated computer software to steal more than 100 vehicles. Police say that the pair focused on new Jeep and Dodge vehicles, which attract big money on the black market in Mexico. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313, 800-983-5313, wallandassociates.net.
There has been a big setback for third-party candidates hoping to take part in this fall's presidential debates.
A federal judge has tossed a lawsuit seeking to force the Commission on Presidential Debates to include the Libertarian and Green Party candidates, ruling the commission is a private organization and can't be forced to take action. The ruling also noted the plaintiffs fell short of the 15% support needed in polls in order to qualify for the debates.
That is correspondent Wally Hines reporting. The FBI's director says that the agency is collecting data that he will present next year in hopes of sparking a national conversation about law enforcement's increasing inability to access encrypted electronic devices. James Comey told the American Bar Association conference in San Francisco that the agency was unable to access 650 of 5,000 electronic devices. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. Amazon is unveiling its first branded cargo airplane.
It's called the Amazon One, and it's one of 40 Boeing jets that Amazon is leasing from Atlas Air Worldwide Holdings and Air Transport Services Group. The leasing agent in turn will operate the air cargo network. 11 of the airplanes already are delivering packages for Amazon's annual Prime loyalty program, which offers free 2-day shipping and other perks. The remaining freighters will be rolled out in the next couple of years.
That is correspondent Linda Kenyon. Despite its growing fleet of aircraft, Amazon says it plans to continue to use other transportation partners. House Speaker Paul Ryan says that the House will not vote this year on the sweeping Asia-Pacific trade deal backed by President Obama. The Wisconsin Republican is a longtime proponent of free trade, but he says that the president made mistakes in negotiating the deal with 11 other countries and that there aren't the votes for it. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with the check on your weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers, and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
This is your total information source, The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, sitting in for Mike today, here's Sam Malone.
An honor, seriously, a privilege. It's been an exciting, wonderful week. Thank you for allowing me to sit in the chair. First of all, Mike Gallagher, thank you. And our callers, the support, the listeners, people helping out, Food for the Poor, our crew behind the scenes, thanks y'all. Our crew on this side and that side. I do a morning show in Houston, so we have our crew working here behind the scenes. It's been fantastic. 800-655-MIKE is our number, as always. Mike Online, the website, keeping busy. I am absolutely amazed at the amount of, quote, reporters who are working the beat, call sign Olympic opening. I sit here, and obviously we have a media facility here with lots of news info coming in, and my goodness, everyone has some sort of Olympic angle story. Obviously, the network, NBC, covering it, has been pumping out a lot of, the stories. Meet a man named Miguel. Miguel's been making hats here in Rio for, There's one story that'll tell you, I'm not making this up, the 7 infections you could catch from Rio's dirty water. It's from CBS News, a competing network to Olympic coverage, but coverage nonetheless. I didn't know, it says, if the water has been contaminated with raw sewage, as has been reported, the number of pathogens could be lurking there to make people ill. In fact, if you jump into the water, you could get adenoviruses, norovirus, rotavirus, hepatitis A, astrovirus, Vibrio infections, cryptosporidium. No idea what those are. I'm not a doctor. But it sounds pretty funky that in that water, that the coastal waters around Rio are soupy with gosh knows what. So there's all these stories about Rio and the Olympics. And locally, where you're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show, your NBC station, like here in Houston, is sending reporters because you may have a local issue, or they'll try to localize the story. You know, they'll open up with, like, do we have Olympic music? We gotta have Olympic music, don't we? Yeah. Tonight, Local 5, the Denver Connection, whatever it is. And they'll follow an athlete, and they'll do what's called a package, which is an interview with a mom and dad, and they'll go visit them, maybe where they went to school, or some story. It's called content. And they're filling up the airwaves and social media with Olympic content. Tonight, the opening ceremonies on NBC. You like my dorky movie guy voice? All these reporters looking for a nugget, an angle that they can call back to the news desks. We got it, Ferguson. What? This Olympic athlete once worked at, whatever, Walmart. This Olympic athlete once had a this. And they're all searching for stories to coincide with the opening of the Olympics from Rio, which, I'll be totally honest with you, not really sure America cares. But the point is, they've got a lot of feet on the ground in Rio and in the hometowns of these Olympic athletes. Where are all those reporters peeling the onion, looking for those nuggets of stories on Hillary Clinton, just throwing it out there for conversation? You're going to find out over the next, couple of days of the Olympics. You may tune out. I may watch a little bit of the opening, kind of laugh about it, boogie out, and not care again. But where are all those reporters? Cameramen, there's producers, there's editors, there's sound guys, graphics, the assignment folks, the actual news directors. Where are all they on the path and on the hunt for Hillary Clinton's disgusting behavior behind the scenes? One excuse may be, well, Sam, it's the Olympics. We just don't have another reporter in the newsroom. Come on, really? What was your excuse last week? And when the Olympics are over and people get grossed out by the dead fish floating on the top, what's your excuse after that? When we come around the bend of Labor Day, and you had all of these GA, general assignment reporters, GAs, out there in the field wondering, where was the pizza parlor where the gold medalist worked at? And the gymnast who won silver, her dad has a used car dealership down on Main Street. Look at the pride. They painted on the front window of the dealership, "Go Shirley, go gold," or whatever it is. And will be treated to hours and hours of nonsense. Don't get me wrong. If you score the gold, high fives and belly bumps. If you score the gold, your agent, Morty's on the phone, booking all kinds of deals. But for the other 99.999% of Americans, we've got bigger concerns on our plate. We see over 90 million folks sitting on the sidelines, jobless. We see a president loading an unmarked plane full of paper moolah sent to a Muslim terrorist country, hell-bent, vocally, verbally, daily calling for the destruction of Israel. We've got a presidential candidate, the face of the DNC. Oh, Maron, you could spend days talking about the corrupt lifestyles of Bill and Hillary Clinton. How you are a government employee and you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars when you've never had, quote, a real job in your life. We've got reporters covering everything from Zika to the pillows in the Olympic Village. I saw a jabroni sitting there talking about the pillows. This is the pillow the Olympic athletes will be sleeping on when they dream about gold. Back to you, Bob. How about Hillary Clinton lied to the American people, as made immensely clear by Trey Gowdy when he sat down and grilled FBI Director James Comey.
Or received any classified information over her private email. Was that true?
Our investigation found that there was classified information sent.
So it was not true?
Right. That's what I said.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for a little shorter answer, so you and I are not here quite as long.
I love Trey Gowdy. All the reporters talking about the wonderful people of Rio. You should hear. Hey, we'll find out what they're eating tonight at 10 o'clock. Join me. I'm Ron Burgundy. Really? That's what you think is important? Or is that what you were ordered to cover? To hide what's really important? President says the ransom money to the terrorists, that's a done deal. It's over. It's not a story. Let's move on. And they all did move on. When they shouldn't have. They should have stayed. The reporters say, how dare you? We need real answers. Did that plane of Iranian hostages not leave until the money plane, the cash plane, landed? As Saeed Abedin, the hostage, the man who was held hostage by the Iranians, claimed that he was told to by his captors? Coming up tonight at 10, what are the Olympians eating? We'll find out. Isn't it amazing that the newsrooms across America have all this resource for Olympic stories, but not one about Hillary Clinton? 800-655-MIKE. 800-655-MIKE. My name is Sam Malone. An honor to fill in for Mike on the Mike Gallagher Show. Let me get your calls next. Back in a second.
Come on, feel the noise. Girls, rock your boys. We'll get wild, wild, wild. Wild, wild, wild. So you think I got any hope?
Throughout our nation's history, brave men and women have been fighting for and securing our freedom on the world's battlefields. Since 1889, they've done so with firearms made by FN. FN features the world's most battle-proven firearms. FN is the maker of the U.S. military's M4, the M16, just to name a couple. Now FN is making semi-auto versions of those legendary firearms that have been used on the front lines and putting them in your hands. The all-new FN Military Collector Series. These feature semi-automatic civilian legal versions of 3 legendary FN rifles. To see the entire collection for yourself, just go to fnamerica.com. That's fnamerica.com. And be sure to ask your local firearms retailer about the FN Military Collectors Series. They are authentic, they're innovative, they're military grade, and they are now civilian ready. fnamerica.com. FN, featuring the world's most battle-proven firearms.
I'm Pete. I just launched my first company. Thanks to Custom Ink, I can get my name out there with custom t-shirts, jackets, and polos. I just uploaded my logo online, and with a few easy steps, I had my crew covered in no time.
For all of life's events, choose Custom Ink. Promote your own business and elevate your brand with custom business apparel from Custom Ink. It's easy and fun to make a statement with Custom Ink's online design lab. Your designs, quality products, free shipping. Start designing for your business today at customink.com.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-967-2424 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-967-2424. That's 800-967-2424. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Mike Gallagher.
We're all becoming more and more aware of the value of getting a good night's sleep, but one mattress doesn't fit everybody. We're all a little different. Short, tall, thick, thin. So if one mattress really isn't perfect for everyone, what do? Get a mattress that's adjustable, that can be made firmer or softer so it's perfect for you. You don't have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 to do it either. It's available in a mattress that's delivered right to your front door. And that mattress is from Luxy, made right here in America. The Luxy mattress was reviewed by one of the biggest online mattress review sites and was named first in the performance mattress category, as well as first overall out of 23 mattresses that were reviewed. Take a look at LuxySleep.com where you'll find a queen for $999.99. But if you use the discount code Mike, you're going to receive an additional $125 discount. That's an amazing $125 off simply for using the promo code Mike. Call 888-813-2944, 888-813-2944, or online at luxisleep.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, my daughter needs back-to-school supplies. Well, Staples has everything you need at low prices every day. Oh, fantastic. She needs more markers. Your daughter's a budding artist? No, a huge loser. Well, I'm sure. She loses markers, crayons, glue. Oh, I get it. Right. She's just a loser, not a loser.
Back-to-school supplies are back for more. Staples has everything you need for back-to-school at low prices every day. Like a 12-pack of Crayola-colored pencils, just 97 cents. Staples, make more happen.
While supplies last. Ends 9/17, limit 30 in-store, 10 online.
Mike Gallagher.
Sam in for Mike Gallagher. Mike is back on Monday, and you have done such a phenomenal job in helping out with a life-saving endeavor that's going on. The drought in Haiti has caused a massive, huge food crisis. Figure 1.5 million people are now starving in this desperately poor country. Haiti wasn't doing great prior to the drought. The drought made things worse. Children going several days in a row without eating. And that just means child malnutrition rates are rising. Half the families in Haiti have less food than they need to remain healthy. So now more than ever, our friends, our crew at Food for the Poor need your help to save these lives. They have in their possession, they've already received donations, thousands of tons of rice. They need money to get the rice to Haiti. Please send emergency help now. Your $60, just $60 provides 1,000 meals. $120, double it, 2,000 meals. Like I said, the food's been donated. We just need your help to pay for some shipping costs. Please call, please give. 844, it's a toll-free number, 844-860-4673. 844-860-HOPE. It's urgent, 844-860, and spell out the word HOPE. Or go online to Mike Gallagher's website, mikeonline.com, and you'll see the banner for the Haiti food crisis. Please do it today. I'm Sam Malone filling in for Mike. Let me get to your calls. Barbara in beautiful Dearborn, Michigan. Welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show.
Hello. What I was calling about was you played a little clip from a local news broadcast when the interviewer was asking Hillary Clinton about whether she had lied regarding her email.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. So she says, and I don't have it exact, but she says, what I told the FBI director is consistent with what I told the American people. Now, that is true, because she lied to both.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
It's
And then the next question should be, well, is what you told the FBI director consistent with what the FBI director found out about you? And the answer would be no. And nobody ever goes to the next step. So she basically tells a true lie, if that can be.
And this is why, and Barb, you're on the money, and you obviously have the ears to pick it up. And this is why the Clinton campaign is, and they said it, they're making an extra effort to hit up what they call local media, which is going to a town and maybe going to Detroit or whatever, near y'all in Dearborn, and visiting, quote, the local reporter, the local anchor, because they don't have the experience or the wherewithal to go, whoa, time out, ma'am. You just fed me a heap and pile of you-know-what.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so,
you have to listen, but by the same token, it's not that hard to get past it either.
You know what? It is
for
the well, right. A, it's during awe. B, they're thinking, does this lighting make me look good? Three is,
okay.
Can I put this on my demo tape for my next job? Can I get out of Sacramento? Can I get out of of Sarasota? And was my agent watching? And the other anchors were jealous. There's a lot going through their minds. None of it really helps the interview.
Right. No, I just wish the right questions would be asked and the, true answers or whatever evasiveness could be questioned and then pursued. It just, irritates me because the lies. I mean, the lies. I just get to where I'm speechless with what in the world? How do they get away with that one? And it just never goes away.
Well, it's like Hillary lying to Chris Wallace on Fox News on Sunday.
Right. No, the same thing. She said the same quote. And then when I heard it again, I thought, does she have that memorized?
Yes,
and
yes.
It just goes, past people. Oh, so, it was the exact same words.
Ma'am, dollars for donuts, that they took a phrase and sat down 8 or 10 people in Sea Caucus or, somewhere in Kentucky and said, what do you think of this phrase? Does this how does she sound when she says this? It's all research, it's all marketing, and it's all finding a way to lie, knowing that you'll never be held accountable by the reporter from the network.
Yeah. Well, anyway, like I say, I get tired of, lie after lie.
Well,
and,
you know what, ma'am? I hope that others get it and they get tired and throw away their hashtag Never Trump and get on board.
Yeah. Well, regarding Dearborn, I'd like to just say that this is, a big Muslim population here.
Right.
And everybody is so assimilated and blended, and we have Muslim neighbors who put up better Christmas decorations than we do. It's a great place.
Good.
Restaurants have halal tacos, halal Chinese, Muslim-owned grocery stores, headline, Easter sale, Happy Easter.
Good to hear.
It's
Good. You know what?
Place.
Good to hear it, Barb, and I'm glad you called in. Thanks for stopping by. I gotta get to the break. Thank you for being part. Thank you for being part of our family. Brian Babin, Congressman, former military officer, representing the 36th congressional district from our backyard of Texas, will join us next. And I'll ask him straight up, Congressman, can we stop the next payment of ransom money to Iran? I'm Sam Malone, in for Mike Gallagher.
This is the sound.
Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business? Do you have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
Mike Gallagher.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care, assists senior citizens and adults to continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Visiting Angels has over 400 franchised locations across the nation. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours a day. Rates are affordable, and you can select your caregiver before service begins. Visiting Angels has cared for hundreds of thousands of seniors nationwide. Franchises are available. Call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE. To find an office near you, visit www.visitingangels.com. For home care for your loved ones, call Visiting Angels now at 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE.
With SRN News, I'm Gordon Griffin. Saying Republicans must unite, Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Trump also threw his support behind Arizona Senator John McCain and New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte, with whom he has sparred. Federal prosecutors have brought tougher charges against former Los Angeles Sheriff Lee Baca just days after he withdrew his guilty plea in a corruption probe. A grand jury indicted Baca on Friday charges of obstruction of justice, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and lying to federal investigators. The indictment followed Baca's decision this week to withdraw his guilty plea to lying to federal authorities and face trial on charges that he tried to thwart an FBI investigation of civil rights abuses at the jails he ran. More details at srnnews.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313, 800-983-5313, wallandassociates.net.
States. If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K-4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Mike Gallagher.
I'm Sam Malone, filling in for Mike Gallagher. Mike back on Monday, portions of the Mike Gallagher Show, sponsored by BJU Press. BJU Press has the educational resources you need to start a spiritual revolution. Visit bjupresshomeschool.com or call 800-845-5731 today. Yeah, it's been an honor. Thank you so much. Loving it. I know y'all want Mike back, but I just want to say thanks for the hospitality. Let me get to one of our guests, Congressman Brian Babin, former dentist, military. He represents a great hunk of Texas called the 36th Congressional District, which is like east of Houston towards the Beaumont area. He's also not only a great friend of our show in Houston, he's a great supporter of the pro-life movement that we see him there every possible function. Congressman Babin, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show.
Hey, thank you, Sam. I'm honored to be on the Mike Gallagher Show, especially with Sam Malone.
Good to have you on, boss. And by the way, yesterday Mike does the top 10, the countdown of the top conservative books and things like that. And your son, Leif Babin, I think was at number 5, his book.
Yes, sir. He's had some great success with that book, and I think the folks that read it will come away with some great pointers for becoming better leaders.
And how can you deny any leadership advice from a Lieutenant Commander, United States Navy SEAL? I mean,
it's hard to do. I can tell you that, Sam.
Who married the beautiful Jenna Lee of Fox News. So whatever he says in the book, just follow along. Just follow along.
Absolutely.
All right, Congressman Babin, let's get right to it. Our listeners, America, absolutely furious at what took place with the unmarked aircraft full of dinero that dropped down, I believe, on a dark end of a Switzerland airfield. And anyway, it was ransom all over from get-go. How do we stop this from happening again? I'm sure there's another installment of the Mullah used car lot installment plan. How do we stop this from happening, Congressman?
You know what, Sam? I think the only way to stop this is to get a new chief executive, a new president. We have tried to stop this man from his in-runs and abuse of the Constitution for almost 8 years now. And this man dances to a totally different, un-American tune as far as I'm concerned, because the Constitution is what we have to hang our hat on here. This is what created this country, on the Judeo-Christian values. And if we're not a nation of laws, then we're a nation of men, and that leads to no good. And to pay a $400 million, I can't see how you can call it anything but a ransom, in the dead of night on secret unmarked aircraft, trying to keep it from the American people, is an absolute disgrace. It goes against everything that we as freedom-loving Americans believe in. You don't pay ransoms to pirates nor to terrorists.
Amen to that.
It goes back to Thomas Jefferson. And we don't want to see any more of this type of stuff, and that's why it's so important. I think that people will wake up and look at the two contrasting philosophies of our presidential candidates. Do we want to continue this type of policies in the new Clinton administration, which will follow right along with Obama? Or do we want a new day dawning in America? And I think it's a no-brainer, Sam.
I can imagine Congressman Brian Babin from the 36th Congressional District of Texas, which is like Houston east to Beaumont, and then some. Are you back in district right now, Congressman?
I am back here. I sure am. We're on recess, and we're just making the rounds of the district.
What are you hearing from folks? And by the way, Congressman Babin's area is a great conservative area. What are you hearing from your folks back there in Texas?
Oh, they're furious about this ransom. They're furious about and very apprehensive about terrorism, refugees coming in, our poor immigration system. They're worried about the dropping prices of oil, which have gone back down. This is what drives our economy down here. The good news is that we do have the downstreamers, petrochemical refining facilities, which we have probably more of than any other district in the country. And they're doing quite well with the low prices of feedstocks and natural gas. But people they're ready for a change. I think if Mr. Trump will stay on message, and if we will realize that just a few weeks ago, the director of the FBI, James Comey, was listing the crimes of Mrs. Clinton. And he followed that listing with a declaration that she was not going to be prosecuted, but nevertheless, it is a proven fact. She lied to the American people repeatedly about her inability or her refusal to keep classified documents secure. And it's a no-brainer. I mean, she should be being prosecuted right now, but we cannot trust this lady with the reins of our country.
Congressman Brian Babin with us from the 36th Congressional District of Texas, east of Houston. And you got to explain to people around the country what your area in terms of refineries has, because if you ever have gone down to Congressman Babin's district, you will certainly understand what energy independence is all about, Congressman. Seriously.
That's right. We have the Port of Houston. We've got more petrochemical refining facilities than anywhere else in the country. We've got actually 4 ports: Port of Beaumont, Port of Orange, Port of Baytown, and Port of Houston. This is one of the great engines, drivers of our economy in the country, right down here. And you would be surprised with all these facilities that I still have 8 beautiful rural counties as well, going up north to Jasper and Livingston, Woodville, on over to Louisiana. But we have an enormous amount of energy. This is the epicenter of energy production and refining.
It is, and it's amazing that we still have leadership, Congressman, who refuses at all costs to embrace energy independence, to continue to send money to people who don't like us. It's absolutely bass-ackwards, as we say in our neck of the woods, Congressman.
You got it, Sam. And, we were on the verge of energy independence when the price of oil dropped. It's still within easily our grasp if we had the right leadership, just as you said. The United States, just a few years ago, we thought we were at what they call peak energy. We would never be able to extract any more fossil fuels out of the ground. And here we are. It's so cheap right now and so plentiful that they're capping wells. And so we must continue the effort at 100% energy independence. And I think one of the worst things this president has done is to work this no-good Iranian deal, this nuclear deal, which has given them $100 billion in assets back from their sanctions, allowed them to start trading their fossil fuels on the market, on the world market. They're still and given them $400 million in cash money the other night, and let them. They're the biggest exporter of terrorism in the world today, on the verge of a nuclear weapon. Maybe. Why would the president want to have done that, and why does he want to help them to compete in the energy field in the world market, which will hurt us and hurt our people?
And not only that, Congressman. Like I say, I always say I'm not the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but you just sent over a plane full of paper money that's going to go directly to the hands of the worst terrorists like Hezbollah, who are funded by Iran in a completely untraceable manner. It makes steam come out of my ears.
And me too. And I'll tell you what he's done not only to the United States of America, but also to our great ally Israel in that part of the world is very alarming to me. I can't believe that a chief executive of an American president would do what he's been doing.
Congressman Brian Babin, and real quick, so there's really nothing that can be done unless we get a change of leadership at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right?
I think that's the only thing we can do. I'll tell you, Sam, if we don't get a change there, it goes without saying that probably one of the most important things is the Supreme Court appointments. And just to your listeners out there, 6-3. Just remember those figures, because if she gets in there, Mrs. Clinton starts making the next appointment 2-3 to the U.S. Supreme Court. That's how much. 6-3 is how much we're going to lose every single Supreme Court case. And there goes your First Amendment rights. There goes your Second Amendment rights, and there goes our republic as we know it.
It's so sad. I know. And the problem is we're dealing with egos of people who are like, well, I didn't support him, or I don't like him, I'm not voting for him. And we try to tell them, Congressman, it's not about you. Just please look down the road at the Supreme Court. Do what's best for the Supreme Court, which is for your children and your grandchildren. And that's what it's all about. Whether it's a Second Amendment issue, a life issue, a pro-life issue, I only hope we can educate him with enough time. Congressman Brian Babin from the Fightin' 36th Congressional District, kind of the Texas, kind of Houston, eastbound through Beaumont and Orange and other great places. Sir, appreciate when you take time to join us on the radio.
Sam, God bless you. Thank you for what you do, for getting the message out, my friend.
Amen, amen. And if Obama sends me to a re-education camp in Minot, North Dakota, I'm going to email you for fresh blankets up there.
We'll send them to you, Sam. Don't worry. We'll take good care of our friends.
I want your Navy SEAL Lieutenant Commander's son, Leif, to free me from the middle of the night, okay?
You got it, Sam. Thank you, and I appreciate you having me on today. God bless you and all your listeners.
God bless you, Congressman Brian Babin from Texas, a great pro-life warrior as well. It's sad. It's sad that we have to have these conversations, that there are so many people out there, this hashtag Never Trump stuff. I think he's crass. I think he's kind of goofy. I don't know. But come on. Take a look down the road about the others and not yourself. Coming up, are you ready for this? Mike Gallagher, our friend, had a chance to sit down and talk with a guy who, well, may not have hacked into the DNC service for all those emails that talk about that. In the meantime, my name is Sam Malone. Thank you for your hospitality. Mike, thanks for letting me fill in. Mike Gallagher is back on Monday. Appreciate everything on the Mike Gallagher Show.
It's a scary thing when you find out your smartphone has been stolen and then you realize that what could happen is that identity thieves will take over your mobile account. When that happens, wow, all bets are off. This is a perfect example of the growing ways that your identity can be stolen. You got to have LifeLock in your corner to prevent the identity thieves from being able to buy things on your credit, liquidate your bank account, or even get your retirement funds. LifeLock is scanning hundreds of millions of transactions each and every second. If they detect there's a problem, they go to work. They send you an alert. They work on fixing the problem. That's a lot different than the free credit monitoring systems that are out there that only alert you to changes in credit. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock is the very best identity theft protection available. Membership starts as low as $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Just go to LifeLock.com or call 800-918-9450. Use the promo code Gallagher for 10% off your LifeLock Ultimate Plus membership. 800-918-9450 for LifeLock.
Mike Gallagher.
The average American uses electronics at least 11 hours a day. While the constant use of technology helps people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft unless we take the proper precautions. Try WebRoot Internet Security today. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by utilizing WebRoot Internet Security and sleep easier knowing that you're protected no matter where you access the Internet. Visit webroot.com/radio now to save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio.
She was thrown out of a pickup truck.
Somebody threw him out of a car and shattered his leg.
They found her walking on the streets. Many have been abused, malnourished, eating garbage.
Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur.
There's this commercial on TV that the ASPCA does. They want you to send in $19 a month for a dog in the shelter. I think you should go and adopt a dog from the ASPCA and then get that dog on Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills.
The answer is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa.
The digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
When you rescue a dog, you've got to feed him right for life. Every rescue deserves at least 90 days of Dinovite.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite is
Nutrition.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need back-to-school supplies for my son.
Well, Staples has everything you need at low prices every day.
He needs folders, binders, a backpack.
Sounds like quite the little organizer.
No, he's quite the little loser.
Come again?
He loses papers, homework, you name it, he loses it.
Ah, that kind of loser.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Back to school supplies are back for more. Staples has everything you need for back to school at low prices every day. Like comp books for just 50 cents each. Staples, make more happen.
While supplies last. Ends 9/17. Limit 30 in store, 10 online.
For visiting with us here on the Mike Gallagher Show this week. I'm on vacation, as you know. Sam Malone filling in, doing a terrific job. And I wanted to break in here for just a couple of minutes because this is so big. I've taken time away from my vacation because we have secured a line with the Kremlin. There's been a lot made of the Hillary Clinton missing 33,000 emails. Donald Trump last week, of course, making all kinds of news by suggesting that the Russians should turn over these 33,000 emails if they have them to the FBI. Whole big mess. We decided to go straight to the horse's mouth, the Kremlin. This is amazing. We go to Moscow. I don't have his name. I understand, though, that this is the actual hacker from Russia who was able to hack into the DNC and get all these emails. Sir, what do we call you?
I don't want to give a full name.
Not a full name. Can I give you?
To use just they should call me Mr. X.
Mr. X. okay, Mr. X. You must. Right. Yes. Das Vidanya.
Das Vidanya, спасибо.
Yes. See, whatever. Help me understand, Mr. X, how you did this, because you must be a very prolific hacker. I gotta believe that Hillary Clinton's servers were very secure.
Yes, I'm very good with my laptop. I get on my laptop, and I get in there and get emails from, how you say, Debbie Wasserman.
Wasserman Schultz, the former DNC chairwoman. She's stepping down because of you.
For your American ears, you like to hear some emails that I have here.
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to. I'm excited about this.
This one's to Debbie
Wasserman Schultz, yes.
At hotmail.com.
That's her email address?
It says, your order for more permanent hair solution has been denied.
Ouch. She's got some curly hair.
Says, P.S. Debbie, come on, girl. The 80s are over. We love the 80s and big Soviet bear mother Russia. Yeah. But let's do something about the hair.
All right, so the perm request was denied. What about Bernie Sanders? Mr. X, is there anything there for Bernie Sanders?
Well, I see you say, Bernie Sanders. I see one says to be Sanders Socialist at yahoo.com.
Be Sanders Socialist at Yahoo. That sounds about right. Okay, at yahoo.com. Okay.
Right. It says from St. Anthony's Hospital.
Wow.
From 1970s.
Whoa.
It says... Oh, well, what a decade for Mother Russia, 70s.
Big decade. 70s. Big decade, right. Yes.
It says to be Sanders Socialist at yahoo.com. Shock therapy was a success.
Shock therapy worked?
Right.
Wow, that's big.
Okay, got here from prominent radio personality.
Radio
Email.
personalities, uh-oh.
I'm very good with laptop. How you say laptop?
Your laptop. Yes, we heard you're good at this, Mr.
Right,
X.
so here is an email to Mike G.
Uh-oh. I hope that's Mike, Griffin or somebody.
It says Mike G.
Yeah.
It is email from Lifetime Channel.
I happen to like the Lifetime channel. It's one of my, guilty pleasures.
Says your application for Lifetime Platinum membership has been approved.
You got it. You got that confirmation, Mr. X?
Please enjoy complimentary Betty Broderick live DVD. As Mr. Michael G, the Barry Manilow CDs are on the way, have left shipment center.
Yeah, and I've received them. I've got all the Betty Broderick stories and the Barry Manilow CDs. I can't believe.
All right, you want me to forward this to you?
No. Please, hold on to it.
Last one. Here's another one to A. Jones. I don't know who this is.
A. Jones. Okay, that'd be Alex. Okay, A. Jones.
A. Jones at the gmail.com.
Okay, yeah.
From Radio Shack store.
Yes. Yeah, Radio Shack. Okay.
Your new bullhorn is on back order.
That is Alex. That would be Alex Jones.
All right, you want me to forward to you, or can I forward to you on the email?
I will. This is fascinating stuff. And what kind of laptop, if I may ask, Mr. X, since you're such a prolific hacker, is it a Mac? I mean, what do you use? MacBook Pro?
Tandy.
A Tandy.
Tandy laptop.
Wow, that
1981.
Vintage stuff.
What you say in English? Creature of the habit.
You are a creature of the habit. There he goes. All right.
I love it.
I know you do. Well, Mr. X, thank you so very much for taking. And I cut my vacation short to talk to you on this.
Yes, I know, Mike. You're a victim.
I'm a victim. Is this a secure line, by the way? Is this line safe?
And es posible secure line and das Vidania.
The das Vidania is of okay, das Boris and Russia, or Boris and Natasha.
Right, not too hard to figure out.
Thank you, Mr. X.
Thank you, Mr. Mike.
This is Sam Malone. Had an outstanding time filling in for Mike Gallagher. See ya!
In Cleveland, I met a lot of listeners to the show. I was really kind of overwhelmed by the amount of people who have really enjoyed the show this year and have thanked me and have thanked us for our work on the radio and on Fox News. I also met some homeschooling families, some homeschooling moms and dads who thanked me for my partnership with BJU Press. There's big news from BJU Press. Now, they provide textbooks, curriculum, distance learning materials, all kinds of information from BJU Press. They now offer free shipping on everything all the time. Free shipping all the time, no matter how big or how small the order. Not only that, but there are lots of other ways to save at bjupresshomeschool.com. They offer discounts on multiple distance learning products, a handy payment plan. Anything surrounding the homeschooling community will be found at bjupresshomeschool.com. Counter contemporary culture. Make Christian education a priority. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-967-2424 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-967-2424. That's 800-967-2424. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Mike Gallagher.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. Saying Republicans must unite, Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Trump also threw his support behind Arizona Senator John McCain and New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte, with whom he has sparred. And Trump has announced his team of economic advisors. He did that earlier, and it includes many of the people who have been already helping his campaign.
Among those on the team are John Paulson, a hedge fund billionaire, Dan Kowalski, a former staffer on the Senate Budget Committee, and Stephen Mnuchin, a New York investor who is Trump's national finance chairman. In the statement announcing the team, Trump's campaign also said he'll unveil a detailed jobs plan on Monday at the Detroit Economic Club.
That is White House correspondent Greg Clugston. The city of Chicago has released 9 videos from body cameras and a dashboard camera in connection with a July 28 fatal shooting of an unarmed teenage car theft suspect who was shot in the back. Some video shows an officer opening fire as the suspect zooms past in a car. Other video shows a foot pursuit. Brianna Adams, the sister of Paul O'Neill, says she and her mother were distraught as they watched her brother's shooting unfold on video.
I know that wind left our bodies right then and there. We was really hurt. It was disturbing, very disturbing. Not the way anything's supposed to be done.
Attorney Michael Oppenheimer, who represents the O'Neill family, says that the video showed officers taking street justice into their own hands. Police in Carrollton, Georgia, say a father who's been charged with manslaughter in the deaths of his 15-month-old twin girls had been drinking before he left them in a hot car. Witnesses heard screams and saw the man running as he carried the toddlers from the parking lot in front of their home to an inflatable pool out back. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Control, this is QL1. Everything looks good on my end. Prepping for liftoff. Over.
One more thing, QL1.
What's that, Control?
You've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it?
Well, it's completely online. It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button so you get real numbers, not estimates. And
hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason.
Yeah, go ahead and pick one. Anyone.
That's tough. They all sound great.
I think you're finally getting it, Control. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button. Get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
2 U.S. senators are urging the FCC to wade into automotive cybersecurity while automakers continue to develop self-driving cars. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has more on the story.
Senators Edward Markey and Richard Blumenthal say at issue are those dedicated short-range communications, the ones that wirelessly send information like the speed and location of a vehicle so that a car can avoid other cars or other obstacles. The goal of the system is to avoid accidents, but the system also is vulnerable to hackers. Senators say current efforts to prevent hack attacks are both inconsistent and haphazard.
The senators offer a number of solutions like restricting communications to safety technologies rather than opening it up to commercial applications. Federal prosecutors have brought tougher charges against former Los Angeles Sheriff Lee Baca just days after he withdrew his guilty plea in a corruption probe. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. Xavier University students have a new way to satisfy those midnight munchies.
The Cincinnati schools partnered with a French company to install the first pizza ATM in North America. The machine will hold 70 pizzas at once, and customers will be able to use a touch screen to pick one of the $10 pizzas, which will be heated for several minutes, then placed in a cardboard box and ejected through a slot. And while pizza dispensers are new in the States, they've been around Europe for about 14 years, typically in small towns at gas stations or pizzerias, and they've proven to be very popular. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
State officials in Kentucky have ordered a daycare center shut down a day after a toddler was left strapped in his car seat alone in a van for more than 9 hours overnight. The 3-year-old, who was not injured, was found about 2 a.m. in the parking lot outside of Precious Jewels School of Excellence in Lexington. Police are investigating the 23-year-old woman who was driving the van and forgot to drop the child off. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers, and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is The Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. And what a great day it is for sports lovers all around the world today. The Olympic Games begin in earnest. And you know what? For this greatest nation on God's green earth, the Olympics serve a very important purpose. They remind us for the 10,000th time, 10 millionth time, why America is the greatest nation, and people who proclaim America's doom and gloom and disaster and destruction are just flat out wrong. Now, speaking of gloom and doom and disaster and destruction, there is a very, 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 very dark comic book movie that is released today. It is with an all-star cast, including Oscar nominee Will Smith, Oscar winner Jared Leto, who plays the Joker. It is from the DC comic book universe, Suicide Squad. No, this is not about either of the presidential campaigns. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a Suicide Squad of former criminals. I told you it's not about either of the presidential campaigns. Maybe both of them. But in any event, Suicide Squad is coming out today and opening big all across the United States, and we will review it for you. And speaking of Suicide Squad, there is a big new recommendation for divorced families, which is, despite how many years you may have been divorced, get together and live together over the weekends. Good idea? We will get to that as well on this edition of the Medved Show. But first, this update from French television, how appropriate, about the upcoming opening tonight of the Olympic Games down in Rio.
It's crossed 20,000 kilometers of Brazilian territory, but the Olympic torch's Rio welcome wasn't all warm on Wednesday, as groups of protesters lined the streets to vent their anger at the huge public spending for the event. The Games have come with a €12 billion price tag, money that protesters feel could have been better spent in the middle of Brazil's worst recession in 25 years. On Tuesday, masked protesters clashed with police, who used tear gas, forcing the route of the torch to change and delaying the procession for an hour.
Okay, this is a time they were throwing stones at the Olympics torch. They couldn't get into the Olympic Stadium because they had lost the key and they had to cut the gate open. This is not going well. And when history writes the history of the Obama administration, honestly, I believe that perhaps his greatest triumph will be recorded in the first months of his presidency. Do you remember that President Obama and Michelle went to Copenhagen? And they went to Copenhagen in order to plead for the Olympic Games for Chicago. And they lost. The Olympic Games went to Rio instead. So Barack and Michelle won the real gold medal for the city of Chicago, where, of course, things are going so well anyway with the former Obama aide Rahm Emanuel in firm control as mayor. Another police shooting, and this one, it seems to me, well, the police department seems to be handling it well and transparently. Back to the Olympics for a moment. I mean, okay, it's well known for those of you who've been listening to the show for a while. And by the way, we just did our 20th anniversary on the air, which is kind of amazing. And when I think about it, my first day on the air as a local show was July 29th of 1996. So here we are, 20 years. So that's a bunch of Olympic Games. The Olympic Games have been better, worse, none of them, in my humble opinion, particularly wonderful. But this has to be new territory, and I think it is important that Americans learn some lessons from these Olympic Games. One of the stories about what is going on asks from the week. It says, is Brazil ready for the Olympics? Does it sound like they're ready? Most of the venues are finished. Mazel tov. But the games could be overshadowed by a slew of problems facing the country. Its political system is in crisis. President Dilma Rousseff has been suspended, and she faces impeachment over allegations that she massaged the nation's accounts. And top politicians have been linked to a corruption scandal involving state-owned oil giant Petrobras. Brazil is also suffering its worst recession since the 1930s. And mass layoffs have caused the unemployment rate to hit a record. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, in the United States, we got good employment news today. That's why the stock market is bubbling higher. Unemployment rate in Brazil just hit 11.2%. 11.2%. That's more than double what we have here in the United States of America. With tax revenues shrinking, tax revenues continue to increase in the United States and increase in levels of waste as well here. But in any event, the governor of Rio has declared a state of financial emergency, saying there's no money to pay hospital staff and police during the Olympics. Oh, that's good. That's a big concern considering the city's soaring crime rate. You may know that in most American cities, crime is at an all-time low. In Rio, it's at an all-time high. It's one of the most unsafe cities in the world. Welcome to the Olympics. Homicides were up 15% in Rio in the first 4 months of 2016 compared with last year. That's 15% increase in murder in 1 year. Street robbery has climbed 24%. They get a gold medal in that event. Some health experts have even called for the games to be canceled. Now, by the way, it's not just Zika, because Zika is a concern, particularly for pregnant women. Probably not too many pregnant performers in the Olympics. But one of the questions they have here in this whole investigative report of the Olympics, and I think this part is very important to share with you, because, again, it gets you to put America's problems in some perspective. How dirty is the water? Okay, if you have to ask, it's a very, very bad sign. Answer, absolutely filthy. A cleanup was promised ahead of the games, but the state spent only $170 million of a pledged $4 billion on the effort, citing a budget crisis. Surf still churns with sludge. Garbage floats freely everywhere. In many places, raw sewage flows directly into the streams and rivers that feed the Olympic sites. Dr. Daniel Becker, a Rio pediatrician, said foreign athletes will literally be swimming in human crap. I don't know if that's a special event, but it doesn't sound like the swimmers have a lot to look forward to. The Associated Press found dangerously high levels of viruses and bacteria in the waters. Part of what this shows, and it's very, very important to put this in perspective, is remember when Brazil was supposed to be the nation of the future? One of the lines about Brazil that I've always liked is they say, Brazil is the nation of the future, and it always will be. It's deeply problematic because they turned to socialism. That's what wrecks everything. Socialism is a bad idea. Whether that socialism is promoted by Hugo Chavez or Vladimir Putin or Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. Socialism doesn't work. It kills economies. It's destructive. By the way, one of the few areas where I can give the President of the United States an attaboy and a pat on the back, it says Obama twice snubs the Olympics. The U.S. president will leave for vacation in Martha's Vineyard this weekend and skip the summer games in Brazil. That might be because he can go surfing and swimming and enjoy the scenery and a relaxation in Martha's Vineyard without swimming in garbage and, you will pardon the expression, crap.
Enough.
1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Then there's this. Rio Olympics. Brazil weighs jihadi threats. And there was just a jihadi attack, maybe a jihadi attack. You read about it. It's a stabbing of 5 different people. It's a terrible, terrible attack in London. And one of the things we've joked about many times is we always say, oh, yeah, another Norwegian. Actually, this really was a Norwegian. But there's another detail you need to know. We will get to that and more on this special Olympics edition of the Medved Show with your calls coming up. A gold medal to be handed out to candidates. That, too, on the Medved Show.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show. That's 1-800-955-1776.
Yep, that's the sound of a package being delivered, or maybe friends coming over for dinner, but it's also the sound, maybe, of somebody who's planning to rob you blind. It is a fact, most home burglaries start with a ring at your doorbell to make sure you're not home. Alarm systems tell you after somebody breaks in, but Ring Video Doorbell can prevent a burglary before it happens. With the Ring Video Doorbell, you can see and speak to anybody at your door from anywhere in the world using your smartphone. Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you even if somebody doesn't ring the doorbell. It's like caller ID for your home. I've written about this before. Years ago in another city, my wife and I suffered a terrible burglary. It can be such a devastating event. My listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com/Medved. That's ring.com/Medved. With Ring Video Doorbell, you're always home. Go to ring.com/Medved right now. Night after night, 2 people are lying next to each other in the same bed, but when it comes time to buy a new mattress, only one person usually gets his or her way. Until now, introducing Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online customized for both of you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress you will ever sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping, it's completely free. And for couples, Helix Helix customizes each side of the mattress, personalized to suit each of your bodies and the way you both sleep. Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights, too, to try it for yourself. And if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund, no questions asked. Everybody from GQ magazine to Forbes is talking about Helix Sleep. That's helixsleep.com/Medved to save the $50. helixsleep.com/Medved.
Thousands of people all across the country are choosing the flexibility of working when they want, driving with Uber. You'll control your day, plus be able to start earning right away just by driving your own car.
Why'd I choose to drive with Uber? So that's easy. Complete freedom. Working when I want. I mean, I can't get that anywhere else. So with both my kids in summer camp, I drop them off, then I start driving. Or, we'll go to the park and I do it later. Or even just not at all that day. It's a beautiful thing. I just turn on the Uber app and ride requests come in and I'm earning some extra money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus we can save for a summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can get it, send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable. It's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280. 21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, talking about the glorious opening of the Olympic Games amid the sewage and the crime and the favelas, the terrible slums and the economic collapse and the political crisis and the top politicians jailed and impeached and discredited in Brazil. New York, actually it's the USA Today, which is out of Washington, not New York. They say the main non-athletic storyline of the Rio Games has to be the utter folly of hosting these costly exercises and short-term gratification. Brazil is expected to spend as much as $20 billion on the Games. This after dropping $15 billion on the 2014 World Cup. This is backbreaking for a country with an economy that shrunk nearly 4% last year. A public health crisis over Zika and numerous other unmet needs in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. What I find incredible is they say they don't even have the money to clean up the garbage and the sewage and the untreated human sewage from the waterways that the Olympic athletes are going to be competing in. It's a toilet bowl Olympics. I mean, honest to goodness. And this, by the way, is a reason to take a look at the socialist administration of the now impeached President Dilma Rousseff, who is fighting to take her job back, and her predecessor, who's also in trouble with the law, Lula da Silva, who was very popular. These were socialist leaders. They believe that government can solve everything. And by the way, and that's the problem with the Olympics. If the Olympics were privately funded, if they didn't use so much taxpayer money and so much crony capitalism and governmental involvement. Okay, fine. I mean, people, I don't mind people want to pay a lot of money to go to a sporting event. That's great. But does anyone really believe this is helping Brazil? Brazilians certainly don't. There's a polling that was reported by the Wall Street Journal where they show that overwhelmingly Brazilians are negative on the Olympics. There was a substantial negative feeling before the games 3 years ago when they were just preparing for the games, but it's swollen to where it's now about 60% of the people wish the games weren't happening. Let's go to your calls, 1-800-955-1776, to Ryan in Houston. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
What's going on, Michael Medved?
You're on. That's what's going on. Tell me.
Okay. I'm listening to you, man. And my mother and my father always said, watch a person's actions, and what come out their mouth, you can tell what type of person they are. And I hear you just downing the Brazil games. And you better watch it, Michael Medved, because, see, God is listening, man. And, see, you're talking about the human waste and, you know, everything is wrong with the people and the crime, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how long you've been on this earth, man, but you are real negative. You have I've been listening to you for about 10 years now.
Thank you. And how do I begin the show every day?
Well, you begin the show with this the greatest country in the world. Well, that's what you end with.
No, that's what I end with and begin with, because I think that is the beginning and the end. And if you think you've heard about 10 years of negativity, I think you may be remembering or associated with the wrong show. Part of the reason that I'm talking about this, Ryan, is I believe that Americans need to be more grateful about our country. We have political problems. We have political disagreements. We have economic problems. We have all kinds of challenges. But my goodness, if you look down at Brazil, which was supposed to be the nation of the future, which everybody said, oh, it's going to be the world's biggest economy. It is the second biggest nation in the Western Hemisphere. And we are so lucky to live here. You're so lucky to live in a great city like Houston. And that's basically my point. It's not negative. And yes, I'm very aware that God is listening to me when I'm speaking and listening to you too.
I hope so, man, because I just can't believe you were down the Olympic Games and just jump on the pile with all the other Republicans that you know, like the Fox News, and they're just talking about the Olympic Games so bad. And you know, you have people that's from Brazil. You know, they're living in America right now. You know what I'm saying? And do you want someone to, you know, it's just, I don't understand it, man, for someone like you that's been on this earth for so long.
Okay, why do you think those Brazilian people are living in America right now?
I'm not sure. I mean, but
I am.
Everyone don't move to America because they hate their own country, man.
I know. You don't hate your own country. You just want a better country. And tell me, what is it that you like about the games so much? What do you love about the Olympic Games?
I grew up on the Olympics. I grew up watching Carl Lewis. I grew up watching the gymnastic girl.
Nadia Comaneci?
Not Nadia Comaneci. I forgot. Mary Lou.
Mary Lou Retton. Yeah.
Mary Lou Retton. I watched Greg Louganis. I watched when I'm 45. I remember watching Bruce Jenner. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Bruce Jenner. Who's that? I understand that she could be competing this time.
Well, I can't knock her. Whatever she.
You're absolutely right. Look, it's Friday. Live and let live. I know a lot of people are going to enjoy a lot of these Olympic events, and fortunately, the beach volleyball is not like water polo. They don't have to play that in the water. They can stay dry on the beach. But Ryan, and again, people should enjoy the Olympics who enjoy the Olympics. What I dislike is this idea of a great big government-sponsored nonsense. I just saw the new movie Ben-Hur. And Ben-Hur is about some of the very, very grim days of the Roman Empire. And part of what they believed in the Roman Empire times, obviously, was that it didn't matter how tyrannical you were, how many people you murdered or crucified or oppressed or enslaved. What mattered was keeping the people happy by giving them enough bread to eat, giving them bread and circuses. And this idea is not working in Brazil. Socialism and tyranny seldom do. Appreciate your call. Let's go quickly to Otis in Louisville. Otis, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael, I have a somewhat unique perspective just because I happen to be married to a woman from Brazil who you could not pay to go home for the Olympic Games. And I wanted to talk about just real quickly how it ties together what's happening in the United States. The government that Brazil has had is the dream of the Democrat Party in the United States.
Exactly
how
right.
They would run the government. But there is one interesting thing, and I am going to check the Republican box, but Donald Trump does support, at least he says he supports, the type of protectionism that's causing damage to people's wallets in Brazil when he talks about preventing companies from moving overseas, because Brazil lives a lot off of tariffs.
No, it does, and it's been disastrous for Brazil, and that's an issue where I think many people, including many people who are supporting Donald Trump, disagree with him. We will be right back on a gold medal coming up for our political leaders.
Michael Medved.
With SRN News, I'm Gordon Griffin. Saying that Republicans must unite, Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Trump also threw his support behind Arizona Senator John McCain and New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte. Federal prosecutors have brought tougher charges against former Los Angeles Sheriff Lee Baca just days after he withdrew his guilty plea in a corruption probe. A grand jury indicted Baca on Friday of charges of obstruction of justice, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and lying to federal investigators. Police in Carrollton, Georgia, say a father who's being charged with manslaughter in the deaths of his 15-month-old twin girls have been drinking before he left them in a hot car. Witnesses heard screams and saw the man running as he carried the toddlers from the parking lot in front of their home to an inflatable pool out back. This is SRN News.
Control, this is QL1. Everything looks good on my end. Prepping for liftoff. Over.
One more thing, QL1.
What's that, Control?
You've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it?
Well, it's completely online. It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button, so you get real numbers, not estimates. And
hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason.
Yeah, go ahead and pick one. Anyone.
That's tough. They all sound great.
I think you're finally getting it, Control.
3, 2, 1.
Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button. Get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. If you go to MedvedHistoryStore.com, you will find a special newly available on politics and the presidency. It's a collection of Medved history programs at a very special price, available right now at MedvedHistoryStore.com. And what will history say about the Rio Olympics down in Brazil? The headline for the New York Times story is Olympics, Fear and Loathing in a Very Different Brazil. How do Brazilians feel about their big Olympic moment? First, there's the anger. Rioters pelted the Olympic torch relay with rocks as it approached Rio de Janeiro, while bumper stickers have rearranged the Olympic rings into a four-letter word. Then there's the anxiety. With gallows humor amid a crime wave and fears of terrorism, a bingo game is circulating for people to wager on which day during the games an attack will occur. And then there is the indifference. The media giant Globo will not even bother to broadcast the Olympics during the coveted Sunday afternoon slot, opting instead for domestic soccer. A sizable number of Rio hotel rooms remain unreserved, forcing travel agents to slash rates in a desperate attempt to entice Brazilians to come. Do you remember, what was it, the Sochi, the Russian Winter Olympics, where the toilets didn't work and it went so badly? And USA Today brings up that one of the reasons that Greece collapsed economically was they were host of the 2004 Olympic Games. And it cost a fortune, and none of those facilities are used. And it helped throw Brazil into a disastrous state. In Beijing, many of the lesser venues they report have been abandoned. Even its much-admired Bird's Nest Stadium has seen better days. Let's go to your calls to Robert in Houston, Texas. Robert, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call, sir.
You bet.
Appreciate what you do for us. I've got my own personal opinion and thoughts. I mean, I'm not a big-time researcher, but I'm getting more involved with raising kids and seeing what's going around the world, not just here at home. But I have a feeling, or it seems to me that, if I remember correctly, and I hope you can help me on this, I thought I read where Brazil was trying to pull away from the petrodollar as being paid for their resources. And their economy is already, like we say, is going broke. And it seems like it would help the powers to be to force this on them, much like Greece did. And then once they break them, they'll get them in line, because that seems to be what would happen with Libya. But, they started a war there, and now they say, I don't think they can do that twice, so they're going to do it another way.
Well, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but I am sure I understand this. Is the idea in Brazil is this current crew of thieves got elected by promising free stuff, which is the basic promise of socialism. We're going to take stuff away from people who have plenty, and we're going to give out free stuff. And what's happened is poverty has expanded, jobs have declined, the economy actually declined last year. People in America are rightly very, very frustrated because we've had less than 2% growth throughout this recession. and the so-called recovery. But in Brazil, they had a 4% decline. Not 1% growth, not 2% growth, a 4% decline. It's what real pain looks like, which socialism reliably delivers. Mike in Ventura, you're on the Medved Show from California. Hello.
Oh, Michael, you stole most of my thunder. I was going to say it's no surprise that Peter Uberoff and Mitt Romney deliver Olympics that end up making money, or at least not because of corporate involvement and corporate planning. Yet they get crucified because it makes them less friendly or makes it too commercialized. I really think that the real issue is there needs to be a financial litmus test, and they haven't really developed a way to determine whether these countries or these cities are really in a position to deliver on what they say they can deliver.
No, I think you're entirely correct, and of course the emphasis on broadening the base, on having to go, well, now it's the turn for a city in Latin America. All I can say is this, is I know that there are a lot of people in Chicago who are deeply disappointed when Chicago did not get the Olympics. Guys, you caught a break, and who needs the Olympics? You got the Cubs, right? And the Cubs are better than any Olympics possible. This came in from David. David writes, as a 53-year-old musician, I play many hours and perform before thousands of people a week at our church. My hands would be swollen and stiff sometimes, feeling like they were drawing up into claws. But after taking Relief Factor for just 3 days, I began to notice a remarkable difference in pain, stiffness, and swelling. After 10 days, several of the leaders of our worship team complimented my playing because I was adding better bass runs to the songs. Thank you so much, Relief Factor, for extending my playing career with less pain and greater mobility. I bet the whole worship team is thanking Relief Factor. And you don't have to worship Relief Factor. You don't even have to sacrifice to get it, because you get a quick pack, a quick start. $19.95. Covers your first 21 days. First 3 weeks. Neck pain, joint pain, arthritis pain, leg pain, relieffactor.com. Get the quick start, just 95 cents a day. That's $19.95 for 3 weeks of Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. And how about some relief for that feeling that so many people have of doing absolutely nothing at a difficult time for our country? We'll have that relief coming right up. Whether you're looking for privacy or you just want to make a room somewhat darker, you don't need to take out a second mortgage to get brand new custom blinds from Blinds.com. Of course, you can make over any room or your entire house just by adding new blinds. They make ordering online so easy, and their design consultants will answer your questions and walk you through every single step of the self-installation to make sure you get it right. Their 100% satisfaction guarantee means even if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? It's free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com. Get it today. And now through August 31st, use the promo code MEDVED when you buy 3 blinds, and you get the 4th one free. The offer ends August 31st, so go to Blinds.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED when you buy 3 blinds, and your 4th is absolutely free. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in 2 documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hi, this is Todd Avakian
and Andrew Del Rey with Sierra Pacific Mortgage.
And we can help you save some serious money.
Rates are at an all-time low, but with all the uncertainty in the market, no one knows how long this will last.
If you have a rate of at least 4% on a current loan, you need to call us.
If you're a first-time home buyer or have children that are potential first-time home buyers, give us a call.
With rates this low, we could get you into a house close to the same amount of your current rent.
At Sierra Pacific, Todd and I handle your entire process from start to finish in-house.
Refinance your home into a 15 or 20-year mortgage, or consolidate your debt and get rid of it forever.
Let us help you. Call me, Andrew Del Rey,
or me, Todd Avakian, at 888-888-1172. That's 888-888-1172.
Don't get left behind. Sierra Pacific Mortgage, 888-888-1172.
Sierra Pacific Mortgage Company, NMLS ID 1788. Todd Avakian, NMLS ID 253453. Andrew Del Rey, NMLS ID 294990. Equal housing lender.
This portion of the Michael Medved Show is brought to you in part by Food for the Poor.
It is 44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, talking about the Olympic fun and games, or at least the Olympic Games. One of the things about the Olympics is people sometimes watch and say, gee, I wish I were there. This year you can watch and feel thankful that you're watching on TV from home. And there's something else you can feel thankful for. You're an American. That means you have the ability, beyond politics, beyond one candidate or another candidate, or however this election goes, to actually help some people right now. And to talk about that, let me welcome to our program Senior Vice President of Salem Communications, Phil Boyce, who has been working with us on this Food for the Poor program, where you have responded so magnificently. I mean, literally breaking all records with your response. Phil, great to speak to you, and I know you've been down at Haiti to see on the ground what's happened for people through Food for the Poor.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to your listeners, as you said, who've just blown the doors off with this campaign and have been so generous. And I heard Tom Craddock, my colleague, another VP in Salem, a few days ago. Tom and I, between the two of us, have been to Haiti and or Guatemala, I think 9 times. Why would a company send 2 VPs all the way to Guatemala or Haiti? Well, we want to find out 2 things. One, is there really a need there? And 2, does the money really go where we say it does? If we're going to go on the air and ask your listeners to give, we want those 2 questions to be answered satisfactorily, and they are. Now, this need in Haiti right now is huge. It's not getting coverage in the mainstream media. Haiti seems like a God-forsaken island. It's not God-forsaken. I think God is there, and I think some of us can help God help those people in Haiti. So thank you for donating to save these people. They literally are starving due to the drought in Haiti, and so many of them won't make it if we don't contribute.
And one of the things that we've talked about before, Phil, and I know you're very well aware of it because you've seen it firsthand, is that if people can give just $500, right? $500, I believe, provides 1,000 meals. Is that right, or is it more than that?
Well, I think it is, but I think also it's 10 kids that will be fed for a year, 2 hot meals a day, and they get water for life. Now, I've seen the wells that they've drilled over there. The water in Haiti is pathetic.
It's worse than the water in Brazil, and that's bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's about the worst anywhere. So I actually climbed a mountain so I could see one of these well drilling operations, and then they have tributaries where the water flows to the villages down on the various sides of the mountain. And without this water, these people would literally be drinking kind of yellowish, brownish, greenish water that's just not fit for human consumption. Many of them get sick. The kids get dysentery. So this saves their life. But not only that, we get them 2 meals a day because of the donations, the infrastructure. Food for the Poor has a bigger infrastructure in Haiti, I think, than any other relief organization. They've got a huge compound there. I've seen them actually feed 15,000 people in one day. So they really know how to take care of business there.
And
better than the Haitian government.
And by the way, what we're asking for is help in delivering food that's already been secured. In other words, they've already gotten the food donated. It's free. But what's not free is getting that food and putting it in people's hands. And let me correct my math and be correct here. It's $60. And you might have been hearing me saying, $500, that's more than I have. But if you have $60, you buy 1,000 meals. Now, instead of spending money going out one night with you and your family, spend that $60 and buy 1,000 meals, 1,000 for literally starving kids. It's 855-330-HOPE, 855-330-4673. I'm sorry to cut you off, Phil. Go ahead.
No, just one more point. There's very few things that our listeners can do right now as they're listening to you that would literally save somebody's life. If you thought you could save a life, you would, right? Well, one phone call, make that donation. You will save one kid's life. If you can give more, you can save more kids' lives. I've met these kids. The kids in Haiti are just like our kids here. They're sweet. They're lovable. They want to survive. They want a life. They want food right now in their tummies. And right now, there are parents over there telling their families, we can't feed you today, kids. Maybe tomorrow. Well, that breaks my heart. So we need your help.
Go to michaelmedved.com. We have a banner up there. It's called Give Life, very appropriately. Or you can call. It's toll-free, 855. It's not an 800 number, but it is free, toll-free, 855-330-HOPE, 855-330-4673. If you can give $60, that buys 1,000 different meals. $50 feeds a child for a year, 2 square meals a day, 7 days a week, plus a guarantee of water supply for a lifetime. Phil Boyce, I know you've seen it, and I tell you, we love America here. I think people who listen to this show in particular love America. Haven't you seen that one of the things that Food for the Poor does is increase love for our country with some of these people?
Yeah, no question. And here's the remarkable thing about Haiti. It may be the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, but we flew out of Fort Lauderdale and we were on the ground in 90 minutes. You think how close they are, and yet how far removed they are from the miracle that is America, the miracle that we have every day, the fact that we have food for our kids. All we have to do is lift our little finger, and we could save that country from its misery.
And turn it around. And one of the things I've been telling folks, Phil, is that Haiti's the only country in world history to have a successful slave revolution. Now they need a revolution of hope, and you can be part of it. Call 855-330-HOPE. That's 855-330-4673. Or go to michaelmedved.com. Click on the Give Life banner. A gold medal coming up, and really something that is appropriate, more appropriate than Olympic gold medals, for Mike Pence and for Donald Trump. Coming up on The Medved Show.
The Michael Medved Show, all across America.
It's an honor to talk to you because I think you got the best talk show in the United States.
Thank you. I agree.
This is The Michael Medved Show.
Friends, we need your help for a desperate situation down in Haiti. A long-standing drought has resulted in the worst food crisis in 15 years. Amazing. 1.5 million people are starving. Children are going 2 and 3 days without eating anything at all. Child malnutrition rates are rising. Half the families in Haiti have less food than they need to just remain healthy. Now more than ever, our friends at Food for the Poor need your help to save lives in Haiti. Food for the Poor has been there for more than 30 years. They feed hundreds of thousands daily. I encourage you to help make a difference in Haiti right now by giving food and water. A one-time gift of just $150 will provide 3 kids with daily food for the next year. From your mobile phone, dial pound 250 and say Michael. From a landline, you can call toll-free 855-330-4673. That's 855-330-4673 or give at michaelmedved.com.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the certified pre-owned sales event now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-MERCEDES for details about costs and terms.
Five minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. In the nature of things, I mean, I've said before many times that we don't so much have a news business in America as we have a bad news business. And generally, candidates make news, whether their name is Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or even Mike Pence. They make news when something goes wrong and they say something stupid or they do something stupid. And for all candidates, that happens all the time. But actually, I wanted to give a little shout out to the Trump-Pence team. And really, it looks like they're about to take us into the weekend, maybe driving back off the edge of the highway and off the edge of the cliff. The reports are all over the place that Mr. Trump tonight is going to be doing one of his rallies in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and at least according to sources in the Trump campaign, and I hope and I pray that this is true, Mr. Trump is going to give an enthusiastic endorsement to Paul Ryan. And it's very important that he do that. I mean, Paul Ryan's running against a guy who just said, I don't know why we need Muslims in America at all, which is not a good thing to say. And not helpful. It is very helpful. I mean, it'll be helpful for Mr. Trump because Paul Ryan's going to win his primary anyway, and he's going to win his primary 3 or 4 or 5 to 1. It's going to be a easy primary. So why not? And Mike Pence, yesterday, there had been some confusion. Is he going to be endorsing John McCain or Kelly Ayotte? And now aides to Mike Pence say, no, that was all a misunderstanding. It was much. Of course he's endorsing John McCain. Of course he's endorsing Kelly Ayotte. He's doing the right thing as Newt Gingrich did yesterday. This is important. And let me tell you why. Because regardless of who becomes the next president, whether it's President Trump or it's President Clinton, and it almost surely will be one of those people providing that there isn't some kind of unanticipated miracle or amazing or another twist and turn that we're not anticipating. But regardless of whether it's Trump or Clinton, we need a conservative Congress. We need to maintain Republican control of the Senate. And we need some experienced leadership in there, particularly if Trump is president. He's going to need to work with the John McCains and the Paul Ryans and the Kelly Ayotts. And yes, the Ben Sasses and the Jeff Flakes and the rest of the folks with whom he's going to need to cooperate, because he's not going to get any cooperation from Democrats. Do you think? So it's a good thing, and a sign of mental health, and a sign maybe of approaching political health. If folks can recognize the achievements of some great American leaders like the Honorable Paul D. Ryan in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for?
Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a four-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy. And you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 31st, use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, you'll get the 4th free. This offer ends August 31st. So go to Blinds.com now and use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, and you'll get the 4th blind free. Blinds.com, promo code SHUTTERS. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Let the WCAB marketing team go to work for your business. It works. Call Tracy or Jim at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after saying that he was not ready to do so earlier this week. Trump made the announcement during a campaign stop Friday in Green Bay, Wisconsin. In an interview earlier this week, Trump said he was not quite there yet when it came to endorsing Ryan in his primary race. Apple says it will start offering cash rewards of up to $200,000 to hackers who come forward with information about security flaws in the company's software.
Apple is joining other big tech companies that offer these so-called bug bounties. The goal is to encourage people to come forward when they discover vulnerabilities in the computer code so the company can fix them. The other goal is to discourage hackers from exploiting flaws in the code or selling that information to others.
That is correspondent Linda Kenyon. Google, Facebook, and other companies have long offered bug bounty rewards. The Summer Games are underway after a night of pageantry.
The cauldron has been lit in Maracanã Stadium by Brazilian marathoner Vanderlei de Lima. That followed a colorful ceremony highlighting Brazil's history and culture and the Parade of Nations, with the Americans marching in wearing navy blue blazers with USA on the back. The athletes heard International Olympic Committee Chief Thomas Bach say he hopes these games will promote peace in a world full of mistrust, crises, and uncertainty. Competition here in Rio ramps up Saturday with the first medals awarded. Sagar Magani, Rio de Janeiro.
Chicago Fraternal Order of Police President Dean Angelo says it is important that the public not rush to judgment of the officers involved in the shooting death of an unarmed black teenager during a stolen car incident. Angelo said in a statement that because the shooting of 18-year-old Paul O'Neill last week occurred in a matter of moments, each individual perspective needs to be taken into consideration. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
A new study is questioning the value of pollution-free cars.
Good for the environment, but tough on the pocketbook. A just-released study from the University of Chicago shows the cost of oil would have to exceed $350 a barrel, nearly 1,000% higher than now, for the zero-emission vehicles to be cost-competitive with regular gas-powered cars. What's more, the study says manufacturers often raise the price of gas-powered cars to make up for the money they lose on ZEVs. 9 states require car makers to offer zero-emissions vehicles.
That is correspondent Wally Hines. A fire has swept through a bar in northern France, killing at least 13 people and injuring 6 others. Police say the fire broke out at a birthday party at the bar in the city of Rouen in Normandy. Dozens of firefighters battled the blaze in the center of the city. It started late Friday night or shortly thereafter. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Gordon Griffin. A Canadian waiter is facing charges for alleged criminal negligence after a restaurant patron suffered a severe allergic reaction to salmon.
Police say the customer repeatedly told the waiter about his seafood allergy and ordered beef tartare instead. They say he even asked the waiter to make sure the cooks knew about his allergy. The restaurant was dimly lit, and the customer thought he was being served beef, but it was salmon. The diner went into shock, suffered cardiac arrest, and was in a coma for 2 days. 22-year-old waiter was arrested this week.
That is correspondent Rich Thomason. Stocks had their best day in almost a month. Major indexes closed at record highs. Here are the numbers on Wall Street. The S&P gained 19 points on Friday. The Nasdaq closed 55 points higher, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 191 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers, and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is The Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day. Looking forward to a great summer weekend. We have a particularly wonderful weekend on tap. We are blessed enormously with the presence of our oldest daughter, who is visiting us from New York City, and partially because Seattle's a lot nicer to be in August than New York City. Of course, we think it's a lot nicer than New York City most of the time, but okay. We also have my nephew and his wife. They've both completed their army service in Israel, where my nephew, Itamar, was, he was a tank commander. And a distinguished officer who served longer than he needed to. They're done with their military service. We get to meet Itamar's new wife, and they're going to be coming out and visiting us later in the weekend. And it's a great weekend and a time for family and a time to think about family. And that's maybe one of the reasons I reacted very emotionally to a profound piece in the Washington Post. And it's one of those things where when I tell you about it, you're going to think this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's just dumb. But give it a chance and listen to the arguments, and then you can respond. 1-800-955-1776. The title of the piece by Jamie Seaton is Daddy's Home. Why I Let My Ex Live With Us on Weekends. Okay, if this isn't a movie yet, well, it's kind of like that Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg movie that was lame. But this would be a more interesting movie, because the story is a divorced mother with young kids whose husband left her for another woman, started a new family in another city, and started visiting his kids on weekends. And rather than going through that disruptive thing of the kids go out with daddy and they haven't been back, she said, why don't you just come stay with us over the weekends and we'll pretend like we're a family again. Good idea? If you've had experiences like that, you can give us a call. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Here is the story. Ours, writes Jamie Seaton, is an unusual arrangement. One I have chosen so that my children can spend time with their father, who left me nearly 4 years ago for his pregnant 30-year-old girlfriend in their own home. Well, what she's saying is so that my children can spend time with their father in their own home, and their father left me nearly 4 years ago for his pregnant 30-year-old girlfriend. During the week, he lives in another state with the woman he chose and their daughter. On the weekends, he drives nearly 5 hours each way to spend time with our children. In the months after the breakup, I was consumed with pain, confusion, and rage, and I refused to let my husband in our home. I'd make him stand in the doorway, waiting for our children so he could take them out to lunch. After overindulging them at the local toy store, he'd drop them back at our house and go to a hotel for the night. Oh, does that sound depressing? The next morning, he'd pick them up for brunch, after which they'd go rock climbing or swimming or simply walk around town. Weekends with Dad were like being on vacation, except no child would choose such a vacation. One day, I brought the children to the city where he lives, and we arranged to meet at a museum. The four of us stood uncomfortably in the foyer for a few minutes before I started to walk away. My son begged me to stay, and when I said no, he asked why. Looking into my son's eyes, the only truthful answer would have been because it was too painful for me. And that didn't seem to me a good enough reason. So I did what my son wanted and I stayed. That is when, she writes, I began learning how to put my anger and hurt aside and focus on what was best for my children. Things didn't change overnight. That museum trip was only the first step. But in time, I allowed my husband back into the house when he picked up the children, and sometimes I would join them for lunch or a movie. They were dealing with their own disappointment, grief, and anger. And in the early days, they often refused to go with their father unless I joined. Our life had been blown to bits in an instant, and my children needed me to show them how to move forward. Now, part of this relates to studies that we've talked about on this show before, and they're studies about how to deal with small children in particular in the midst of divorce. And part of what those studies seem to show, and this is actually not one specific bit of research, but the accumulation of the research as I understand it. And if my wife is listening to this, who knows much more about divorce and studies of divorce and divorced parents, if I get anything wrong here, please call immediately Diane and correct me, 1-800-955-1776, or anybody else, if you think I'm just out to lunch or wrong here. But part of what the research seems to show is, of course, children do better with an intact family where they're living in one little bed. My wife and I wrote a book called Saving Childhood. One of the things that is most important in raising happy kids is a sense of security. It's one of the reasons kids hate to move. I remember the 2 times my parents moved when I was a child. When I was 6, they moved from Philadelphia to San Diego. And I hated it. And my grandmother tried to encourage me by getting me a cowboy hat because we were going to the West and guns for the Wild West. So, well, I'm sorry, but she said you would need the guns to shoot Indians. But she was an immigrant from Germany, and she didn't understand, certainly not at that time, that it was politically incorrect. And I never did, by the way, shoot anyone. But the whole idea of uprooting a child and moving from place to place, kids like the same thing. We were just talking last night about our son Danny growing up. Danny, to this day, Danny eats the same stuff. He doesn't like variety. There are kids who basically, if you like hot dogs, you like hot dogs every night. If you like macaroni and cheese, if you like pasta, Danny likes pasta. If you like peanut butter and jelly, it's the same thing. You don't want, well, this day we're going to have Cajun, and the next day we're going to have Indian, and the next day we're going to have organic vegan. No, kids like the same stuff. And they like the idea of going into the same bed. Now, the whole point about all of this, and it's very important for parents to keep in mind, you're not always doing your child a favor when you're moving the child from one home to another in the course of a week. And yes, that can sometimes be the only way that a father, or sometimes the mother, if the father's the custodial parent, gets to see the child. But I think what Jamie Seaton here is suggesting is something radically different. It's, by the way, possible, really, only because she has not remarried. If she had remarried, it would be profoundly awkward, don't you think? I mean, if daddy comes home and stays over at the same time that Bob, or whatever the name of the new stepfather is, lives there. She goes on that when she talks about staying, the museum trip led her to led to her having her husband back in the home. And she writes this: the one overriding goal is to support my son and to support my daughter in building their relationships with their father. This lady sounds very decent, and it's very appropriate, of course, that she wants to do that. In the months following those first tense family lunches, the 4 of us settled into a routine where Daddy would stay over on the weekends in the guest room and make pancakes the next day. During that first summer, he and my son pitched a tent in the backyard and spent nearly every weekend night huddled in sleeping bags, watching a movie on a laptop and gorging on junk food. Very slowly, my husband and I became friendly again. We had 20 years of history together, and we still enjoyed each other's company. Sounds a bit heartbreaking, but is it crazy? We'll be back with your calls, experiences, and reactions coming up.
Can I just say that you do more for radio than what high definition will ever do for television?
This is the Michael Medved Show.
If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you. Yep, that's the sound of a package being delivered, or maybe friends coming over for dinner, but it's also the sound, maybe, of somebody who's planning to rob you blind. It is a fact, most home burglaries start with a ring at your doorbell to make sure you're not home. Alarm systems tell you after somebody breaks in, but Ring Video Doorbell can prevent a burglary before it happens. With a Ring Video Doorbell, you can see and speak to anybody at your door from anywhere in the world using your smartphone. Ring's advanced motion detection alerts you even if somebody doesn't ring the doorbell. It's like caller ID for your home. I've written about this before. Years ago in another city, my wife and I suffered a terrible burglary. It can be such a devastating event. My listeners get free expedited FedEx shipping when you go to ring.com/Medved. That's ring.com/Medved. With Ring Video Doorbell, you're always home. Go to ring.com/Medved right now.
Ever notice that the last 3 letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Ah, the summer sun. It gives us hours and hours of light for evening baseball, cookouts, and an AC bill that'll knock you right off your lawn chair. SelectBlinds.com has the answer. Room darkening blinds and shades that block out sunlight. Keep your home cooler. Keep the furniture from fading. And if you like to sleep in on weekends or comfortably watch the game or a movie, blackout shades can make it like a moonless night in there. Every product comes 100% cordless to protect the kiddos, the kitties, and the pups. And get this, in the time it takes to mow a sizable yard, you can hang blinds because SelectBlinds.com walks you through how to measure, select, and even install your new window coverings. If you can hang a picture, you can hang blinds. SelectBlinds.com, the simple and smart way to get blinds. Mention our show at checkout and get sample swatches of the room darkening blinds or shades of your choice absolutely free. SelectBlinds.com. SelectBlinds.com.
It is 21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, and talking about home and home arrangements. Guess what? It's hot outside, most places in the country, but it shouldn't be hot in your living room. You can resist the sun's tyranny with brand new custom shades from Blinds.com now through August 31st. You can buy 3 blinds and get the 4th one free with the promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. We're talking about some of the rules that apply in a very unusual household. We've posted this article from the Washington Post on our website at michaelmedved.com, and it's fascinating. The article is called Daddy's Home. This has nothing to do with the Will Ferrell intermittently funny and very intermittently funny Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg movie. Now, which one do you think? Basically, what the setup of that movie is there is a sort of hardworking, middle-class guy, kind of goofy, who becomes the stepfather for two adorable kids left behind by a free spirit, kind of rebellious biker. Who do you think Will Ferrell plays? Well, you know who Will Ferrell plays in any event, but that's not this situation, because Jamie Seaton, by inviting her ex back into the home on weekends, is not dealing with a current stepfather. Though apparently she's dating, she refers to that in the article, she doesn't have another man living with her. She says this: perhaps in trying to give my children a semblance of a normal family life, I was creating a false and confusing world for them. Perhaps in trying to teach them the power of forgiveness, I was instead sending them the message that what their father did was all right, thus setting them up for relationship issues as adults. What their father did, again, was to leave mom for a younger woman who he had impregnated. I took all of this into consideration, and about 2 years ago announced that Daddy would no longer be staying over or even hanging out. We were going to live like other divorced families. Thus began a phase where my children would ask if Daddy could come over for certain periods of time. It soon became apparent that my children enjoyed having their father around simply to be. They didn't want to go to a sterile hotel room to visit him there. They wanted him in the place they felt safe, playing games, watching TV, or throwing a ball outside. One night I sat outside on my deck, and I watched through the windows as my daughter and her father cooked together, set the table with candles, and sat down to dinner. Observing them through the glass, I knew that that simple meal would do more to heal my daughter than any words I could offer. Knowing that I am doing the right thing for my children doesn't make it easy. Every time my husband leaves to make a call, I feel another cut to my heart. A few weekends ago, we were cleaning out the garage and found my daughter's unused scooter still in its box. I unthinkingly asked if we knew anyone with a toddler we could give it to, and in the next second, the thought of his new daughter, that's the husband and his new wife, flashed across my mind, and I burst into tears. There are days when I want him out of my house and out of my life for good. It's difficult to move forward emotionally when the cause of my pain is in my kitchen every weekend. We once had a conventional family, she writes, and now we don't. I had no control over what my husband did, but he left me. To his credit, he never left our children. During the darkest days when neither of my children nor I wanted to speak to him, he still drove 5 hours, often only to be left standing on the front door stoop or turned away. Though there's no excuse for what he did, his fortitude and love for our children does not go unnoticed by me, particularly as I hear horror stories from women in similar situations whose husbands simply walked away. Let's go to Elise in Oak Harbor, Washington. Elise, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
You.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well.
That's good. The scenario you're sharing is very tragic, and there's not a divorced person alive who would not say it's very tragic. But I am a divorced person who had her child grow up without her father by his choice. But even though if I could do it again and have that situation, even in spite of the other woman in his life, for the sake of my daughter, I might be willing to consider doing such a thing, simply because I realized that if my ex-husband wanted me in his life, we would have managed to reconcile whatever it was that he felt that we needed to divorce over. But we didn't ever reconcile. So therefore, for me to have the other woman and him in my home would be far better, I think, if it was a healthy situation than not. But I know for a fact with my ex-husband, it never would have been a healthy situation, so it was best that he just stayed away.
Well, I do think that from what I understand from this description by Jamie Seaton, she's not inviting the other woman into her home. I mean, she's not a saint or a martyr. I mean, she's inviting her husband, and apparently he knows enough to say, oh, yeah, I don't want to bring along my wife and my new children. How long have you been divorced, Elise?
Oh, gosh, longer than you've probably been alive. I don't know.
No, I doubt it, but thank you. For a while.
I've been divorced about 25 years.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the compliment. Did your husband remarry?
He did remarry several times. He actually, my ex-husband actually had some very deep issues going on in his life, too long to go into on this radio show. But he did marry several times. He did not. He did not ever really reconcile with our daughter until just about the end of his year. He passed away a year and a half ago.
Wow.
And, my daughter was with him when every woman that had been in his life had abandoned him, had turned their back on him. It was his daughter who he refused to know that was there for him in his last days, and she was there when he passed.
What an amazing story. Listen, you should be blessed and have a beautiful summer weekend, and your daughter too. Is your daughter married by any chance?
Excuse me?
Is your daughter married yet?
No, and if you know somebody, I'm looking.
Oh, believe me, I understand what you're talking about, and I appreciate your call very much. When we come back, more about the downside of the arrangement, the radical arrangement, and it is kind of radical, described in this article. Is there anyone out there who thinks that this is somehow immoral? Remember, she's specifying that the ex stays in the guest room, okay? We will be right back with more of your calls on the subject of divorced folks living together on the weekends. Coming up.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Saying Republicans must unite, Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Trump also threw his support behind Arizona Senator John McCain. The polls say lots of Americans don't trust her, but Hillary Clinton says she thinks a commanding victory over Donald Trump in November would give her the capital she needs to push her plans through Congress. Federal prosecutors have brought tougher charges against former Los Angeles Sheriff Lee Baca just days after he withdrew his guilty plea in a corruption probe. A grand jury indicted Baca on Friday of charges of obstruction of justice, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and lying to federal investigators in civil rights abuses at the jails he ran. Police in Carrollton, Georgia say a father who's been charged with manslaughter in the deaths of his 15-month-old twin girls had been drinking before he left them in a hot car. More details at srnews.com.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-4 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-MERCEDES for details about costs and terms.
The average American uses electronics at least 11 hours a day. While the constant use of technology helps people keep in touch, pay bills, navigate the road, and stay up to date on news, it does have a downside. Our data can be exposed to criminals who commit crimes such as credit card fraud and identity theft, unless we take the proper precautions. Try WebRoot Internet Security today. WebRoot is the most comprehensive cloud-based antivirus software available, helping protect you from vicious viruses, malware, and phishing sites. It protects all your favorite devices, including your PC, Mac, Android, and iOS device. So stop the hackers in their tracks by utilizing WebRoot Internet Security, and sleep easier knowing that you're protected no matter where you access the internet. Visit webroot.com/radio now to save 30% on your purchase of WebRoot's Internet Security software. That's webroot.com/radio.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillary's America. This is the most provocative movie you will see before you vote in November. For more information, go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. In theaters nationwide now.
And it is a film that is more oriented for adult audiences. If you're looking for a Disney princess film, Hillary's America doesn't count. Yes, there's a Disney kind of wicked witch. This is not a balanced portrayal of Hillary Clinton, but then again, it's not supposed to be. This is basically subtitled The Secret History of the Democratic Party. And Dinesh D'Souza, who made the movie, has every right. He was thrown into jail, which is dramatized in the film, basically for political thought crimes, which is an outrageous thing. I mean, the film dramatizes part of what he learned in prison about politics and crime. Hillary's America, themovie.com. You can find out all about it. That's Hillary's America, themovie.com. Meanwhile, it's this story by Jamie Seaton. I don't know Jamie Seaton. We're just looking her up on the internet. She sounds like. By the way, it takes a very, very good writer to make yourself sound good on the page, where you read something and you say, "Wow, this woman seems sensible and decent and like a kind person." Well, she does. She writes about one of the things that happened. Apparently, she is dating, and she says, "Our situation would be comical if not for the underlying heartache. And there have been ironic moments over the years, such as when I was getting ready for a date, my husband found the perfect shoes for my outfit. Or when the man I am seeing arrived at my house on a recent Friday night at precisely the same time as my husband, leading to an awkward handshake and my teenagers wondering if punches would be thrown. They were not. When later I asked my husband what he thought of my beau, he replied, he was well dressed. That sounds like a movie. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Let's go to Paula in Cincinnati, Ohio. Paula, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. I just thought you'd be interested in an idea that we came up with for friends of mine who, live in a very nice neighborhood and couldn't afford, when they got divorced, they had 2 kids in school, very young, and they couldn't afford another house in that neighborhood. So we came up with the idea that the parents would actually rent apartments and still keep the family house, and the kids stay put, and the parents go back and forth, rather than the kids having to go back and forth.
Oh, wait, now let me see if I've got this straight. In other words, you keep the family house, yep. and like during the week, for instance, the mother would live in the family house, yep. and then she'd switch with her ex-husband on the weekends. He would get to live in the family house, so you don't have to move the kids around.
Correct.
Again, based upon some of the studies that I've looked at and that we wrote about in our book, that's probably a very good idea because it means less disruption for the kids. One of the things that you want to avoid is disrupting a child's life. Kids don't like it. It's not good for them. And this way, that actually sounds. And how long has this been working out that way?
About 6 months.
And so far, so good?
Yeah.
Wow. That is a fascinating idea, and I appreciate it, Paula. Thanks for giving us that perspective. Let's go to Mary in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Mary, you're on the Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Yeah, so our original situation, I'm divorced. Our original situation was the kids went back and forth. Then we changed to them being at my house, and then they would go to their dad's on the weekends. And then recently, because of circumstances due to my ex-husband's house didn't have heat anymore, and sometimes he didn't have water. I wouldn't let them stay there anymore because, I allowed him to come to my house on the weekends so he could see the kids. And I would basically leave, as I'm dating a guy. I've been dating a guy for 6 years now, and I would leave the house so he could have the house all to himself with the kids.
So it sounds like a similar kind of arrangement to the arrangement that Paula was describing from Cincinnati. Meanwhile, is there some way that this could inspire us in the political situation coming up? We'll talk about that and more on the Medved Show.
I love your show. It is the only thing that makes commuting worthwhile for me.
Michael Medved.
In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that can expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help to protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. Now, nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes, and protection starts right away. Call 1-800-921-3790 or visit lifelock.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED. That's MEDVED to save 10% on your membership. 1-800-921-3790. Congratulations, you're completely unique. You don't walk like everyone else, you don't talk like everyone else, and you do not sleep like everybody else. So why is your mattress one size fits all? A truly customized mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000. Until now, you can go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and they'll run a 3D biomechanical model of your body through the proprietary algorithms they developed with the help from the world's leading ergonomics and biomechanics experts. And the result is the most comfortable mattress you've ever used. Your mattress arrives at your door in about a week, And shipping, it's completely free. Everyone from GQ magazine to Forbes is talking about Helix Sleep. You have 100 nights to try it out. And if you don't love it, they will pick it up for you for free and give you a full refund. Go to helixsleep.com/medved and get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/medved. helixsleep.com/medved.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. And, of course, there's a political edge to everything today. There's even a political edge to this story that we're covering about a father coming back home at his ex-wife's invitation, leaving behind his new wife and their young child, and coming back home, spending time with his ex-wife and their two children in their home on weekends, and then going back to his new wife. And it's not quite the joy that you might think for the father, apparently, because it's a 5-hour drive each way from where he lives now to back to his old home. And he seems devoted to being part of the life of his former children. But one of the things they apparently like to do is go to fast food. And there is a piece about the whole food issue entitled, "Do You Eat Like a Democrat or a Republican?" Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, what it means is this, is that the Grubhub, which is one of the nation's leading online and mobile food delivery services, looked at ordering patterns of customers across the country. And what they did is they looked at the association of 175 popular food items based upon where they were popular, and in districts that were, for instance, deep red, that were overwhelmingly Republican. I mean, I was looking at the 538 right now. You know, there are states where there is a 98% chance rated on 538 where Trump is going to win. Alabama is kind of the safest of safe Trump states. So what do you think people prefer in Alabama? Brownies or muffins? Well, it turns out, and it's a very interesting pattern, Here is a list of Democratic foods, right? Veggie burgers, chicken tikka masala, muffins, burritos, avocado salad, not taco salad, because that's what Mr. Trump likes to serve to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, if you remember that tweet. Lentil soup, well, of course. A BLT. Now, why is a BLT a Democratic food? A summer roll, a margarita pizza, and guacamole. I don't know what the common element here is, except a lot of it is imported related food, but so are the Republican foods, so-called. Republican foods: hamburger, sweet and sour chicken, brownie, a hero, Caesar salad, wonton soup, buffalo chicken wrap, egg roll, barbecue chicken pizza. Barbecue chicken pizza, is that Jeremy, is that popular? It sounds, I mean, I know it's supposed to be a Republican dish, but it sounds vile. Barbecue chicken pizza and a mozzarella stick. Why is a mozzarella stick more Republican than Democratic? I wouldn't figure. By the way, you can go to our website. There's a quiz here about different foods that will determine whether you're a real Republican or a real Democrat. By the way, on our staff here, the one who, based upon tastes in food, is the most rock-ribbed, solid, deep red Republican is a rock star, Greg Tomlin. He's kind of all the way with GOP food. Let's go to your calls and to James in Cleveland. James, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Mr. Medved, what an honor to talk to you. You by far have the best program on show and on the radio. And,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your story really touched me. I just grinned as I listened to it. It so much mirrored my situation. I was married 20 years. I've been divorced 10 now, and my ex-wife has been remarried 5. And
are you remarried?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
The children stay with me, and she left the home. We have 4 that were teenagers at the time of the divorce. And to her credit, and I guess my credit, there was one thing that we both agreed on, is that we both had a crazy devotion to the kids. We started by her visiting the home, similar to your situation. Now, she never left the state or the city, just a little over half an hour away, but the issue was more the new spouse on her side. The kids just didn't want to deal with it. And, I had to, and I basically at first said to her, you created that situation, you have to work it out. And eventually, we kind of softened to the fact, and where we are today, I'm happy to say, we do every trip, every birthday, we go out of town together. And I still have friends today when I say, yeah, I just got back, we visited a sick relative out of town, and I'll mention that my ex-wife was we all went together. They find it odd that we...
Now, can I ask you something, James, because this is important. Does her current husband go with you on these trips?
No.
Okay, I assume not.
Now, it is really weird because anything related to the family or the children, we almost do... We do a lot, like as though we were together. Now, we don't do overnights and things like that, but there has been a situation where we'd all stay at, my oldest child is 26 now, and they would have a cookout or something, and we would gather at their house, and we'd do a movie and sleep over. But it's our original family unit.
Yeah, you know what? I grew up to some extent in the same kind of situation. My parents divorced when I was in my 20s, and my dad used to come back for all important family occasions, but very much like your situation, he had the good sense not to bring his new wife when he had a new wife. It was that's awkward. But again, it's a big world, and there are a lot of people who are trying to work things out. Probably there are even people who have worked things out more unconventionally and more liberally than the description by Jamie Seaton in the Washington Post. You can read about it up at our website at michaelmedved.com. I ride with Uber a lot of times when I'm traveling or when I'm home and I don't want to drive or deal with parking. And talking with drivers, they can tell me they love the flexibility and the freedom of working when they want, especially parents with kids who have busy summer schedules. They drop their kids where they need to be, then they start earning right away driving with Uber. Some even enjoy the day with their kids at a park and then drive later after the kids go to bed. Driving with Uber makes it easy to work whenever you want. Just turn on the app, the ride requests come in, and you're off earning extra money. It can help you stay on budget every month or save for a summer vacation. These are just some of the reasons that driving with Uber is a great option. It's easy to get on the road, and it's always there when you need to earn right away on your own schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day, and you can watch the money add up. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels, America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
And on the Michael Medved Show, it is 55 minutes after the hour. Coming up with the weekend, folks are going to be enjoying food, family, fun, frolic, baseball. Maybe even some people will enjoy watching the Olympics as long as you're not in Rio in person. Okay, you know what? Great weekend for enjoyment. If you can find an extra $50, save a life, change a life for an entire year. That 1 minute transaction, and that's about what it takes, to provide $50 will feed a child, keep that child healthy and alive for an entire year down in Haiti. There's a famine going on right now. There's an emergency need. It is a true emergency. You can call these great people. They have the food already arranged, ready to go. It just needs to be delivered. You've already helped this audience deliver food for 1,000 kids for a year. Let's make it 2,000. 855-330-HOPE. That's 855-330-4673. 855-330-HOPE. Or you can go to the michaelmedved.com website, michaelmedved.com. Click on the banner that says Give Life. That's the banner that says Give Life. Lisa in Chicago, you're on the Michael Medved Show. Hello, Lisa.
Michael, I love your show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I love barbecue chicken pizza.
Okay, are you in fact a Republican?
Yes.
Okay, that's what. Why would barbecue chicken pizza be a particularly Republican food? I don't. I mean, I understand why veggie burgers would be more of a Democratic food.
I know when you first started talking about that, I thought you meant that the survey was taken right outside of the conventions and people, where people eat and everything. But yeah, I couldn't believe that.
No, but what is it about barbecue chicken pizza that you think would make it more Republican than Democratic?
Well, I don't know about that. I love it because I think I just love the combination. They put red onions, and I just think it's a great taste. I mean, I would think the barbecue would be, something that crosses over, but
yeah, barbecue probably is, but you see, okay, I will tell you, I'm listening to this and I'm sort of out of the game because in Jewish tradition, you don't mix meat and milk at all. So, in other words, last night we got 2 big, delicious kosher pizzas, and we went with our children to watch Shakespeare in the Park. I know it sounds kind of, but it was great. But no barbecue chicken on the pizza because that's mixing meat and milk, and you don't do that. But I had even been unaware that this was a thing. I know Hawaiian pizza, but they have like pineapple on it. And I guess sometimes pepperoni, but not from a kosher pizzeria. Look, it's a great country. There's room for Republican food, for Democratic food, for American food, for what people used to call foreign food, all in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for?
Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy. And you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made to order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 31st, use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, you'll get the 4th free. This offer ends August 31st. So go to Blinds.com now and use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, and you'll get the 4th blind free. Blinds.com, promo code SHUTTERS. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Authorities have found 2 more homes that were destroyed by a wildfire in western Montana. Ravalli County Undersheriff Steve Holton says 16 homes and dozens of buildings have been lost to the Roaring Lion fire.
The count right now, and I think it's pretty accurate, is 49 outbuildings and garages and barns and things like that.
Holton says 200 to 300 homes have been evacuated, and residents in other homes have been told to be ready to leave.
We do a 3-stage evacuation alert down here. Stage 1 is an alert and warning, and the vast majority of those now are just in that alert and warning stage.
The fire, which has burned more than 12 square miles, is 15% contained. After holding out for nearly a week, Donald Trump has finally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan. It came at a rally in the lawmaker's home state of Wisconsin Friday. At a rally in Des Moines, Iowa, Trump says Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton should not be elected president.
Unstable Hillary Clinton lacks the judgment, temperament, and moral character to lead this country.
Speaking at a convention of black and Hispanic journalists in Washington, Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton says President Obama doesn't get enough credit for rescuing the nation from economic freefall 8 years ago.
This worst of all financial crises since the Great Depression was handed to him. And I think if you fairly look at the record, you have to conclude that his leadership saved us from a Great Depression.
Brazil's interim president has been booed as he spoke to help open the Rio Games. Michel Temer spoke for only a few seconds, and as he sat back down, he was roundly booed by many of the 60,000 or so fans inside Maracana Stadium for the opening ceremony Friday night. Temer took over following the suspension in May of President Dilma Rousseff on impeachment charges. Rousseff was not at the opening ceremony. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Israel is rejecting President Obama's claim that the Jewish state no longer opposes the Iran nuclear deal.
At his Thursday press conference, the president said the Iran deal is working and that Israel's military and intelligence community acknowledge that it's been a game changer. He said Iran no longer has the short-term capacity to develop nuclear weapons. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a fierce critic of the deal, says Israel's view on the Iran deal remains unchanged. Greg Clugston, Washington.
A fire swept through a bar in northern France, killing at least 13 people and injuring 6 others. Police say the fire broke out at a birthday party at the bar in the city of Rouen in Normandy. Dozens of firefighters battled the blaze in the center of the city. It started late Friday night, or shortly after midnight. A judicial inquiry has been opened. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Employers added 255,000 jobs last month, a sign of confidence amid sluggish growth that points to a resilient U.S. economy.
The Labor Department says the unemployment rate remained at 4.9% in July. More Americans began job searches and nearly all were hired. However, the influx of job seekers meant that the number of unemployed fell only slightly. The figure suggests U.S. employers shook off concerns about Britain's late June vote to quit the European Union, nor were they apparently discouraged by tepid growth in the first half of the year, just 1% at an annual rate.
Correspondent Jeremy House. The Summer Olympics has their first full day of competition Saturday. Among the events, heats for the women's 100-meter butterfly and 400-meter individual medley, with finals coming later. U.S. swimmer Missy Franklin says swimming at the Olympics is easier than at the Olympic trials.
We talk a lot about the hard part really being over. You know, this being at the Olympic Games is so different than trials. You know, we've made it on the team.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on the weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day. Looking forward to a great summer weekend. Hollywood looking forward to a great summer weekend because they have a great big tasty offering to provide to the American public, the hungry for entertainment American public. It's called Suicide Squad. And if you're thinking a movie called Suicide Squad doesn't sound like a song in your heart, feel good, uplifting, joyous entertainment, you got it. This is one of the darkest, most disturbing, and most ambitious comic book movies in a long, long time, maybe ever. Very dark and very disturbing. But is it worth seeing? Is it a worthy achievement? We will review Suicide Squad with Will Smith and Jared Leto and with Margot Robbie, who finally should get the star-making turn that she has been awaiting for, well, not very long. She's only 26. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. I also want to report on this this horrifying incident that they're investigating for terror. And yes, it was perpetrated by a Norwegian. And the reason I mention that is because whenever one of these cases comes up where somebody, this one was in London at Russell Square. I used to live during the year that I worked in Great Britain. I lived for part of that time on Russell Square. It's near Bloomsbury. It's near the British Museum. It's a really nice part of London and exciting part of London. And it was great to be there. And the fact that there are 5 people who were knifed in Russell Square by this Norwegian national. Well, okay, flip over all the cards. The police, of course, are denying that it's terrorism. They said early indications suggest that mental health was a factor in this horrific attack. Look, yes, of course, mental health is a factor in any attack like that, where you come up and start knifing people at random who you don't know. You think that somebody who doesn't have mental health issues does that? It turns out this so-called Norwegian was someone with a Norwegian passport, but he was from Somalia. And yes, Somalia is a nation that is Islamic, dare we say it. And the fact is he knifed one of the people that he killed was an American. And there were 5 more who were wounded, including an Australian and an Israeli. And I don't know. We'll find out more about this. But I love the fact that the New York Times is so eager to get away from this all too common narrative of jihadists going wild and killing people and attacking people. Here's the way they headline it. Man held after London knife attack that killed an American. And then listen to the lead. A 19-year-old Norwegian man was arrested on suspicion of murder after a knife attack in central London that killed an American woman and wounded 5 people. Okay, yes, I guess you could say he's a Norwegian man, but he grew up in Somalia. And in any event, and my partner in this radio show for 20 years, Jeremy Steiner, has been to Norway often, has family there. And yes, Norway has problems with local violence and local neighborhoods that, by the way, argue for the one issue. I mean, there are very, very few issues that cut as clearly as the issue of taking more Syrian refugees into this country. There's today news that President Obama wants to accommodate more and more and more Syrian refugees. There is no issue on which I more strongly agree with the Republican ticket of Trump and Pence than the issue of stop it. We don't need 10,000 Syrian refugees right now. We certainly don't need the 55,000 that Secretary Clinton has called for. It's a terrible mistake. It makes no sense. It angers the American people. And I think about 90% of the public thinks, what do we need this for? We are broke as a country. And if we want to do anything meaningful for the people who are truly suffering in Syria, they absolutely 100% need to do something about what's going on in Syria. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. There's a piece in the Washington Post, and it's a piece by Caitlin Dewey. And it rang some bells with me because of recent experience that I've had. Now, I'm going to make a big confession here. And I'm not supposed to do this. And there are people saying, oh, no, don't say that. Don't tell people that. I'm going to tell people. I have a Facebook account. I almost never go to it. The Facebook account is handled by my assistant, Carmen. And what happens on the Facebook account is when there's something up there, it's usually something that I've tweeted. Now, I do the tweets myself. I'm like, and the content is me. I mean, if there's something that's written, if there's an article or a column or a commentary, those are all things that I've written. But I'm a technophobe. I don't do this. I mean, Carmen goes there. However, I do know, because Carmen monitors it, that my Facebook, like anybody else who takes political stands. Well, here's the article. The most compelling reason to never talk politics on Facebook. There's never been a worse time, writes Caitlin Dewey in Washington Post, to declare your politics publicly, according to a new and nationally representative online poll conducted by the RAD campaign, Craig Connects, and Lincoln Strategies. This year's survey, the second in a biannual series, found that nearly a third of all internet-using adults self-report that they've been harassed online for expressing political opinions. Has that happened to you? By the way, there was a story here. Again, it's a story about a very prominent politician. I won't name him. But someone who was sort of caught red-handed harassing someone who had written something nasty about him and sending out literally hundreds of Facebook comments and attacks in the middle of the night. And it's continued over 4 years because somebody wrote one article that this politician didn't like. The problem is that some campaigns have now have said it's okay to harass people for their politics, said Craig Newmark, founder of Craigslist and Craig Connects. That's an organization that promotes civility online, among other goals. I'm hopeful that this is confined to this political season and to a small number of people, and that this is not part of the persistent new normal. Who are the worst folks at doing this kind of harassment? Bernie bros. No, really. Who are the next worst? At least according to this study. Sorry, they are enthusiastic supporters of Mr. Trump. Do you think that's wrong? Do you think that a lot of the folks who were like enthusiastic about Ben Carson just went wild on internet attack? No, Ben Carson is so mild and oozes such nice guyness that you assume that it's not him. And by the way, Bernie Sanders kind of oozes a grumpy nice guyness. What's with you Bernie bros? Why are you attacking people? Yeah, Jeremy says no jobs. Or it may be that they're using Bernie Sanders' infatuation as a substitute religion. 95% of all Americans consider incivility a problem. 70% consider it a crisis. If there is one thing I want for this radio show more than anything else, it is to be a little island in that, where maybe people can argue and disagree and talk about things without being uncivil or mean or bitter or furious or nasty. Sometimes I fail at that, but I try. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. It says, during the primary, supporters of Bernie Sanders doxed and threatened Clinton delegates. Sanders supporters, meanwhile, accused Clintonites of passing around pictures of their children. Both factions thrived in secret Facebook groups, the better to avoid trolling and raids. On Twitter, some of Trump's fans have become infamous for their gendered and racist attacks on journalists, particularly Jewish ones. Certainly, I have been more exposed to anti-Semitism in the year of this campaign than in my entire previous life combined. And is that it's something that's wonderful and encouraging and showing the grassroots are aflame. I think we can do better. We will take your calls, do better with them, and review Suicide Squad coming up on the Medved Show.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show. That's 1-800-955-1776.
If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you.
How long were you a slave?
5 years.
What is your name?
On August 19th, my family was betrayed by my own brother. On the road to revenge, I won't let him go unpunished. One man was shown the path.
There is a way. Defeat your brother in the arena and free us all.
To redemption.
Here to make things right. It's faith that's kept you alive.
You should have killed me. I will.
No! We haven't fun now, brother!
Then Her. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters Real D 3D and IMAX 3D August 19th.
For 20 years, Dick Morris advised Hillary Clinton he knows her darkest secrets. Now he reveals them in a shocking story of corruption and abuse of power. Dick Morris's new book, Armageddon, How Trump Can Beat Hillary, is already a #1 Amazon bestseller. The big media won't reveal the truth about Hillary. Armageddon rips the lid off and shows how Trump can finally defeat her. Armageddon is at bookstores everywhere, or get Newsmax's free offer. Call 800-NEWSMAX, 800-NEWSMAX, or go to newsmax2016.com.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
And the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-245-2492. That's 800-245-2492. 800-245-2492 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for? Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a four-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy. And you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 31st, use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, you'll get the 4th free. This offer ends August 31st. So go to Blinds.com now and use promo code SHUTTERS. When you buy 3 blinds, and you'll get the 4th blind free. Blinds.com, promo code SHUTTERS. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
is 21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. We have a special sale up at the MedvedHistoryStore.com on a collection of CD and MP3 programs. These are audio programs. You can listen to them in the car. You can listen to them whenever you want, wherever you want. But they're programs on the American presidency, on some of the great personalities who are in the presidential pantheon, some of the worst presidents we've ever had, and some of the in-between. Stuff you do know about the presidency, but you're going to see from a different perspective, and stuff you've never heard before. Check it out at MedvedHistoryStore.com. Meanwhile, let us go directly to your calls and to Nick in Los Angeles. Nick, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Well, first of all, thank you for the phone call. I concur. Civility is so important to keep the process civil. I think that's what has been working in America for many years, but as you pointed out, we're losing it. But the reason why I'm calling you is because I really believe that Trump has not been treated civilly by the media. And an example is Khan's remarks and how that was handled. The fact is, the way I see it, that Khan used his platform of a Gold family member to really exploit that situation and lash out and make really ridiculous accusations against Trump.
Nick, can I just stop you for a moment? I take it you're a Donald Trump supporter.
I'm a supporter, number one, of truth, and number two, of Trump.
Okay, fine. Good. In that order. That's the right order, and good for you. I would just urge you, as I'd urge Mr. Trump, don't you think it would be better if Mr. Trump and his supporters never, ever, 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 ever mention the name Khan again? I mean, this is not an issue you can win. And Mr. Trump himself, I saw the interview he did with Bill O'Reilly, and he was actually talking sensibly about this. And he was saying, O'Reilly was talking sensibly to Trump and saying, Mr. Trump, it's always a bad idea to punch down. Mr. Trump is a billionaire. He's been very, very blessed with his children, all of whom are alive and well. They're terrific children. He lives in various palaces, and he's just won the Republican nomination. He's a very, very fortunate man. It doesn't look good when he's fighting and quarreling with someone who has lost a lot.
I concur with that. With that aspect, I concur.
Okay, so let's just drop it, because honestly, if you want to help Donald Trump, and I know you do, don't you think it would be well advised to pick something else? For instance, if you want to talk about what I spoke about moments ago, the idea that most Americans, including me and probably you, agree it's a bad idea to take 55,000 Syrian immigrants into this country right now. We don't need it.
And I agree with you. I get, that part I agree, but let me make this point. My problem is the way this whole controversy was picked up by big media, and unfortunately for Trump...
What do you mean it was picked up by big media? It was broadcast live on all the networks because the Democrats featured it very cleverly at their convention. No one would have said a word about it afterward if Trump had kept his mouth shut.
You're probably right
on
that point, but nevertheless, I think it ties in with the general negativity that exists against Trump, and it's very difficult to counter that. So from that standpoint, I agree. Trump needs to get away from these
correct self-inflicted wounds. That's the idea, Nick. And by the way, you're right about the general negativity. Any Republican, any conservative is going to have negativity from much of the press. George W. Bush had it. John McCain had it, for goodness sakes. Lord knows Sarah Palin had it. Mitt Romney had it in spades. These are the most ridiculous things about Mitt Romney, who is about as honorable as can be, but you soldier on and don't give them ammunition. And that, it seems to me, is important for Mr. Trump to remember and for his supporters to remember. Appreciate your call very much. Let's go to Craig in Philadelphia. Craig, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
And congratulations on 20 years.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your show.
Thank you. I enjoy it every day. I really do.
Well,
but go ahead.
Sounds like you do. But I want to talk a little bit about, and I guess it's a civility-related question, but I'm a Republican, and I get pushed a lot by people say, I have to support Trump really only because of Supreme Court justices, because just about everybody, even almost all the supporters that push me don't like him either, but they say focus on it for Supreme Court justices. But at the same time, it seems like he's undermining all the senators that we need so we could actually get those Supreme Court justices. Even if he does get elected president, if the Republicans have no control of the Senate, if McCain loses, if Toomey loses, if Ayotte loses, they'll just block any potential Supreme Court justice pick anyway.
I've got worse news for you, Craig. Even worse news, which is that they can, right now, unless the Republicans change the rules, and they shouldn't, the Democrats could block any Supreme Court nomination with just 40 votes, because you can still filibuster under Senate rules. You can still filibuster on the Supreme Court. But what you're saying is really profound, and it's really important, and it's something that I think we can emphasize. And look, I'm in a similar situation, as you know. I'm in a similar situation to you. And I have these conversations all the time. And the one thing is find areas of agreement. And here's an area of agreement that I think you can find. Mr. Trump's going to win. He may lose. Either one could happen. Either way, it is crucial that we hold the Senate. Because if Trump is president, he's going to have a disastrous presidency if he doesn't have people he can work with in Congress. And in order to have people you can work with in Congress, don't alienate them now when they're running for re-election, for goodness sake. What's the point of that? I mean, as much as Trump may not like John McCain, he's going to like Ann Kirkpatrick even less, who's McCain's Democratic opponent. And see, this is a basic logic here, which is whatever happens with the presidential race, we're not an emperor system. It still matters enormously who wins for the U.S. Congress, where Paul Ryan needs to be returned as Speaker, and for the U.S. Senate, just as you're saying. So your point is excellent. Let's go quickly to Lucas in Seattle. Lucas, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, my friend, long time no chat. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
And it's been 15 years for me. I've been a big fan, as you know.
Thank you, and thanks for calling.
A long time. Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to say one comment real quick. Hey, my man Ron Paul doesn't sound so bad anymore, does he? With the candidate we have now. But what do you call it? The reason I called is because, as you know, I've been a libertarian for a long time, and I was a Ron Paul guy, and a little less, but also, well, actually I was a bigger fan of Rand, blah, blah, blah. I was, every Facebook post, I couldn't believe the idiocracy that we were having with Trump. And then I admit I kind of started softening to him, because I was like, well, these deals, and I'm like, we could use some real change. And even, the Pauls still wouldn't support him because he was too much of a dictator, and that's true. But now I'm starting to question his sanity sometimes. And that's scaring me. And I'm like, so we have Gary Johnson, who could be I want change. I'm sick of the Republicans. I really am. I mean,
okay, you are speaking for literally millions of Americans, and I want to try to give you a more substantive response, Lucas. So stay on the line. We'll also be reviewing Suicide Squad coming up.
The Michael Medved Show.
I'm just shocked.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. The fire swept through a bar in northern France, killing at least 13 people and injuring 6 others. Police say the fire broke out at a birthday party at a bar in the city of Rouen in Normandy. Dozens of firefighters battled the blaze in the center of the city. It started late Friday night. After holding out for nearly a week, Donald Trump has finally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan. It came at a rally in the lawmaker's home state of Wisconsin. Tim Kaine says Hillary Clinton's campaign is focused on jobs while Donald Trump is shadowboxing with every last person and ignoring the issues that matters most to Americans. The Democratic vice presidential candidate spoke at a rally in Grand Rapids. Brazil's interim president has been booed as he spoke to help open the Rio Games. Michel Temer spoke for only a few seconds, and as he sat back down, he was roundly booed by many of the 60,000 or so fans inside the stadium. This is SRN News.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
I'm Lou Dobbs. A record day on Wall Street after today's jobs report. Donald Trump focusing on the economy. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993, or visit AugustaPreciousmetals.com.
Driven by a strong July jobs report, the Dow Jones Industrial is up 191 points, closing at 18,544. The S&P up 19. The Nasdaq up 55 points. The Nasdaq and S&P closing at record highs. Congress apparently won't vote this year on a so-called free trade bill, the TPP, backed by President Obama, but opposed by Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. House Speaker Paul Ryan telling a Wisconsin radio station there aren't enough votes to pass the TPP. Donald Trump announcing his team of economic advisors. The group includes many of the people already helping his campaign. The team led by Trump's National Policy Director Stephen Miller, along with Dan Kowalski, a former staffer on the Senate Budget Committee. Monday, Trump to deliver a major economic speech in Detroit. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
All week on the Michael Medved Show, we've been telling you about the crisis in Haiti, and boy, have you responded. We've already provided for about 1,000 kids for a year. And you know what? Let's do 1,000 more. I mean, really, 1,000 meals cost $60. Now, 1,000 meals doesn't cover a kid for, well, it covers one kid for a year. But we're trying to cover 1,000 kids. 1,000 more kids for a year with food for the poor. If you haven't done it so far this week and you've thought about it and say, I think so, hey, do it when you get home tonight or as soon as you can. You can give a call, and yes, they accept calls from mobile phones. It's toll free, 855-330-4673, 855-330-HOPE, or go to our website to michaelmedved.com, click on the banner that says Give Life, and give what you can. $50 covers a child for an entire year at the same time as securing a water supply for a lifetime. And you know, some of the kids who are kept alive can end up bringing this society back. And Haiti has been devastated. It's been devastated by bad government, by earthquakes, by natural disasters, disease. Turn it around. You can be part of it. 330-HOPE. That's 855. It's toll free. 330-HOPE. Let me go back to Lucas in Seattle. And Lucas, you were explaining a journey. I know you were a big supporter of Ron Paul and you're a supporter of Rand Paul. And then you were coming over to Donald Trump but now you're thinking maybe Gary Johnson. Can I tell you, and I really mean this with all my heart, I think the smartest advice for people in this incredibly turbulent election year is this. Remain undecided for a while. Wait for the debates, because the debates are going to provide us a chance. And there are 3 presidential debates and 1 vice presidential debate. Watch the debates and look at 3 questions, okay? One question is, which candidate has laid out an agenda of change, which the American people want, of reform, that is most credible to the American people, that actually could get done? That's number 1. Number 2 is try to imagine that you were hiring somebody to be a guardian for your children. And people think about this. If you ever make a will, you have to find somebody who is going to be in charge of what you leave behind. Think about who among those 3 people standing on the stage, and I do hope Governor Gary Johnson of the Libertarian Party gets on the stage and is part of the debates. He should be. He's close enough to that 15% in the polls. And figure out which of those 3 people you would want as a guardian. And the other would be, if you had some money to invest, who would you trust as an investment advisor? Who would give you better advice as to where to invest your money? And I think answers to all 3 of those questions will be more clear after the debates. Does that make some sense?
Absolutely, absolutely. And last thing I'll say is the only problem I have with Gary Johnson, the one thing I love about Trump, and I just wish it was someone else, because he's rich, and that helps him not be bought, and I like that. And but at the same time, I do want the borders closed. We got it, and Gary Johnson's 2 open borders. I mean, I don't know. Who would you vote for right now? I mean, that was great advice. Thank you. That was amazing. Okay.
Again, I am deliberately trying to remain open. And look, you have to. This is very serious for the country. I don't buy the thing that this is the most important election ever, or the most important election of our lifetimes. They're all important. But, Lucas, I appreciate your call, and Godspeed to you. Let's go quickly to Michael in Puyallup, Washington. You're on the Medved Show.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to kind of speak to what you were saying about civility and social media. I had an experience. My wife and I have a joint Facebook account, and around the time all those videos of the Planned Parenthood stuff was coming out, my wife posted a picture of a fetus, and it had a caption that said, "A life is a life." It was pretty. I thought,
good for you.
Yeah, it was tame. I didn't think it was like very controversial, but all of a sudden we got this huge backlash. I've never had so many comments and people arguing and calling us names, and it was really bizarre. And I thought it was something I had never really experienced. And
yeah, I can understand what you're talking about. And abortion is one of those issues. By the way, guns tend to be another issue like that, particularly from some of the people who think that guns are the most evil thing in the whole world. Meanwhile, this is not evil at all. It's darn good. Cynthia writes in, she says, as a diabetic, I've been desperate for relief from my hands aching and my foot pain. I tried all kinds of websites for inflammation relief. I manage a 3-story apartment building, and I'm 66 years old. I wanted to run up and down the stairs again, delivering notices without taking all day. With Relief Factor, I can make a fist without pain and walk flights of stairs. This all with the Quick Start package. Amazing. That Quick Start package covers you for 3 weeks. And this all-natural dietary supplement can make a real difference in your joint pain, your arthritis pain, your knee pain, your leg pain. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Go to ReliefFactor.com. It only costs $19.95 to get you started. Meanwhile, speaking of investments, should you invest money in going to see Suicide Squad, the big new movie released this weekend? We'll get right to it on the Medved Show. Gold has been back in the news over the past several months, having broken out of its downturn. This is Michael Medved for American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion. Now, no one knows exactly where precious metals are headed, but the markets look strong as Europe institutes negative interest rates and is contemplating moves against cash, such as getting rid of the 500 euro bill and restricting cash transactions. People are looking at precious metals again. The safest, most liquid way to buy gold or silver is bullion coins, such as gold eagles, buffaloes, or other bullion-type coins that carry no collector premium. At American Federal, they want their clients to own the right coins at the right price. For a limited time, they're offering up to $5,000 worth of gold or silver at their cost. It's a simple way for them to get to meet you. Call 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694 and mention this ad for your special pricing. AmericanFederal.com. That's AmericanFederal.com.
Ever notice that the last three letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, it's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280. 44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Should you know everything you possibly can about the folks who are looking for our votes as President of the United States? Sure. There's a brand new poll, CNN is featuring it, of course, showing Hillary Clinton winning the state of Georgia for the first time. She's 44-40. But guess what? You want to counteract that? Go see Hillary's America, the movie. It's called Hillary's America, The Secret History of the Democratic Party, and really give you the downside, and very, very, very downside of the Clinton candidacy. The film's it's opened, and it's already the #1 documentary in terms of box office of the year, and it's playing all around the country. And it's very provocative. And yes, it is occasionally outrageous, but people love it. We've gotten lots and lots of positive response from folks who've gone out to see it. That's Hillary's America, the movie. You can find out at their website where it's playing. And now a fanfare, please, from Hollyweird. Suicide Squad was a popular comic book that obviously became popular long after the era when I was paying attention to comic books. I didn't really know much about Suicide Squad, but I found out all about it because I saw this big new movie, and it's something of an epic. And let me tell you, everything about this movie from beginning to end is very, very dark and disturbing. This is not a fun for the whole family, lighthearted. I mean, it's not Spider-Man. It's not Superman. It's not Iron Man. It's not even Batman. I mean, you start with the darker Christopher Nolan versions of Batman and then darken it several shades, many shades. The plot here begins with a government agent played by Viola Davis, who has been charged with defending the nation by recruiting a group of elite warriors, all of whom are going to be found at a maximum security prison down in New Orleans. And that group of elite warriors includes some epical bad guys with all kinds of special powers.
I want to assemble a task force of the most dangerous people on the planet. They're bad guys. Worst of the worst.
I can't wait to show you my toys.
This is the deal. You're going somewhere very bad.
Whoa!
To do something that'll get you killed. The hell's wrong with you people?
We're bad guys. It's what we do.
Let's go save the world.
Okay, that's Will Smith. And Will Smith plays the sort of de facto leader of the Suicide Squad. He's a bad guy called Deadshot, who is a professional assassin, but he has a tender spot for his 11-year-old daughter he's left at home. The other most prominent member of the group is Harley Quinn, who's played by Margot Robbie. And Margot Robbie's been just on the cusp of superstardom. You saw her in Tarzan, the Legend of Tarzan movie. You saw her in The Wolf of Wall Street. She is a young Australian star. She is spectacularly beautiful, and she's actually darn good in the movie. This will probably be her breakthrough performance, but unfortunately for her, she plays a complete psycho, a sadistic, warped, and this is one of the things that you're going to have to cope with in this film. It's rated PG-13, which is ridiculous, because it has so much sadism and torture and people being altered by electronic means and shocks to the brain and being dipped in vats of acid. And in any event, she's been turned into sort of this gum-chewing, completely batty, ultra-violent monster who is desperately in love with the guy she calls Puddin', who's the Joker, who's played by Jared Leto. And the Joker, of course, in the past, played by Heath Ledger in an Oscar-winning performance, played by Jack Nicholson. And this is kind of the most disturbing Joker of them all. I mean, way over the top. And you've probably read some of the stuff that Jared Leto on the set took this so seriously that he creeped everybody out with the movie. Now, the problem with the film, despite the fact that it has this interesting galaxy of characters, it has no plot. Really none. They are busy attacking constantly phantoms, spirits that have been called up by an enchantress, played by Cara Delevingne, and it's another complicated plot twist. Basically, it's setting up a sequel. And I guess they didn't want them fighting terrorists or anything real. But the enemies here are so flat and so poor that it really, really undermines the movie. It's tough to recommend this movie to anyone, frankly, because it is so dark and disturbing. Though people who like the comic book based on Suicide Squad and who particularly like the DC Comics universe, and by the way, there are a few appearances in the film by Batman, played by Ben Affleck. This is a much better film than the Batman versus Superman bomb, but not that much better. It's creepy, but competent. 2.5 stars for Suicide Squad, which is opening across the country. Let's go to Don in Los Angeles. Don, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Thanks.
You bet.
This congressman that just lost in Kansas.
Hulskamp. Yeah, Tim Hulskamp. Yes, go ahead.
A stellar conservative record. It sounds, rumor has it, that he lost for being a principled man. He didn't support the farm bill, which seemed to get the disfavor of not only Boehner previously, his principled stance, but also Paul Ryan, and their non-support of him causing him to lose. Now, the Democrats have their slush funds for re-elections, which is Planned Parenthood, etc. I believe the Republicans have the same, and I believe that principled men are going by the wayside because they stand for principle and they end up losing as a result of their disfavor of these, I believe, the Republican slush funds, which is the Farm Bill, the Import-Export.
No, this was a Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce was strongly opposing Congressman Huelskamp. Look, this was a complicated race, but there were setbacks in Kansas for a lot of conservatives by more centrist, more mainstream Republicans who did better. And part of, I think, what hurt him is the fact that there was a feeling on the part of Kansas Republicans, who still dominate the state, fortunately, that the party had gone a little bit too far over to the right. And Huelskamp, he had his opponent's a good guy, too, who is also a physician from outside of politics. We'll be right back. Night after night, two people are lying next to each other in the same bed, but when it comes time to buy a new mattress, only one person usually gets his or her way. Until now, introducing Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online customized for both of you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress you will ever sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping, it's completely free. And for couples, Helix customizes each side of the mattress, personalized to suit each of your bodies and the way you both sleep. Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights, too, to try it for yourself. And if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund, no questions asked. Everybody from GQ magazine to Forbes is talking about Helix Sleep. That's helixsleep.com/Medved to save the $50. helixsleep.com/Medved.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-Mercedes for details about costs and terms.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
We're in the midst of a presidential election, and I am counseling people to pay close attention and try to see, by following the way events unfold, the way people handle the crises of the campaign, how suitable are they to be entrusted with the awesome power of the presidency? Meanwhile, find out the source of that awesome power. It's the U.S. Constitution by taking the special course from Hillsdale College. It's free. It's a 10-part course online. You can take it right now, medvedforhillsdale.com, on the presidency and the Constitution. Let us go to Bob in Seattle. Bob, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Oh, Michael, this is Bob. And first of all, I want to give a pitch for your trip to Israel. I'm 71 years old, and I went on that trip, and it was one of the highlights of my life.
Thank you. It's always a highlight of mine, and we're working on putting together another trip in June of next year. So thank you for that. And you know, again, going to Israel, and this is why I'm so proud to be associated with the Israeli Ministry of Tourism. It makes people feel better, I think, about our own country and about life to see the hope and the life and the positive energy there. But go ahead.
The question I have, and I'm an avid Republican, but obviously I'm a little disappointed in our candidate. But if he was serious about this election, why is he doing a rally in Seattle, Washington? I mean, spending that time in a state, the odds are, you know, not even Jesus Christ could win this state if he was running as a Republican.
I don't know. Jesus would find a way, but I'm not sure that Trump is. I don't have any idea why he's coming to Seattle next week. I have stopped trying to figure out I'm sorry, he's coming the end of August, the 30th. But I think he's probably going to change his schedule because he has to take care of the swing states. I mean, right now he's running at best even in Georgia and Arizona. And he absolutely needs those states. He can win without the state of Washington. He cannot win without Georgia and Arizona. And it's one of those things where who knows what this election is going to bring. But there are so many things that have yet to happen. There are the debates. There are questions about the candidates. There are health records about both candidates. There are, yes, tax returns, which could upset and change the campaign. I want on Monday, in fact, and I appreciate your call, Bob, I'm going to talk about why people who are saying, okay, this campaign is now entirely predictable. It's not. There are about 5 major surprises, eruptions that could happen that could change everything. And some of them may work for Secretary Clinton. Some may work for Mr. Trump. Some may work for Gary Johnson. Some may work for none of the above, and maybe even the American people. So what are those surprises? Think about them over the weekend. And we'll talk about it Monday, because even during a weekend with maybe a little bit less politics, this remains the greatest nation on God's green earth.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing, like get a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bullandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
At Boll & Branch, summer is about having fun. Check out our beach towels, limited edition throw blankets made lighter and brighter for summer, and our classic sheets. Go to bullandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code MEDVED. That's 20% off right now at bullandbranch.com. Promo code MEDVED, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code MEDVED.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. After holding out for nearly a week, Donald Trump has finally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan. It came at a rally in the lawmaker's home state of Wisconsin. The key Republican skipped Trump's appearance in Green Bay. He also said he now supports Arizona Senator John McCain and New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte. All three had been critical of Trump. Speaking in Des Moines, meanwhile, Trump says Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton doesn't have the right temperament to be president.
She's really pretty close to unhinged, and you've seen it. You've seen it a couple of times, but people in the background know it. The people that know her know it. And she's like an unbalanced person.
At the same event, Republican vice presidential nominee Mike Pence says his running mate can be trusted to say what he means.
He's a doer in a game usually reserved for talkers. And when Donald Trump does the talking, he doesn't tiptoe around those rules of political correctness.
Donald Trump has announced his team of economic advisors, and it includes many of the people who have already been helping his campaign.
Among those on the team are John Paulson, a hedge fund billionaire, Dan Kowalski, a former staffer on the Senate Budget Committee, and Stephen Mnuchin, a New York investor who is Trump's national finance chairman. In the statement announcing the team, Trump's campaign also said he'll unveil a detailed jobs plan on Monday at the Detroit Economic Club.
That's correspondent Greg Cluxton reporting from the White House. While Brazil's interim president has been booed as he spoke to help open the Rio Games, Brazilian spectator Carlos Ferron says he was pleasantly surprised by the opening ceremony.
I didn't imagine that it would be so great.
Swimmer Michael Phelps carried the U.S. flag at the 2016 Rio opening ceremony for the U.S. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
The State Department reports the Obama administration is about to hit its goal on admitting Syrian refugees into the country.
The State Department reports 2,340 Syrian refugees arrived last month in the United States. That's more than the amount of refugees admitted into the country during the entire 7 months after President Obama directed his team to prepare for 10,000 admissions by the end of September. Total admissions for the current budget year now come to about 7,900. The vast majority of the refugees are Sunni Muslims. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
Chicago's police superintendent says that the department is looking at training and tactics after an officer fatally shot an 18-year-old suspect last week. Eddie Johnson says he applauds Friday's release of videos related to the shooting death of Paul O'Neill. They were made public by the agency that investigates police misconduct. Autopsy results show O'Neill was shot in the back. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Media reports say a court in Istanbul has issued an arrest warrant for U.S.-based cleric Fethullah Gulen over Turkey's recent failed coup.
A court in Istanbul has already issued an arrest warrant for the self-exiled cleric on charges of ordering the military coup against the government last month. He has denied any involvement. The Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has also said the government will take action against businesses linked to Mr. Gulen, describing them as a pillar of his movement. Several prominent business figures have already been arrested. Earlier this week, Mr. Erdogan asked for his country's forgiveness for not seeing the threat posed by the Gulenists, who were for many years close allies of his party.
That's the BBC's Jonathan Head. Japan summoned Chinese diplomats Saturday to protest after 6 Chinese Coast Guard vessels approached disputed East China Sea islands, accompanying a fleet of hundreds of Chinese fishing boats. More on these stories.
Hi, Tom Green with the check on the weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Dick Morris. Dick, welcome to the program.
Hey, glad I made it under the wire.
You just under the wire. I have to say that I've said this before. Anytime I've ever seen you on TV or anywhere, you're one of just a tiny handful of people from whom I learned something new. You have an ability. Look, well, this is why you got where you are. You you really do have an angle on things and a perspective. And so I want to talk to you any chance I get about what is happening in the news, in the culture. You, of course, have a book out.
Regularly. I'd love to do it every week with you.
I'd love to do that because, as I say, I'm not blowing smoke when I say things like you. I learn things when I listen to you. I'm not just hearing the same old. And you are an observer of the culture, particularly of politics in America. And you,
when you and I talk, Eric,
yeah,
you learn unimportant things like politics from me. I learn important things like about God and spirituality from you.
Okay, now I'm blushing, so I'm glad this is a radio program, but you're very kind. There's been so much happening in the news with regard, of course, to Trump and Hillary, so I really wanted to get any thoughts that you have. You have a book out, by the way, I don't want to neglect to mention it, called Armageddon, How Trump Can Defeat Hillary. And, I think yesterday or whatever, the news came out that Hillary was 10 points ahead in the polls.
Right.
And Trump has been doing the classic. I mean, he's got all of these people, most notably Newt Gingrich, Bill O'Reilly, sort of begging him to focus on his single opponent rather than fighting battles with everybody. Yeah. He does seem to have a pathological problem in that he is unable to leave anything alone. He's as undisciplined as Hillary is disciplined.
Well, I write about that at length in Armageddon and discuss that. It isn't so much that Trump is undisciplined. It's that the media and Hillary are playing him like a fiddle.
Right.
When Hillary said in her speech that he's a man you can bait with a tweet, that's exactly what she's doing.
Right.
The media is biased, okay? But that's not the main thing. They're like a lion that each day has to eat 10 pounds of meat. And if you serve the meat to the lion and leave it in its cage,
right,
he'll happily enjoy the meat and roll over like a kitten.
Right.
If you don't feed him the raw meat, he'll eat your leg.
Right.
And he's totally impartial as to whether he eats the meat or your leg. But it's probably easier to eat the meat, so
right,
that's what he'll do.
Right.
The media is going to devote X amount of coverage to Donald Trump.
Right.
And it's a large X. And it's either going to be positive or negative based on what he puts out there. If all he ever puts out there, 100% of the time, in every speech, in every interview, in every photo op, all the time, is his message, that's going to be covered.
Right.
On the other hand, if there's stray hair out of place,
yeah,
or he happens to mention something about the weather, or there's a child crying and he asks the mother to take him away so that people can hear his speech, or if some reporter asks him a question and he answers it about an extraneous issue, that's what's going to be covered. And it'll be covered in the worst possible light. So it's not that Trump is abnormal, it's that the media is abnormal and he's not adjusting to it.
Well, that's right. And the question is, can he, will he? I have a theory that this, let's face it, it doesn't get bigger than running for president of the United States. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that he has finally, after 70 years, met his match. He will lose unless he learns. I think he is being humbled and will continue to be humbled in a way that he has never been humbled. This is like a movie script, where somebody, it's just the final battle. This is it.
Yeah.
And can he deal with it? It's called Armageddon. You should write a book called Armageddon on this very subject. Have you thought of that?
Yeah. But, the humbled, I hope so. He also might be someone who cannot be humbled.
That's the question.
So self-absorbed.
That's the question.
But I do believe that there are three things he has to do. Right about these. One is don't go for these digressions. Don't be baited. Don't be tempted. Stay on message. Two, each day he needs to put out a new substantive position, not rehashing the old stuff about cops and killings and ISIS and trade and immigration, but new stuff and important stuff and specific stuff, maybe in those subject areas, but specific, important proposals. He needs to make one a day. That's what I made Clinton do, every day. And the third thing he needs to do is every day he needs to launch a new attack on Hillary. There are hundreds of them, and he just needs to pick one each day to focus on. And it's very simple, but as von Clausewitz said about war, doing the simple is what's complicated.
Well, for him, I think the real question is, does he have anyone who is talking to him? Is there anyone he'll listen to? You don't get the impression. I mean, even yesterday watching Gingrich's face was different on TV, and it struck me that he now knows, of course he's found out that he's not going to be vice president.
Part of it's different because he has a facelift, Eric, I think.
Oh, stop that. Now,
I think
so he really looked, but I mean this, he looked different because he looked disappointed. Now he's on the outside, right? Yeah. He's not hoping to be VP. And so now he can speak a little bit more freely, a little more critically, and he spoke critically. The question is, does Trump have people around him who can do this and who can get to him?
He has people who are saying the right things around him. Manafort is a seasoned pro who would be. But the question is, will he listen and are they getting through? And normally what happens is bad news in politics begats reform.
Right.
Begats changes. And we have to see if that's going to happen with him.
My theory is he's going to argue with the polls. He's going to say that these are fake polls. He's being 10 points down. He's going to say that. But then there's going to be another poll and another poll. He'll be down 14 points. At some point, he's going to have to face some things he's never faced before. I think he's going to be in a box he can't get out of.
But then will he rant and rave about media bias, or will he understand that he needs to change the way he acts? The media is clearly and totally biased. This latest shot about Melania Trump maybe having not come here on the correct visa because she posed for photos, and was she here on a work visa?
Right.
Absurd, ridiculous stuff. And designed to infuriate and force Trump off message. It's like baiting a bull in a bullfight. But I think that Donald can easily get out of the mess he's in. That's the part that I don't agree with what you said, the box he can't get out of.
Right.
He will be able to, because he can put out a positive message every day and a negative message every day and stick to it.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that if he can't get out of using the tactics that he has hitherto used. In other words, if he listens to what you're saying, of course he can get out of it. But the question is, will he finally find himself in a place where he'll listen to what you say or what others have been saying?
Eric, there are two limitations on the media, and you survive dealing with them by playing on those limits. The first is they can only cover stuff that you say or stuff that happens.
Right.
And the second is that once they cover it, they can't repeat it more than a day or two or three. And they need new angles and they need new material. So they're like a forest fire that ultimately runs out of fuel because it destroys its own fuel as it burns.
Okay, hang on. We're going to a break. We're going to be right back with another long segment with Mr. Dick Morris. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. Stick around. We'll be right back. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXAS. That's METAXAS to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com.
How long were you a slave? 5 years. What is your name?
Ben. On August 19th, my family was betrayed by my own brother. On the road to revenge, I won't let him go unpunished. One man was shown the path.
There is a way. Defeat your brother in the arena and free us all.
To redemption.
You can make things right. It's faith that's kept you alive.
You should have killed me.
I will. No! We haven't fun now, brother!
Ben-Hur. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters, Real D 3D and IMAX 3D, August 19th.
Hi everybody, Michael W. Smith here. It is such an honor to be back in the land of Israel. This is my 4th trip to the land where my Lord lived, died, and rose again. I was very fortunate to shoot a music video here. We filmed at Masada, Galilee, the Garden Tomb, and many other places that you'll recognize when you see the video. It's been life-changing for me, to say the least. It's like taking a walk through the pages of the Bible. If you haven't toured Israel, I beckon you to come. It will change your life. God bless you all. Shalom.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
I'm ready. Hallelujah. I can hear the voices singing soft and low. Hallelujah. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm ready to go.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show, talking to the great Dick Morris about the election and Donald Trump. You were just saying, Dick, about how this is something that you understand in the way that almost no one does, is how the media works, and you were able to counsel Bill Clinton with such great wisdom. He listened, but Trump is loath at this point to listen.
Well, my suspicion is that Trump, it'll be difficult but possible for Trump to listen to the idea of not saying this and not saying that. But I do think you can pretty easily get Trump to say this and to say that. And by this I mean a negative on Hillary every day, and by that, an important, substantive, new issue proposal each day. I think you can get that to happen. And then I think that stuff will be so interesting and so controversial that it will suffice for the lion to eat it.
I see.
And that they won't be prowling and eating Donald Trump's leg.
Right.
I think we misunderstand the way the media works as conservatives. We think that it just sits there figuring out how it can help liberals and hurt conservatives. That's there, But it's not their primary motivation. Their primary motivation is to fill up a newspaper, or fill up a broadcast, or fill up a press statement. And to do that, their goal is to put in as much interesting material as possible so their ratings and circulation go up.
Right.
And if you're providing that material, they'll cover it. And they'll be forced to cover it. The other concept is you use the paid media to structure the free media. And this is another thought that Trump needs to observe. It's all in my book, Armageddon, How Trump Can Beat Hillary. You use the advertising to structure the media coverage. Let me give you an example. There is a story right now that I wrote for the National Enquirer about a man named Jean Jacques, who was a Haitian immigrant who came to the United States illegally 20 years ago. Murdered someone and tried to kill another person, and was sentenced to 17 years. He got out on parole because he was also at a drug charge in addition to that, a weapons charge. Served the 17 years, got out on the probation for the weapons charge, and committed a violation and got locked up again. Each time he was locked up, he was referred to the INS or ICE because he was here illegally.
Right.
So when his sentence ended, he got a referral. They sent him back to the prison system. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm getting it wrong. They didn't touch him. They didn't do anything with him. He committed another violation. He got arrested again. The INS got another referral. They didn't do anything with it. He committed another crime. He was sent back again. This happened 3 times that he fell into the custody of ICE.
Right.
And then the 4th time he murdered somebody, and now he's serving life. Trump should do an ad on that.
Well, isn't this just like Megan's Law that Bill O'Reilly's been working on? I mean, it's just...
Yeah, and the point is, if he does that, people will be all over him. Oh, you're doing Willie Horton again. You're being racist in your campaign. And that coverage will help him because people will side with him. And
okay.
Say, no, it's real. It's happening.
Well, this is what I have to ask.
And you use the ads to structure the news media coverage.
Right. Now, the question is, have you or your publicist been able to mail copies of your book to the key people in his campaign?
Yeah, they all have them, and Trump has it. And you could tell in his acceptance speech at the convention that he was almost reading out of my book about coming on to the Sanders voters and talking about Hillary being owned by the power interests and campaign finance and all that stuff.
Well, that is fantastic.
But it's not happening on a daily basis, and it needs to happen.
Yeah, I think he can afford your fees. So it would be really nice if he were to bring you. It's just, I have to say, it's fascinating to me because I am friends with so many people who refuse to vote for Trump. They're so sickened by some of the things he said. And it really is, it's a strange, terrible time in our culture.
There's one other point, Eric, that needs to be made.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he spend his fortune? I mean, if he's worth what he says he's worth, why doesn't he put $500 million on television?
Well, that's the question. What do you think?
Wallpaper America with it.
What do you think about that?
I think that it's a point of pride with him that he's not spending his own money. And he tries to do all kinds of deals, not spending his own money.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Donald Rumsfeld insisting that we can win the Iraq War on the small, on the cheap, and destroying everything.
Right. He's like any businessman, any rich businessman who's trying to use OPM, other people's money, to make the deal. And at some point, he just has to realize he's in serious enough trouble that he should just eliminate that. If he put on a blanketing media attack on Hillary with wonderful negatives about her, she would put on negatives about him. The war would be on, but he can win that war because Hillary has to use other people's money.
Right.
Trump can use his own, and he needs to go out and win that war.
It's unbelievable. I hope somebody in his campaign is listening to this program, or somebody close to the campaign is listening to this program, because as you say in your new book, Armageddon, it is entirely possible for him to win. And what do you say, by the way, to people? I have many friends who argue with me. I know that I've, probably lost speaking engagements as a result of my endorsement of Trump. Now, my endorsement is tepid. My endorsement, if Ronald Reagan were running, I'd be for him. But I think that it's a clear choice between Hillary Clinton, who's going to destroy America. Now, I wish I were wrong, but there's so many people that don't seem to see the danger of a Hillary presidency.
Well, I would cite three very specific things.
Yeah.
Because it's my contention this is the last election. Not that we'll be a dictatorship, but that it's the last time we'll have the chance to change the country's direction.
Okay, and I agree,
Because
by the way. That's why I'm so concerned.
She's going to put 12 million new illegal immigrants on the voting rolls and appoint a Supreme Court that sustains them. So we'll always be outvoted. She'll ban photo ID so that she can cheat on top of that. She'll let several million refugees from Muslim countries into the United States. So there will be a permanent base of terrorists from a population on which the terrorists can draw recruits. And she'll do that not because she likes terrorism, but because they all will vote Democrat. And she will expand welfare, and her economic policy will contract employment to a point where the number of people who are on welfare exceed the number of people that work. When Obama took office, there were 70 million on welfare, 137 million worked. Now there are 107 million on welfare and 114 million work. When Hillary's elected, the tipping point will come, and there'll be more tax eaters than taxpayers. And America will never recover from those three things.
Well, what you just said, that seems to me impossible to believe, that we have 70 million people on welfare?
No, 107 now. 70 when he took over. That includes more than just aid to families with dependent children. It includes Medicaid, food stamps, subsidized housing.
Right.
Any one of 72 means-tested programs.
That's a third of America.
Does not include Social Security or Medicare or veterans benefits. It's only means-tested programs. And it is a third of America. That's correct. A third of America works, a third of America is on welfare, and a third of America is too young or too old. And we can still survive that way. But when it becomes 25% that work and 40% that are on welfare, we're going to become Greece.
Well, I was going to say, it seems people need to realize the stakes, and you've made it clear in the title of your book, Armageddon. This is the last battle. I agree with you. I cannot believe that people don't see this. They seem to think like, oh, it's 1984.
Yeah.
It's not 1984. This is the end. It's the last exit before the toll.
I also want to make one other point. Donald Trump would be a very good president. I'm very enthusiastic about supporting him, because he's a guy who gets things done. He's a doer. He's a manager. He's a builder. He's a developer. And nothing stands in his way, and he gets stuff accomplished. And I think he'll be a president with a very good record.
Well, we're just about out of time. Dick, I would be delighted.
Can you stick after the show?
Yes, absolutely. And I would be delighted to have you on regularly, because I really need to have somebody with your acumen commenting. There's so many things happening so quickly. I'm very grateful to you for being on, for your friendship. Stay on the line. I'll talk to you in just a moment. But folks, this is Mr. Dick Morris. The book, by the way, if you want to read all about it, the book is called Armageddon. Armageddon, I think you can spell that. Armageddon by Mr. Dick Morris. We will be right back. I'm going to be talking to David Altroghi about the abortion horror, Gosnell, and the documentary film he's made, which is now out. So stick around for that. This is the Eric Metaxas Show. Thank you for listening.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Hillary Clinton says she knows that she has work to do to win over Americans' trust. Clinton has some of the highest unfavorable ratings of any presidential candidate in modern history. House Speaker Paul Ryan says Donald Trump could cross a line that would prevent the speaker from backing him, but where that line is, Ryan says he doesn't know. Trump is going to be campaigning today in Wisconsin. There's been some speculation that Trump may endorse Paul Ryan during his Wisconsin appearance. Mayor of Fairfax, Virginia, has appointed a councilman to serve as acting mayor following his arrest in a drugs for sex sting. Stocks are sharply higher on Wall Street. The Dow is up about 166 points, the Nasdaq ahead 55, and the S&P 16 points higher. More details at srnnews.com.
You have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen. Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bollandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
Half of what I say is meaningless, but I say it just to reach you, Julia. Julia, ocean child calls me, so I sing the song of love, Julia.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. As promised, I am talking this segment and the next to David Altrogi, who has put together an extraordinary documentary about the whole Gosnell story, horrible story that needs telling. David, welcome again to the program.
Thanks so much for having me.
Well, we had you back when the film came out. For the folks who don't know anything about this, tell us what is this? Because it's just come out on iTunes. People can watch it on their own now, on their computers or whatever, on their TVs. But tell us about this documentary.
So 30-1 Lancaster, American Tragedy is a feature-length documentary that chronicles the Kermit Gosnell case. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Kermit Gosnell case, Kermit Gosnell was a doctor in West Philadelphia who was known for providing late-term abortions, illegal late-term abortions. And in 2011, investigators went in there and found that he was actually killing babies who were born alive. And they found that women who had gone to him for help and for these illegal late-term abortions had died because of his unsanitary, unsafe clinic. And they also found that the Pennsylvania Department of State and Department of Health knew about what was happening there and chose to do nothing for very political reasons. So the film chronicles the case from beginning to end. It talks to, in the film, there are interviews with crime scene investigators, interviews with detectives who first broke the case, and then there's exclusive jailhouse interviews with Kermit Gosnell himself, where he kind of he takes the stand, as it were, and explains his rationale for why he did what he did.
That, to me, is the most chilling part of the documentary, which, of course, I have watched, are the interviews with Gosnell, this murderer, this man who delivers babies and then gruesomely, I can't even say it, uses surgical scissors to cut their... I can't even say it. It's so horrible. He murders them. And this happened in America, and it's one of the great scandals of our time. When people write the history book of this part of our time, the Planned Parenthood scandal about selling baby parts, you just wonder, how can we have come to this place? Your documentary, 3801 Lancaster, is the only thing like it that tells the story. I mean, if people want to find it, how can they find it?
So they can go to our website, 3801 Lancaster, LANCASTER.com. And on the homepage, you'll see links to where you can watch it. You can watch it on iTunes. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch it on Google Play. And you can watch it on Vudu. And it's going to be coming to more platforms in the coming months. But today you can go, you can watch it. You can either rent it or purchase it on those platforms. And yeah, it's a story that I'm shocked that more Americans don't know about.
Well, look, the mainstream media, this is the classic, it's the standard whine from people like me, is that bizarrely the mainstream media is so in bed with pro-abortion Planned Parenthood that they do not, it doesn't fit their narrative that abortion is wonderful, that it's a good for the culture. It doesn't fit their narrative, and they decide to look the other way. In fact, it was my friend Molly Hemingway, the journalist, who practically shamed all of the news people into beginning to cover the story. And my other friend, Kirsten Powers, who was part of that, that a lot of the major news organizations were saying this is just a local crime story. I mean, it's like saying O.J. Simpson trial is a local crime story. It's the most ridiculous claim, and it takes people like you, God bless you, to make a film about this just to get the word out. What possessed you to decide to make a film about it?
Well, it was one of those things. I was in 2011. I was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Was at a coffee shop and waiting for my drink to come up. I pick up a newspaper, and I see this tiny little blurb about this case that just broke in Philadelphia, the Kermit Gosnell case. And I was horrified. I mean, I was horrified, A, that this could happen anywhere, and then B, horrified that this could happen in my home state. And then as I started kind of digging into the case and just read the grand jury report and realized, okay, this was not some guy operating a back alley abortion clinic. He was on a main drag in Philadelphia. I mean, Lancaster Avenue is a prominent road that cuts through West Philadelphia. And then as I found out that the Pennsylvania Department of State and Health knew what was happening there and chose not to investigate for very political reasons, and this is all laid out wonderfully in the grand jury report, and then our film draws heavily on the grand jury report. I couldn't believe this could happen in our country. And then I found out that the Philadelphia district attorney was going to be testifying in Harrisburg before a Senate committee, and they were going to allow the press in. So my director of photography and I hopped in the car. We filmed this testimony. From there, we knew we had to make a film about it.
It's incredible. So people can get it on iTunes. And tell us again the website.
3801lancaster.com.
Lancaster. 3801lancaster.com. We'll be right back talking to David Altrogi. It's the Eric Metaxas Show.
24 hours away, girl. Without you, I am stranded.
Chris, have I told you about Relief Factor recently?
No. How's it going?
Well, it's going pretty well. ReliefFactor.com is the website, and I am taking Relief Factor.
No, you're not taking them all at once.
Do you see how my skin is cleared up? Remember I had those bulbous nodules? That's not true. ReliefFactor.com deals with pain. There's an epidemic of pain in America. We joke around, but this is serious. If you deal with chronic pain, you're probably taking something that masks the pain. You'll do whatever you need to do. But Relief Factor is 100% natural, and it goes to attack the root cause of the pain, the inflammation that triggers the chronic joint pain, back pain, muscle pain. That's different, right? It is 100% natural, so you can take it, for months, for years, and it's not something that has toxicity. Go to ReliefFactor.com for $19.95. You can get their quick start pack. I really do personally recommend it. ReliefFactor.com. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXIS, that's METAXIS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business, if you have a bank levy or wage garnishment or have years of unfiled tax returns, you do not want to fight this fight alone. You need experts. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They can help. Rapid Resolution Tax Group is the only tax resolution company I recommend to my listeners. I have checked them out. They're A+ rated and accredited with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the best at what they do. Get the experts at Rapid Resolution Tax Group on your side. They are tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who are not intimidated by the IRS. They know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you, and they know your rights. Call them now at 800-209-9922. That's 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group, 800-209-9922. Again, 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group.
She was thrown out of a pickup truck.
Somebody threw him out of a car and shattered his leg.
They found her walking on the streets.
Many have been abused, malnourished, eating garbage.
Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur.
There's this commercial on TV that the ASPCA does. They want you to send in $19 a month for a dog in the shelter. I think you should go and adopt a dog from the ASPCA and then get that dog on Dinovite. DINOVITE.com.
You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills.
The answer is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa.
The digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
When you rescue a dog, you've got to feed him right for life. Every rescue deserves at least 90 days of Dinovite.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite is nutrition.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
Sipping whiskey from a paper cup. You drown your sorrows till you can't stand up. Take a look at what you've done to yourself. Why don't you put the bottle back on the shelf? Yellow finger from your cigarettes. Your hands are shaking while your body sweats. Why don't you look into Jesus? He got the answer.
That's what I've been trying to say all along. This is Eric Metaxas. I'm talking to David Altrogi. David, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me.
Again, you've put out a documentary, a feature-length documentary called 3801 Lancaster.
That's right.
People need to spell Lancaster correctly. It's T-I-R-E at the end?
It's Lancaster.
It is Lancaster. T-E-R.
Yes, Lancaster. Just like the town in Pennsylvania. Lancaster.
And so what do you... What is the story here? I mean, you're just giving the background. You interview cops?
Yeah, we interviewed the narcotics detective who first broke the case because, the reality of the case is cops went in there because Dr. Gosnell was suspected of selling prescription drugs illegally. They didn't go in there because of what was happening at the abortion clinic because, frankly, the cops didn't know. The only people who knew were the people in Harrisburg at the Pennsylvania Department of State and Health who chose not to go in. So we interviewed the narcotics investigator who kind of was on the front lines and realized, hey, there's this guy in West Philadelphia, a doctor selling a lot of prescription drugs illegally. So they go in there, we interview him, and what they found was shocking. I mean, they found a clinic. They found women who were drugged into, as the police described them, sort of zombie-like states. They found blood on the floor, blood on the walls, and then they found evidence of the babies who were born alive and killed that eventually led to his arrest and his conviction of 3 counts of first-degree murder. So we interviewed the crime scene investigators who went in and cataloged everything in the clinic, who took the photos of the babies who lost their lives there that were used to convict Gosnell. We interviewed patients of Gosnell, women who went to him for help, who had horrific experiences there, and who tell their stories. These women tell their stories with such courage. And then, of course, we interviewed Dr. Gosnell and talk about a fascinating look into the mind of a man who's bought into an ideology for so long that it's blinded him to what he's done.
Well, that's what's clear. I mean, first of all, the fact that he consented to do an interview is itself fascinating. I mean, I find it fascinating when I hear his voice on the phone. He doesn't sound like what you expect. There's a tremendous reasonableness and kind of affability to him, which makes it all the more chilling. This is a man who has so deeply persuaded himself that what he's doing is good that even the most gruesome of gruesome things, murdering newborn children, and, we're not exaggerating. This is exactly what happened. Somehow he's persuaded that he's doing good, that he jokes about it. It's a stunning thing. It's kind of like when you hear testimonies from the Nazi era. You talk to these Nazis and you realize that these are people. These are not monsters. These are people doing monstrous things. They've persuaded themselves somehow that this is good. And the part of the film, the 2 parts of the film that got to me the most were, number one, that the fact that we are talking to Gosnell, we get to hear his voice and hear him try to justify himself, and it's very reasonable. And this is what should scare people. It's very reasonable. Yeah. He doesn't sound like a maniac. And, he would even persuade people when they listen to this. It's just chilling. But then the cops, when you talk to the cops who saw this, like, these are just regular guys doing their job, and you could tell that they were, like, sickened. They're like, this was like entering hell. Yeah.
And, the thing is, a lot of people, as we were making the film, and since we've made the film, they're like, all right, what's your political angle? What are you trying to do? What's your agenda? And what we're trying to do and what we've told people is like, look, this isn't a political film. This is something that happened, an event that happened in Philadelphia, was documented in a grand jury report, was documented in court itself. And what we want to do is chronicle what happened and really get to the bottom of how did this happen. And you can see these cops who are, these guys, they've seen the worst of the worst. These crime scene investigators especially, they've seen horrific things. And this case, it just shook them to the core. And then that was these guys, their stories are just unreal in the film.
Yeah, that was to me the most chilling thing, because these are average guys these are not pro-life activists. These are just guys who see ugly stuff every day, and nothing can top this. This was just normal men doing their job, seeing it's as if they entered a horror chamber.
Yeah, and it's in the film. There's never before seen footage from inside Gosnell's clinic. So, anyone who's followed the case has heard the descriptions from the district attorney and from, the grand jury report. But when you see the footage, it's just, it is an entirely different thing.
It is. And so I just want to encourage people, if you didn't catch this in the theaters when it came out, now's your chance. This is, there's certain things that I think we have to watch. Schindler's List was one of those films that you just say, look, folks, you need to know what happened. It's not going to be fun, but it's kind of a duty to know what happened. This is one of these moments in the culture. The history books are going to tell this story. They're going to tell the story about the fetal body parts being sold, David Daleidon's crusade. These are stories that need to be told, and we need to know what is happening. Otherwise, we will not have the will to fight. We will not have the will to stand against this. So I just hope that people will check it out. Is the website, you said it's 3801 Lancaster?
Yes, LANCASTER.com.
Right, where you said they can see it on iTunes or Hulu or wherever else.
Yep, there are links for iTunes, YouTube, Vudu, and Google Play right now, and we're going to be getting it on more platforms.
Okay, and it has just come out a couple days ago.
Came out. Yep.
Okay, folks, so we're going to be right back for a final segment with David Altroghi. The film is 3801 Lancaster. You need to see it, folks. You need to see it. Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Addressing a convention of minority journalists in Washington, Hillary Clinton. And when she wasn't attacking Republican Donald Trump, she was defending her conduct in the FBI email investigation.
Director Comey had said that my answers in my FBI interview were truthful. That's really the bottom line here.
But recent congressional testimony by the FBI director does not jibe with Clinton's claim. James Comey told Congress that then Secretary of State Clinton and her staffers were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. The Trump campaign train rolls into Iowa and Wisconsin today. He'll hold campaign rallies in both of those states. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. The Dow is up about 160 points. The Nasdaq ahead, 53. This is SRN News.
You have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? I should have stayed on the phone. I should my, oh my. You know you can't hold me forever. I didn't sign up for you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing the blues.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to David Altrogge. It's easy for me to say, but how do you spell it, David? I think it's A-L, let me guess, A-L-T-R-O-G-G-E.
You win $1 million.
I did it out of my head. I'm not reading anything. I'm so proud of myself. David Altrogge. And is this your first feature-length documentary?
It is. Yeah, I've spent the last 10 years doing commercials and narrative films, just kind of movies.
Yeah.
But this was our first feature-length documentary. We've worked on some other people's documentaries, but this was my first time in the director's chair.
It really is. It's so powerful, and I always think that it's kind of like the joke of filmmaking, but it's all about distribution. You can make a great film, but how do you get it out there? And I would assume that the powers that be are not excited about putting this in theaters, or it's just not the sort of thing that they care to talk about or get out there.
Yeah, it's been a really challenging film to get out there, and we had a great theatrical run with Tug. Very limited, it's a big thing to ask people to go to the theaters to watch a movie like this. It is a very personal experience. We partnered with a company called Gravitas Ventures. They were incredible. They got behind the film and believed in it. Of course, we had a lot of rejection from a lot of distributors who said no thanks, not for us. But Gravitas was great. And they helped us get it on iTunes.
And I think it's key. This is something for church youth groups.
Absolutely.
This is really, folks, if you're looking to show young people something that is important, that pulls them right into the thick of what does it mean to have a conscience in America? What does it mean to be an American? What is your role in this? This can change kids' lives forever. I'm not talking about young kids, but I'm saying teenagers, really important. So, David, we will have you back again, but I'm just so glad we got a little time with you today. God bless you.
Well, thanks so much for having me, Eric. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Folks, before we go, I want to remind you we're doing a campaign with Food for the Poor. I know that I've mentioned it almost every day. There has been a horrible drought in Haiti, tremendously adverse conditions. The most important part of the trouble is a food crisis. 1.5 million people starving. 1.5 million people are starving. We need your help. Food for the Poor needs your help. I'm going to play a clip, and then I'm going to come back to give you a phone number, or you can go to the website, metaxastalk.com. Please listen.
It's a very desperate situation, and I would just entreat people listening right now to really dig deep and consider how you can make a difference. When you think about the fact that for $60, that's about what many of us would spend on a nice dinner out for certainly a family of four, maybe even you and your spouse. But for that $60, you can provide 1,000 meals to people that are literally starving, that don't know when they will next see food. What a profound impact you can have on this dire situation in Haiti. So I would encourage you right now to go to your phone and make a very generous gift. Please be as generous as you can. Dig deep. We can't let these people die, and we shouldn't allow them to become any more hopeless than they already are.
Folks, the phone number, 844-863-HOPE. It is toll-free, 844-863-HOPE. Again, 844-863-HOPE. Or you can go to metaxastalk.com. There's a Haiti food crisis banner. There should be. Please give something. $60 will provide 1,000 meals. Your money goes very far. God bless you.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Saying Republicans must unite, Donald Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Trump also threw his support behind Arizona Senator John McCain and New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte, with whom he has sparred. At a rally in Des Moines, Trump says Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton has proven that she cannot be trusted.
She is a dangerous liar, and you saw that with the FBI director, where he came out and said she lied. All the other things she's done. And then on Sunday, she said, he never said that.
At a convention of black and Hispanic journalists in Washington, D.C., Hillary Clinton says she's convinced she can get Congress to pass immigration reform.
We're going to start early, and we're going to be tenacious and absolutely committed to getting a positive result. And I think the chances, once we win, will improve dramatically.
A big setback for third-party candidates hoping to take part in the fall presidential debates.
A federal judge has tossed a lawsuit seeking to force the Commission on Presidential Debates to include the Libertarian and Green Party candidates, ruling the commission is a private organization and can't be forced to take action. The ruling also noted the plaintiffs fell short of the 15% support needed in polls in order to qualify for the debates.
That's correspondent Wally Hines reporting. Economist Diane Swank says more Americans look for jobs in July.
Not only did we see strong job gains driven by professional hires, which includes those newly minted college grads, we saw people rejoin the labor force.
Employers added 255,000 jobs last month, a sign of confidence amid sluggish growth that points to a resilient U.S. economy. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Brazil's interim president has been booed as he spoke to help open the Rio Games. Michel Temer spoke for only a few seconds, and as he sat back down, he was roundly booed by many of the 60,000 or so fans inside Maracana Stadium for the opening ceremony Friday night. From a fan's perspective, Brazilian spectator Carlos Fajon says he was afraid the opening ceremony might not go as well as it did.
There were many problems, so we thought that this party would not be so great. So we were very anxious, but I think that it was very good.
Brazil proudly showcased its traditions and environmental wonders before athletes from 205 nations and territories marched behind their flags during the opening ceremony at the Rio Olympics. The U.S. member team was led by flag holder Michael Phelps, who will be in action this weekend. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Apple says it will start offering cash rewards of up to $200,000 to hackers who come forward with information about security flaws in the company's software. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has the latest.
Apple is joining other big tech companies that offer these so-called bug bounties. The goal is to encourage people to come forward when they discover vulnerabilities in the computer code so the company can fix them. The other goal is to discourage hackers from exploiting flaws in the code or selling that information to others.
Google, Facebook, and other companies have long offered bug bounty rewards. Searchers have found a hiking boot that belongs to an Ohio girl who went missing in Grand Teton National Park. Park officials say 16-year-old Fonta Jackson's boot was found Friday, but they don't believe the girl was wearing it when she disappeared Thursday morning. More than 115 people looked for the teen Friday, and Saturday's search will include ATV patrols and help from the Wyoming Civil Air Patrol. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Scratch the surface, and whenever I get really excited about something, I just like keep talking because I feel like I can't say enough how important I think it is what you're doing. So let's reiterate for the folks who maybe didn't listen to the first episode. What is it that you're working on?
So I work on messaging the pro-family movement, the long-term messaging. So looking over the next couple of decades, where we want the family to be, and then putting the messaging in place through a lot of different markets or avenues, channels like entertainment media, news media, the church, education, public policy, etc. I've got 11 different channels that I really look at how we message the long-term movement toward the goodness of God's design for the family.
And clearly a big part of that is trying not to make it sound like it's only for people who are evangelical Christians or serious Catholics, but to try to communicate to everybody that there's something here for them.
Absolutely. Have you ever read the book, The Righteous Mind?
No.
Okay, Jonathan Haidt, I think is H-A-I-D-T. He is a liberal atheist, moral psychologist who wrote a book about moral foundation theory and said there are 6 different morals that make us make decisions. And he looks at what liberals focus on morally and what conservatives focus on. And he says liberals, and he's trying to get them to talk better to each other. Mm-hmm. And he says liberals focus on 3 moral foundations, and conservatives actually subscribe to all 6 of them. And so, coming at my work from a Christian and a conservative perspective, I have to be very thoughtful about what overlap is there in our moral foundation. So one that's really strong for the liberal community is fairness, particularly fairness of outcomes. So they really have a passion for that, and they don't, for instance, really subscribe to sanctity. So the idea that things are sacred. They tend to think things are just more normal. Like you'll see Planned Parenthood, one of their big messaging campaigns is, it's all normal. So you can kind of do whatever you want or be whatever you want,
right?
Because it's all normal.
And I mean, that's their way of putting it. It's all normal. But what really they're saying, what's behind the scenes is a secularist, materialist worldview.
Yes.
That says sex is just some biological thing. It's no different than sneezing. Whereas most cultures have said, no, sex is something sacred, even taboo. It's something that's very, very holy, and we have these layers of rituals to protect it. It's not something like sneezing. Mm-hmm. And yet we've had this messaging, this secular materialist messaging that says people are just people and you're just like either an animal or you're just a machine. And so to surround something and to say it's holy and separate and it only should be done in marriage and there are all these rituals of no, we want to get rid of that.
And the interesting thing about that is for something to be sacred, you have to have a God who has imbued it with that sanctity. Right? And so that kind of means you can't be the God of your own life. So when I look at messaging this issue and I think, okay, I'm talking to someone who maybe doesn't believe that life is sacred or marriage is sacred or sex is sacred or humans are made in the image of God, how do I message the goodness of God's design in a way that they might be able to hear? So definitely I'm not interested in the echo chamber. I already, the people who believe what I believe, we can all believe that together and that's great. But my interest is in the long-term health of our society and how we move everyone toward the goodness of God's design.
Wow. Well, that's clearly why I get excited about this, because this hasn't been happening. You in some of the materials that I was reading, you said that when it came to the courts in the past, the agenda to deconstruct the family didn't have the law on its side. So the agenda to deconstruct the family learned to tell the story kind of through the culture and used cultural influence. And that's in our last conversation, we talked about the book After the Ball, where a couple of gay activists understood that we've got to speak into the culture. That's always been my thing, is that Christians discovered, around 1980, like, oh, we should get involved in politics. And I think, well, yeah, that's great. But if that's all you do, you will fail. It's like having a war with, you got a lot of boots on the ground, but no Air Force. And the Air Force is really important. And I feel like the people with the liberal secularist agenda have had the Air Force and have had the cultural cover and have been crushing the other side. And we keep thinking, well, we keep putting more boots on the ground and more tanks, and why are we losing? We keep electing people who are, evangelicals or conservatives, but it doesn't seem to be able to do anything, because all of the cultural levers are controlled by people who have this materialist, secularist, typically liberal mentality.
Yes. The courts and public policy are definitely downstream from the culture. So we need to impact there if we want to see the ripple effects flow downstream. And if you think about sort of the Democratic platform and the liberal agenda, it has tended to be representing the disenfranchised or the minority in society. Well, when you are a minority in society, you have to have, one, a long-term vision for change, because it's not going to change tomorrow. You've got to be strategic, and you've got to really be intentional about your messaging if you want to bring about that change. Again, like we said before, it's been easy to be a Christian and an American, and praise God for that opportunity we've had for the last 200 years and the incredible stability it's created in our society. But now we have to recognize that's not where we are. That's not the direction that we have been moving in. And we have to be as creative and thoughtful and forward-thinking with a long-term strategy for how to message God's design if we are going to rebuild that in our nation.
Mm. And that's hard for people who are impatient, the way I am impatient. We want things to happen immediately. Well, so when you talk about messaging, what are we talking about specifically?
So what I believe we need to do is we need to message the goodness of God's design for gender, for marriage, for sex, for life, and for parenting. And we should be creating messaging and testing it, doing quantitative and qualitative national message testing on, at minimum, a yearly basis. Think about, we weren't talking about bathrooms last year, right?
Right.
New topic for us. So we need to have messaging that addresses both the current issues, like the bathroom situation, and the long term where we are trying to move toward. And then we need to be disseminating that through all sorts of channels: entertainment media, news media, social media, the church, the education, business, community organizations, and then public policy in the courts.
But what you're saying is that that all these organizations that we think of as pro-family, focus on the family, we could go down the line, they have really not been doing this. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's many great organizations doing fantastic work, but many of them, most if not all, have said to me, we're so focused on the issue of today.
No, so you're agreeing with me that all of these wonderful organizations have not been doing the very thing that you're talking about, which is why I'm having you on the show, Aaron Brownback, because I'm so excited that somebody is finally thinking about this. AaronBrownback.com is the website. Aaron Brownback is the person behind the website. And I'm Eric Metaxas. MetaxasTalk.com is our website. A little Bee Gees.
How long were you you a slave?
5 years.
What is your name?
On August 19th, my family was betrayed by my own brother. On the road to revenge, I won't let him go unpunished. One man was shown the path.
There is a way. Defeat your brother in the arena and free us all.
To redemption.
You can make things right. It's faith that's kept you alive.
You should have killed me.
I will. No, we haven't fun now, brother!
Ben-Hur. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters, Real D 3D and IMAX 3D, August 19th.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Hi everybody, Michael W. Smith here. It is such an honor to be back in the land of Israel. This is my 4th trip to the land where my Lord lived, died, and rose again. I was very fortunate to shoot a music video here. We filmed at Masada, Galilee, the Garden Tomb, and many other places that you'll recognize when you see the video. It's been life-changing for me, to say the least. It's like taking a walk through the pages of the Bible. If you haven't toured Israel, I beckon you to come. It will change your life. God bless you all. Shalom.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SC was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury and safety Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event, now through August 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and 0.99% APR financing on select models, available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties. APR offer available only to qualified customers. Call 1-800-FOR-Mercedes for details about costs and terms.
Ever notice that the last 3 letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online. We can use free Wi-Fi. And we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
That's Henry Mancini. I just love Henry Mancini. I'm talking to Aaron Brownback of AaronBrownback.com. This is the Eric Metaxas Show, and we're talking about the family and about messaging. But so you, Aaron, what you were saying earlier really is that this idea of long-term messaging, nobody has really focused on this.
Well, think about it, Eric. you often hear people say that the Republican Party is the party of no, right? Because conservatives, at our essence, are conserving. We are holding on to what we already have.
Well, it's what William F. Buckley famously said, that we are standing athwart history and saying no, right? That we're unfortunately cast in that role, and it's very, very valuable, but it's not great messaging.
Well, and it's not just not great messaging. I'm not sure that it's even a biblical stand to take. So I think we need to conserve the essence without conserving the trappings. So for instance, the Bible says over and over and over again, sing a new song. It doesn't say sing a loud song or a joyful song. It says sing a new song. God was driving us forward. The whole Bible, we start in the garden and we end in the city. We never go back to the garden. That's not what we're called to. We're called to be like the men of Issachar who knew the times and knew what to do.
You mean to tell me the Garden of Eden, there was not a white picket fence around it?
No.
Really?
Well,
and Eisenhower was not president during the Garden of Eden? Really?
No.
So we're not supposed to go back there?
We don't go back.
That's interesting.
I mean, God could have presented heaven as the garden, that we went back, but we don't. We move forward. We continually move forward. All of our messaging and our thinking needs to be about, here's where we are in society now. Here's where the family is. There's been deconstruction of the family. There has been, the stripping away of the idea of sex and marriage and life being sacred. How do we move forward from here? Not how do we go back to Leave It to Beaver? How do we move forward and rebuild? And that isn't what we've been seeing. What we've seen is, the Democratic Party, one of the ways that I think that they do reflect God is in their forward action. Now, unfortunately, I have seen at times them want to progress and only ask, can we do it, not should we do it? And so that can end you up progressing over a cliff. And we often see Republicans trying to run around in front and push back. Rather than, when you have a child who just wants something and you just say, no, 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 that doesn't work well. But if you redirect and you are pushing forward, but in another direction, then you can bring people on board with you. And that's what we need to do.
That's interesting, because I do think about that idea of how moving forward. I mean, whenever I always encourage people, who share my point of view to try to see the other side, right? In other words, when people say like, oh, life was way better back when blah, 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 you think, oh, really? Like, what about for blacks in the South who lived in fear of being lynched? Like, was life better for them? No, it wasn't. And what about when women were so disenfranchised in the legal system that their husband could beat them and treat them like trash, and they had very little recourse? There's a reason that we had a civil rights movement. There's a reason we had a feminist movement, and there's a reason we had a pro-gay. We have had and have a pro-gay movement. There's reasons for these things because there's been sin on both sides. So to pretend that there's some halcyon past, as you're saying, is just a lie. It's not what God is saying. God wants us to move forward because we're supposed to be progressing, right? I mean, when you think of what William Wilberforce did, because of his Christian faith, he moved the world forward to say that slavery is an evil thing, that we've got to move past it. That's really, as you're saying, it's something that conservatives and Christians have been missing in the last 50 or so years. We've kind of gotten outflanked. And we're always in the position of saying no, 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 when we ought to be at the forefront of every good thing. I think of penal reform. Chuck Colson was at the forefront of that. That's something that left and right can get together on. It's a huge issue. Animal cruelty, which we had the head of the Humane Society on this program, and you think who doesn't care about that? If animals are really suffering horribly for no reason, like, shouldn't everybody care about that? Why should that be a left issue?
Absolutely.
So anyway,
healthcare,
there's a lot
the
here.
Environment. There's lots of issues that God calls us to be forward thinking on.
Right. Okay. So how do we get out of this trap? I think somebody with $1 billion has to hire Aaron Brownback. I didn't think this was going to be a job application for you, but it's
just to be clear, I've been doing this plan. I've been creating the plan and going to school and funding it myself for the last 2 years. I work as a consultant for a lot of pro-life and pro-family organizations, for attorneys general, family policy councils, things like that, working on their messaging around these issues. But what I'd like to do is put together, I'd like to have an opportunity to work under an organization doing this just this, the long-term messaging of the pro-family movement. We've seen some organizations, like we mentioned before, the Human Rights Campaign or GLAAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. That's what they do. They create messaging, and then they build alliances and liaisons to push this messaging out. We need to be doing it. That's what I want to do. That's what I've been working on my own, and now I'm in a place where I need the structure around me to really move it forward.
So that's where you are personally with this stuff. But I was fascinated also the last time we spoke about your historical perspective. I have never heard anybody talk about it from an historical perspective, that when feminism, in the negative sense of feminism, rises, what can happen in a culture and where it goes. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. Human beings are human beings. So when we do a certain thing, certain results happen every time. It's because we haven't changed in thousands of years. We're the same, creatures, basically. But so historically, you were talking about the ancient Greeks and some other times when these kinds of things happened.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there are feminists now who are very pro-life, and they also recognize the value of the man and the value of the woman, but they're saying we want to be valued as women for being women, and that hasn't traditionally been where feminism in America has taken us, or even in some of these other cultures that we talked about. It has said men and women aren't different, and that again goes back to what we said about things being sacred. Masculinity is a sacred reflection of God, just as femininity is. And if we say, no, it's all the same, it's all normal, it's all base, then we try to wipe that out and just say, you get to be the God of your own life. You create your identity. It doesn't matter, how God has developed you. You're God, you get to choose.
Well, that's right. And if you don't have a biblical view, then it's all about power. So women have been disenfranchised. So I say, we want to get the power, the men have the power. So they end up becoming more masculine. So what they're really doing is they're joining their enemies in destroying true femininity, ironically. And so now we've had this, again, the horrible cliche, this hackneyed meme in the culture about strong women, empowered women. You think, is anybody going to ever just guffaw at this idea that if you hear something over and over and over again, doesn't anybody say, this is a fatigued cliche? What is the point of this? But there are people who, it's a religion for them. The idea we've got to get strong women in our movies, and we've got to get more, as if that really is the solution. And you never hear anything that's very effective against it. It's sort of like that's sort of the new way of thinking now, that women have to be more like men.
I was watching Mulan with my nephews and my niece the other day, and really, cute movie, cute cartoon in lots of ways. But I walked away and I thought, she was valued because she was able to be as strong as a man and fight like a man. And I thought, what in that movie really uplifted her femininity and said she was special in value because she was feminine? And there just wasn't very much. And then you see things like Bruce Jenner winning Woman of the Year award. I mean, feminists should be up in arms about that, but we instead have said, nope, everyone's the same, and so anyone can win Woman of the Year award.
Right. I'm going to change my name to Caitlin also. Or Ashley. I haven't decided. The thing also that happens is that what we tend to do when women say, I can be just as good as a man, I can be just like a man, what you're really doing is you're denigrating men. You're saying there's nothing special about you. And so you're denigrating men and women, because you're saying that, that thing that you have, anybody can have that. Or you're saying, instead of saying that nobody but a woman can be a woman, and nobody but a man can be a man. These are unique, glorious things, and they can be abused, but we have really done a disservice to men and women. I think especially of little boys that are very confused right now, and it's just terrible. But we're talking about how to change it. Very hopeful. It's the Eric Metaxas Show, talking to Aaron Brownback. We'll be right back.
It'll teach him how to fight to be nobody's fool.
SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. The attorney for the family of an 18-year-old suspect who was fatally shot by Chicago police says a police video of the shooting is beyond horrific. The attorney says Paul O'Neill's family was distraught after watching the body cam and dash cam videos released to the public today. House Speaker Paul Ryan says the House will not be voting this year on the sweeping Asia-Pacific trade deal that's backed by President Obama. About 400 soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division based in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, will deploy to Iraq as part of the military's efforts to set up a logistics base at an airfield south of Mosul. On Wall Street, the Dow is up about 167 points, the Nasdaq ahead 54, and the S&P better by 16. More details at srnnews.com.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
It's the Eric Metaxas Show, talking to Aaron Brownback of AaronBrownback.com. We keep touching on this history thing, Aaron. Walk us through this. How have these themes in different cultures throughout history shown themselves over and over?
Sure. So we've talked about the rise of feminism and how that's impacted cultures and really come shortly before the demise of that culture. But one thing we haven't talked about is the stages of the rise and fall of a nation, which are really important and applicable to where America is right now. So generally, nations start out in bondage, and then there is great faith that arises out of that bondage. And from that great faith, we see acts of courage. And acts of courage lead to liberty.
So that for us, that would be the revolution, right? We were enslaved by the tyrannous British, and it leads us to revolution and great acts of heroism. Nathan Hale, George Washington down the line.
Incredible acts of courage. They put their lives and fortunes on the line.
Right.
And then those acts of courage lead to liberty. Liberty then leads to abundance. And we peak at abundance, and everything goes downhill from there.
And for me, abundance is the 60s, the moon landing, and then goodbye. Mm-hmm. And that's basically what happened, right?
Yeah, so after abundance, what happens is we end up with selfishness. Selfishness leads to apathy, and another word that they use for apathy is tolerance. And so here we are, we've got a whole campaign in society that tolerance is this great virtue.
In LA, they've got the Museum of Tolerance.
Are you serious?
Oh, you don't know about the Museum of Tolerance? A museum of tolerance. So you go in there and you tolerate the stupidity of it. It's just terrible. But it's because, there's good ideas there, but when you actually label it tolerance, it just becomes sort of meh. Okay.
Yeah. So apathy then leads to anarchy, because if you tolerate everything, you cannot say that anything is not okay, which I believe that we have just turned the corner from apathy into anarchy in our society. I really think that this bathroom issue, when we were looking at same-sex marriage, people were generally saying, what do I care what you do in your home, who you love? But now, after President Obama put the mandate out saying that schools had to allow children of the opposite sex into shower rooms, into locker rooms, into hotel rooms on field trips, and shortly after that, the Charlotte Observer put out an article saying girls are just going to have to become comfortable seeing male genitals in the locker room. So now we're not talking about what you do in your home. Now we're talking about everybody needs to accommodate anybody and their,
And this is social engineering. I mean, this is powerful social engineering. It is breaking down the natural shame that particularly girls have about their bodies. It's saying, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's just, it's meaningless. Like,
right.
When you think about it, you talk about genitals. I mean, there's a reason every culture hides those things, because it says this is sacred, this is special. And now we're saying, no, it's nothing. There's no privacy, there's no sanctity. It's all a lot of nothing. It's no big deal, and get over it, and all these cliches that we've heard over the years have come to their full fruition. And it's an extraordinary moment. You were at the DNC, right?
Yes, I was both at the RNC and the DNC.
And at the somebody else, I can't remember who I was just talking to, was at the DNC, was talking about the placards, that they had replaced the placards on the bathrooms. On the bathrooms.
I took a picture of it.
And you think, this is where the culture jumps the shark, to use the Fonzie Happy Days 1970s sitcom metaphor. You just think, we have now officially gone crazy. Why isn't somebody screaming, the emperor has new clothes? This is looniness.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people use the word crazy. And I don't allow myself to use that, because as you and I both know, it's strategic. And I think when we think it's crazy, we think this just happened. It just popped up. What's going on? But these are strategic messaging campaigns that have gone on. I was with the governor of North Carolina recently, and he said when he put out the order about the bathrooms being, private and for individual sexes in the state of North Carolina, the head of the Human Rights Campaign, he ended up meeting with him. The governor and the head of the HRC got together, and he said to the governor, we are going to make an example of you.
Yeah, we're gonna crush you, North Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're not going to focus. There's a lot of other places where this is going on, but we are going to focus on you and make an example.
Here's the irony, ladies and gentlemen. This is called bullying. So the people who said bullying is wrong are now using bullying. And again, you have to understand that this is a worldview that says we're going to do whatever we have to do to accomplish our ends. We don't really believe in loving our neighbors. We believe in winning. It's about power. And that's a Nietzschean Übermensch kind of idea that says that it's not about actual, here's the irony, it's not about real equality. It's about winning. And we know that Governor Mike Pence, for example, basically knuckled under in Indiana, a terrible moment, but we're being picked off one by one. And but you say it's a strategy. That to me is very interesting. We have to go to a break. But when we come back, we're going to continue the conversation with Aaron Brownback of AaronBrownback.com. This is the Eric Metaxas Show, MetaxasTalk.com.
Like a fire, shut up in my bones, and I can't let it go. And when I'm weary and overwrought, with so many battles left unfought,
heard about Relief Factor?
A little bit.
Well, I'm taking it.
Really?
Yes.
How's it going?
And I now I can play the piano, and I've never taken a lesson in my life.
What?
That's not true. That is not true. People know I joke around, but I have had back pain, and it has helped me with my back pain. Now, I've been taking it specifically because I wanted to be able to say, does it work? So for me, it actually has worked. ReliefFactor.com is the website. You can read. There are tons of testimonials. As I said, I do take it. But it doesn't just eliminate pain, doesn't just mask the pain. It goes to the root of the pain, deals with the inflammation, which was my issue with my back pain. Joint pain, muscle pain, typically inflammation is the issue. And so the Relief Factor, the chemicals are 100% natural. Even calling them chemicals makes me uncomfortable. They're 100% natural, so you can take it all you want. There's no toxicity. And for $19.95, you can get their quick start pack, relieffactor.com. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXIS, that's METAXIS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business, if you have a bank levy or wage garnishment or have years of unfiled tax returns, you do not want to fight this fight alone. You need experts. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They can help. Rapid Resolution Tax Group is the only tax resolution company I recommend to my listeners. I have checked them out. They're A+ rated and accredited with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the best at what they do. Get the experts at Rapid Resolution Tax Group on your side. They are tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who are not intimidated by the IRS. They know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you, and they know your rights. Call them now at 800-209-9922. That's 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group, 800-209-9922. Again, 800-209-9922. Rapid Resolution Tax Group.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-485-7178. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-485-7178. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-485-7178. 800-485-7178.
If you feel that it's real, I'm on trial, and I'm here again, your prison. Like a coin in your mint, I am dented, and I'm spared with hot treason. Through a glass eye you thrown is the one danger zone. Take me to the pilot for control.
Hey folks, it's Eric Metaxas Show talking to Aaron Brownback. Aaron, we were talking about the rise and fall of nations. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, but it's extraordinary to think that, yes, suddenly You get everything you want, you get prosperous, and then the downhill slide. And that came for us. There's like this moment, this peak where we land on this. In my mind, we land on the moon at the same time. Vietnam has come in, Watergate has come in, and then there's this kind of loss of cultural confidence, I would say. But that's another story. You mentioned that on the other side, this has been very, when you talk about the DNC and the bathroom thing, that this has been intentional. Now, nobody is reporting on that. Nobody is talking about that. You are making a claim that this didn't just happen. So tell us about that, because it sounds conspiratorial and crazy and whatever. I mean, but I trust you. So tell us about this, and why are we hearing nothing about this, that there are people pushing this?
Yeah. You know, Eric, I'm not interested in conspiracies. I'm interested in pointing out people's wisdom, you know, and their incredibly effective strategies that we've seen. We know that there was a same-sex messaging plan that was written in 1987 and then published in 1989. The sort of gender confusion, transgender kind of messaging was really started in 1992. And we're seeing a lot of fruition of that now. And we need to be equally as creative and forward-thinking and strategic in our messaging.
But people don't seem to realize, at least hardly anyone I talk to realizes, that this has been very much planned, very deliberate, that this isn't just something that has naturally evolved.
They probably think that about like the pink ribbons for breast cancer too, that everybody just spontaneously started wearing pink ribbons.
Right.
No, that's a marketing tactic.
Right.
That's a plan.
But you don't ever hear about it.
Well, I mean, just because people aren't talking about what's going on behind the scenes, you know, I think it makes people a little uncomfortable. I think that they feel manipulated. Mm-hmm. But the truth is, you mentioned about, you know, some of the Supreme Court cases and how we used to win on the merits, but now if we don't have the messaging, we don't win. The Supreme Court doesn't take cases anymore that they don't think have social interest and relevance. So you have to have, I personally have been hired to create messaging and communications around potential Supreme Court cases so that the Supreme Court will take them.
It's extraordinary, but people, as I say, myself included, do not think that, you know, progressive gay activists, feminist activists have been planning carefully how to deconstruct the family.
No, and certainly many, many people would never think about that. Many people who would call themselves, you know, feminists or who are attracted to the same sex, they're not thinking about that. They're living their lives. But there are many people in positions of influence who are leading in strategic directions.
Right.
And then they have this audience that they're bringing along with them.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that everybody on that side is aware of it, but it is interesting that there are people that are being very deliberate about this. And you said at the DNC, again, just to reiterate that, I can't remember who it was I was speaking with, but that said that the placards on the bathroom doors were changed. And I thought
to gender neutral.
To gender neutral at the DNC as this kind of proud, like, look at us, look what we're doing. And I think, you know, the first word that comes to my mind, which I said before, it's just crazy. Like, when are people going to realize that we've gone loony? I mean, the idea that this is a proud, like, this is an important thing, as though there are tons of transgender people being marginalized at the DNC who can finally now go to the bathroom of their choice. It just does seem crazy.
Yeah. And, you know, at the DNC, so kind of to tie together a lot of what we've been talking about, I was there doing some work with Democrats for Life on their messaging. And when you think about the pro-life issue, you should think about Democrats. Democrats should be the champions of the pro-life issue, because they're always talking about the marginalized, the disenfranchised, those who are harmed, who don't have a voice. They should be talking about the child in the womb. But when you look at the Democratic platform, you see on one hand, they really promote sexual liberty, which is a lot of what we've been talking about here. So, same-sex marriage and the transgender issue, and Occupy Democrats came out, and other groups as well, came out against the Republican platform for saying that pornography was a public menace. And they think it's disconcerting that the Republican platform is against pornography. And there's even been pushes for prostitution to become legal on the Democratic side. So they really push for this sexual liberty stance. And then on the other side, they push for human justice, right? For the poor, for those who are wrongfully imprisoned, etc. So when human justice and sexual liberty come head to head in abortion, you can see what they've really chosen far and away is sexual liberty over human justice.
Right.
So that is where, when you talk about, we need to message in a way that brings everybody in.
Right.
How do we really lift up the human justice side of this, or the side that really impacts their hearts?
And I do think that it is about telling stories, because of the work that my wife does, and that I've been privy to a lot of people in the pro-life movement, to understand that usually it's about the sexual license of men. Men are in fact bullying women into having abortions. You never hear that story. Oprah would never tell that story on her show. She would never have the women on who'd been abused and had been bullied into having abortions and who lived their lives regretting it. You don't ever get to hear that side of the story, and how this has benefited men and it has harmed women. Even if it's not exclusively the case, it is the case in so many cases that you ought to be talking about it, because there are women suffering. And you think somehow the progressives have decided, we don't care, we're going to throw those women under the bus, and the media has complied with this. We're going to be right back with a final segment with Aaron Brownback of the famous website AaronBrownback.com. Have you visited lately? All kinds of crazy stuff there. I think they've done a deal with Farmville, and you can manage your crops. It's fascinating. Go to AaronBrownback.com.
Whatever you do,
in today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things, because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXIS, that's METAXIS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Wall Street stocks sharply higher shortly before the closing bell. The end of the week rally fueled by a surprisingly strong July employment report, showing a healthy gain of 255,000 jobs last month.
Certainly welcome news at this stage of the game. Not only did we have robust 255,000 in July, but the numbers for May and June were revised up, which puts us back on trend of close to 200,000, not quite 200,000 a month for the year. Economist Diane Swonk, the unemployment rate now 4.9%. Donald Trump holds a campaign rally tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin. There is widespread speculation that the GOP standard-bearer will formally endorse House Speaker Paul Ryan following an earlier refusal to do so. And ahead of the close on Wall Street, the Dow is up 167 points. This is SRN News.
Tax problems? They only get worse if you don't do anything. Are you an individual or business that owes at least $10,000 in back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns? Don't risk garnishments or levies on your wages, bank accounts, or accounts receivable. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group now. They're Better Business Bureau A+ rated and accredited tax attorneys, tax professionals, and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. No tax problem is too big. Pick up the phone and call 800-601-2929 now. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can settle your tax debt for less, remove penalties and fees, stop garnishments and levies. You may even qualify for the IRS Fresh Start Initiative. Remember, they help businesses and individuals. Don't let your tax problems get worse. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group for a free consultation at 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. Call now.
If not for you, babe, I couldn't even find the door, and I couldn't even see the floor, and I'd be sad and blue if not for you. If not for you, the night would see me wide awake.
Hey folks, it's the Eric and Taxes Show. Just a few more minutes with Aaron Brownback. The time flyeth. Aaron, what can we talk about?
So before the break, you had mentioned about, sort of the sexual liberty agenda really being about, serving men.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is well known is that the number one cause of death of pregnant women is murder. And it's typically at the hands of the father of the child who is trying to pressure her to have an abortion. And the battery cases are enormous. If you imagine if the murder cases are that high. So you're right. Like the abortion definitely is something that serves men, and irresponsible men love abortion. And so, we've been talking this whole time about messaging the pro-family movement, of which the pro-life movement is a piece of that. And that's what I'm looking at, the long-term. What are the messages we want society to think first when they think about the family, they think about life and marriage and parenting?
Well, what you just said about that statistic about pregnant women, the number one cause of death of pregnant women is battery at the hands, murder at the hands of the father. That is something. Why is CNN not talking about that every night?
Right.
Why is MSNBC not talking about that every night? This is like that kind of, and so when you talk about messaging, it's like trying to get people like you on there to talk about it, or me, or whoever, because it's real. You didn't make that up. That's a statistic.
No, yeah. Ask your local police officer. They'll tell you that.
Okay. Well, we've got to talk more about this online and offline. Very important. Aaron, thank you for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
The website is aaronbrownback.com. Before we go, I have to remind you folks, we're doing a very, very important campaign with Food for the Poor. A terrible drought in Haiti has caused a horrific, nightmarish food crisis where 1.5 million human beings are starving. I'm going to play a clip and then we're going to come back to tell you more about it.
This food crisis in Haiti is affecting 10% of the population. That's 1.2 million people that are suffering from starvation. Imagine if this were the case in the United States of America. Think about the street where you live. Let's say there are 14 homes there. If 2 of those homes had children that were starving, would you not do everything in your power to help them? Would you not open your wallets? Would you not look for the change under the sofa? Would you not open your purses and hit the ATM to be able to help them if they were in danger of dying? Not that they were hungry for a day, but that they were actually in danger of dying? Of course we would, because we recognize them as our neighbors.
Well, there it is, folks. The toll-free number to call, 844-863-HOPE, 844-863-HOPE, or you can go to my website, metaxastalk.com. There's a Haiti food crisis banner
We need you to dig deep. This is just tremendously awful what is happening there. You can do something about it. $60 will provide 1,000 meals. Your money will go very far. So please give what you can. Give anything. 844-863-HOPE, 844-863. God bless you.
Just all right with me. Just all right. I don't care what they may say. I don't care what they may do. I don't care what they may say. Jesus is just all right with me.
Get the first weather forecast every morning at 6:05 here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. A survey of the latest poll shows Hillary Clinton with about a 5-point lead over Donald Trump. But speaking at a rally in Des Moines, the Republican presidential nominee says Clinton has proven she cannot be trusted.
She is a dangerous liar, and you saw that with the FBI director, where he came out and said she lied. All the other things she's done. And then on Sunday, she said, he never said that.
Saying Republicans must unite, Trump has formally endorsed House Speaker Paul Ryan after 4 days of withholding his support. Trump gave the endorsement speaking at a Friday night rally in Green Bay. If you believe the polls, it looks like House Speaker Paul Ryan was not hurt by Donald Trump's non-endorsement.
In fact, Ryan leads challenger Paul Nehlen by a whopping 66 points, just days ahead of next Tuesday's primary, according to the GOP polling group Remington Research. The poll suggests Ryan remains widely popular in his district despite Trump's lack of an endorsement.
Capitol Hill correspondent Wally Hines. The Summer Games have begun with a bright opening ceremony in Rio, marking the first Olympics in South America.
It was the history of Brazil rendered with light projections and lots of music, from hip-hop to samba. The Rio ceremony put a big emphasis on the environment and what some Brazilians say is an assault on the nation's natural beauty. Amid the fireworks and dancing, some of the biggest cheers were for model and native daughter Gisele Bündchen as she walked across the Maracanã Stadium floor. Husband Tom Brady was not here. He's at New England Patriots training camp. The Parade of Nations began as usual with the team from Greece, the birthplace of the Olympics. Sagar Magani, Rio de Janeiro.
The 549-member U.S. team was led by flag holder Michael Phelps, who will be in action this weekend. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Once upon a time, a girl named Goldilocks was searching for the perfect mattress. One was too hard. Ouch. One was too soft. Ugh. But one was just right. Then, when she tried to sleep, it squeaked, it rattled, it moved. It was the old metal bed frame, and it was unbearable.
It's time to get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. Why would you spend thousands of dollars on a quality mattress and then put it on an ugly, noisy metal frame that you have to hide with a dust ruffle? Get the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker. It will eliminate noise, motion transfer, and protect your mattress from sagging. Knickerbocker foundations are made in the USA and come with a limited lifetime warranty. They're available in 5 colors, look beautiful, and require no tools for assembly. It's time for a better bed frame from Knickerbocker.
Finally, Goldilocks got smart and got a Knickerbocker Embrace bed frame, and it was just right.
Visit your local furniture or mattress store and ask for the Embrace bed frame by Knickerbocker.
2 U.S. senators are urging the FCC to wade into automotive cybersecurity while automakers continue to develop self-driving cars.
Senators Edward Markey and Richard Blumenthal say at issue are those dedicated short-range communications, the ones that wirelessly send information like the speed and location of a vehicle so that a car can avoid other cars or other obstacles. The goal of the system is to avoid accidents, but the system also is vulnerable to hackers. Senators say current efforts to prevent hack attacks are both inconsistent and haphazard.
Correspondent Linda Kenyon. Police in Carrollton, Georgia say a father who's being charged with manslaughter in the deaths of his 15-month-old twin girls had been drinking before he left them in a hot car. Witnesses heard screams and saw the man running as he carried the toddlers from the parking lot in front of their home to an inflatable pool out back. Neighbors joined in a frantic, unsuccessful effort to revive the girls. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Most young Americans say the two main political parties don't represent them.
A new Gen Forward poll shows a strong disconnect between young Americans and the Republican and Democratic parties. Just 28% of young adults ages 18 to 30 say the two major parties do a good job of representing the American people. The poll shows that despite this across-the-board feeling of disenchantment, the Democratic Party holds a clear advantage in appealing to young people of color. But among young whites, majorities feel left out by both parties. Greg Clugston, Washington.
A French newspaper reports the birthday party fire that swept a bar in northern France, killing 13 people, was started by candles that ignited sound-deadening material on the ceiling. 6 people were injured. One has life-threatening injuries. The fire was in the Normandy city of Rouen. Authorities now say 16 western Montana homes have been destroyed by a wildfire after 2 more were discovered. More of these stories at townhall.com.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
Hi, Tom Green with the check on the weather going into Saturday. 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms, a low around 72. Showers likely, a high 91. Cloudy with showers, a 60% chance Saturday night, and a low 72. For Sunday, cloudy, 60% chance of showers and a high around 88. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Todd Kaiser at 6:05 for the wake-up call. Morning call-around report and great gospel music. We'll have classic country all day long. Then coming up at 6, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Back pain doesn't take vacations. It never celebrates holidays. It's on the job 24/7 to keep your life exactly where it is, in limbo. But it doesn't have to be that way, because Laser Spine Institute can help you take back your life from chronic neck and back pain. With a less than 1-inch incision, our minimally invasive procedures have provided relief to over 60,000 patients with a 97% patient satisfaction rate. So get ready to stand tall and live the life you've imagined for yourself without pain. Are you or a loved one suffering from a bulging disc, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, pinched nerve, or degenerative disc disease? Call our spine care consultants now at
855-518-BACK.
For a no-cost MRI review and to learn more. It's time to say goodbye to chronic neck and back pain.
Call 855-518-BACK now to see if laser spine surgery is right for you. That's 855-518-BACK.
What have you got to lose? Laser Spine Institute, the leader in minimally invasive spine surgery.
The Old West is a time and place of the heart. Welcome everyone to another interesting hour on Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition, the country's #1 radio show that's dedicated to the history of our American West, and it's the best of the West. I'm your guide for the hour and the radio voice of the Old West, Dakota Livesay. You're invited to come along with me on a journey into the Old West. We'll ride Mustang ponies, round up some cattle, and then reflect on our day's experience around the campfire. Come along with me to a time of wild men and strong women. Well, friends, once again, this week's show is jam-packed. So, just let me share with you that so far this has been a great summer, and Sonny and I sure are enjoying the warm weather and occasional rain. We're going to be starting our show out with a conversation with our regular Bill O'Neill about one of the great cattle ranches of the Old West, the John Chisholm Ranch. Then in the second half of the show, we'll be talking to Jay O'Connell about the life of the daughter of one of the Old West's famous outlaws, Chris Evans. But first, how about a word about Dog Jake, our online Western store? Are you looking for great leather luggage or briefcases with a Western flavor? Look no further. Dog Jake has a great line of hand tool leather luggage and briefcases. Let me tell you, these are top quality products at a great price. I've had a computer case and portfolio for over 3 years, and they've been everywhere with me. But they still look like new. Sunny has a handbag that she also uses as a briefcase. She loves it. You have to check these out by visiting www.dogjake.com. That's dogjake.com. Not only will we pick up the freight, for an order over $150, you'll get a free hand-tooled checkbook cover. And while you're visiting Dog Jake, why don't you check out some of Dog Jake's other quality products, including Western clothing and dinnerware? Would you like to build your own muzzleloader rifle or pistol? The Possible Shop has a large selection of kits in stock, like the Pepper Box, New Orleans Ace, Kentucky, and Hawkins rifles. They even have the Trapper pistol and flintlock or percussion. Visit their website, possibleshop.com, and look under muzzleloaders, or call at 575-625-6762. That's 575-625-6762.
Before you knew I was a DJ's daughter, before my debut on the district, before the commercial success, before the crossover success, before I put the babies on the tour bus, before the festival's #1 hits in homeschool, before I sang at the Nobel Peace Prize, before you danced and danced and danced, before it took 10 years to make it overnight, you heard me, Leanne Womack, on the radio.
Radio. You hear it here first.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. Once again, we have Bill O'Neill on the line. Bill, you wrote a book on the great ranches of the 1800s, the West, and earlier we did a couple of segments on a couple of those ranches, one being the King Ranch, a ranch down in Texas that is still in existence.
Yes.
And the other one being the XIT Ranch, which was the largest cattle ranch ever, I guess you would say, in the continental United States.
Yes, 3 million acres, yes.
And one of the interesting things you told us about the XIT Ranch is that when it was put together by a group of investors with the idea that sometime in the future they were going to break it up and sell it off.
Yeah, that's right. That was an interesting concept, and eventually they did. In effect, they subdivided, that 3 million acres.
Right.
But it was the West's largest ranch for a time period. But, boy, I got another one that was awfully big out in New Mexico.
Okay, tell us about that one.
Well, it was formed by John Chisholm.
Aha!
The cattle king of the Pecos. The Pecos River being in New Mexico and flowing down into Texas. But his was the New Mexico part. And in fact, John Chisholm, by the way, John Chisholm, Chisum. John Chisholm is sometimes confused with Jesse Chisholm.
Right.
Chisholm, who blazed the famous Chisholm Trail. And it's kind of pronounced the same way. They're both in that famous post-Civil War cattle industry, but there's no relationship between the two guys.
Okay.
And anyway, our guy, John Chisholm, became New Mexico's first cattle baron. He was born in 1824, reared on a Tennessee plantation, where he displayed such an affinity for cattle that he was nicknamed Cow John. But anyway, when he was 13, Cow John moved with his family to the little community of Paris in northern Texas. And he helped his daddy on the farm and worked at a grocery store and became county clerk and stuff. He did a lot of stuff, but there was always that cattle thing. And in 1854, that early, there was an Eastern banker wanted to invest in cattle ranching. He advanced $6,000 to Chisholm, bought 1,200 head of cattle, and located his first ranch north of Fort Worth, and here he went. Now, during the Civil War, by that time he had several years' experience as a rancher, well, he was designated a beef supplier to Confederate troops. He was paid $40 a head in Confederate money.
Okay.
Now, as we know, that's not going to be worth anything after the war. But
Right.
during the war, what he did, he just convert that Confederate money to cows. He just, after each sale, he just buy more cattle.
Okay.
Very shrewd. Oh, in 1863, he and a large crew drove 1,500 head of cattle out to Coleman County and pretty much West Texas at that time. And it was in this time that he devised his famous long rail brand. Now, that was a straight line burned on the left flank from hip to shoulder. The long rail was easy to alter with a running iron, but his cattle also wore the distinctive jingle bob trademark. A slice of a pocket knife left the bottom two-thirds of the ear dangling and swinging just like an earring, they called it. And so that, you see that long rail and the jingle bob, and that's got to be a Chisholm cattle because, again, he's about to become one of the largest scale cattlemen anywhere. Now, after the Civil War, he led a herd of his jingle bobs to Bosque Grande, a New Mexico cattle exchange point of the Pecos River about 35 miles north of present-day Roswell. He found a ready market at Fort Sumner. Fort Sumner was supplying Indian reservations. And by the next year, Chisholm had shaken hands on a partnership with Charles Goodnight, who had pioneered the famous Goodnight Loving Trail across southwest Texas and northward into New Mexico and the gold mining camps of Colorado along the Pecos River.
Okay.
So for the next few years, Chisholm would deliver as many cattle as possible to the Bosque Grande, where Goodnight's trail crews would drive the herds to sale points in Colorado or Kansas or elsewhere. Thousands of cattle with varied brands were brought out of Texas, but if there was any question about the title to the animals, Chisholm would produce this lead pipe in which he kept papers giving him power of attorney to approximately 200 brands.
Oh, wow.
So this guy is a cattle operator, man.
Yes.
So now he began to streamline it. He would put together a herd and drive it across the Goodnight Loving Trail to the Texas line, where his younger brother and foreman, Pitzer Chisholm, would take over with a crew while John turned around, gathered another herd. And so they'd have several drives a season. Also involved in the operation was another brother, widower James, who brought his children, Will, Walter, and Sally. Sally Chisholm would be acquainted with Billy the Kid, remember, in later years? Well, anyway, he brought the kids to New Mexico. Now, John himself, the famous John Chisholm, remained a lifelong bachelor. He was sociable, and he loved to joke and laugh. And when one of his courtships ended, John Chisholm simply chuckled, "Hey, the girl didn't court me enough." And probably she should have, considering the success he was making. He first visited the big square adobe house owned by somebody else at South Spring, 5 miles south of Roswell. The square house, big old adobe, had 8 small rooms surrounding a 20-foot square patio. A corral was attached to the only entrance. South Spring was an artesian stream that flowed 5 miles east of the Pecos. Chisholm immediately recognized that this well-watered fortification would be a desirable base for his New Mexico ranching operation. He decided to shift, from Texas over to New Mexico.
Okay.
And so in December 1874, Chisholm traded the owner 2,400 head of cattle for the 40 acres and improvements at South Spring. And his cattle multiplied rapidly. What he did was run his cows up and down 100-plus miles along the Pecos River. Now, your cows can only go a few miles from the river, so he had this ranch 100-something miles long and only several miles wide.
Okay, right along the river.
It was like so many of those early-day cattle, he was just there because nobody else was. He didn't own all that land. By 1875, there were an estimated 80,000 Jingle Bob cows, ranging from Anton Chico on the north to Seven Rivers on the south. The enormity of his range made Jingle Bob livestock ready prey for thieves, and large numbers of cattle as well as horses were stolen. In fact, for a time, Chisholm hired the notorious rustler Jesse Evans, who would have a bit of the Kid connection. He hired Jesse Evans to steal horses and cattle back from the Mescalero Apaches who regularly raided these herds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and at the height of his operations, Chisholm employed at least 100 riders, many of whom were better gunmen than cowboys. And Chisholm himself often led his men in pursuit of stock thieves. In April 1877, he and 30 of his men conducted a 3-day siege of a nest of rustlers at Seven Rivers, a center for stock thieves on the Pecos River just above the Texas border. On another occasion, Chisholm and 12 of his men ran down a rustler who had helped to steal 3 horses. "We asked him no questions," said Chisholm coldly. "Vegetation was scant there, but we took the highest we could find and dragged him up till his head was in 2 inches of that limb and hung him." So, do you remember one of the later John Wayne movies was Chisholm?
Right.
In which John Wayne played Chisholm, and this big old tough John Wayne and everything. Well, hey, he mirrored the real life John Chisholm, did he not?
Yes.
Life John Chisholm may not have been as big, but brother, he was a tough hombre in a tough country, naturally. On one occasion, a group of rustlers were going to attack his place, and then as they approached the big adobe house, there was a score of riflemen stationed atop the roof with Winchesters, So consequently, he thrived there, and on one occasion, he sold most of that enormous herd to a St. Louis Beef Commission firm for $219,000, half down in cash, and the cattle would be delivered piecemeal over a period of years, and it was 1880 before he completed that contract, delivering a total of 65,000 head of long rail cattle to various purchasing agents. That's how a big operator is.
Yes.
But by that time, he had begun building up a new herd. Now, since he had sold his famous long rail brand in this transaction, he adopted a U brand. Another thing that makes him kind of famous, in 1877, he entered a mercantile and banking enterprise in Lincoln, seat of vast Lincoln County. And I've described this before as the largest county in the United States.
Right.
It was the entire southeastern quarter of New Mexico. Get this, 27,000 square miles. Listen, that's bigger than a lot of eastern states,
That's right.
And so, anyway, his partners in this were attorney Alexander McSween and John Tunstall. They were competing with a firm dominated by L.G. Murphy. And so Murphy led an anti-Chisholm faction of small ranchers and rustlers. And there was the competition erupted, as you know, into the Lincoln County War, in which Tunstall and McSween both were murdered. And, Billy the Kid was involved, and Billy the Kid was on and off of Chisholm's ranch during this period. And as hostilities worsened, Chisholm distanced himself from the Lincoln County War, and he tended to the pressing duties of running his ranch. He constantly patrolled his range. He rode a roan called Old Steady, or he drove a buggy and team. Now, he carried binoculars and a revolver with the holster buckled to the right side of his saddle horn. There were threats on his life, and he usually traveled with at least one rider and rarely experienced dangerous situations because he was ready. He frequently had to defend himself from lawsuits over disputed livestock or rangeland, and once he was incarcerated in Las Vegas, New Mexico, for 8 weeks because he stubbornly refused to list his assets in response to suits filed against him. And listen, if you've known any of those Western cattlemen, to this day, they don't like to tell you how much land they've got.
That is right.
And he certainly wasn't going to do that. Chisholm kept improving his home ranch with irrigation, ditches. One interesting thing happened. He sunk a bunch of cottonwood fence posts, since that was about the only wood out there.
Okay.
And those things took root and bloomed.
Oh, really?
And to this day, when you visit that site, you can see several of those cottonwoods in a row. They're big old trees now. And in 1881, Chisholm spent $12,000 to build what was called the Longhouse, kind of a few hundred yards near the Square House. It faced west. It was 16 feet wide and nearly 150 feet long. Now get this, 16 feet wide and as long as half a football field.
That is right. Wow.
There were 8 rooms, 4 on each side of a 10-foot wide hallway. And Chisholm had an office, bedroom, and a writing desk and so forth. And there was the artesian well, fed a drinking corral. And so he had a black housekeeper, Aunt Mary Blythe. There was a big yard, 200 yards to the northwest and everything. And there were other competing cattle companies that began to establish themselves along the Pecos. And so now Chisholm's range stretched only about 60 miles along the river. It's only 60 miles long.
Yes.
And he had to rebuild his herd after that massive sale of 65,000 cattle, but he got it built up to about 30,000 head. Unfortunately, Chisholm's health began to decline, and increasingly he had to turn his ranching operations over to James Chisholm and Will Robert, who had married his niece Sally Chisholm. He had always enjoyed good health, although he had had smallpox and his face was pitted from that, but a large tumor developed on his neck beneath his right ear. New Mexico physicians could do little. In 1884, Chisholm, ailing and visibly moved at leaving that New Mexico ranch, he sought treatment in the East. He underwent surgery in Kansas City, sought further relief from the mineral baths at a resort in Eureka Springs, but his condition worsened, and he died in Eureka Springs on December 22, 1884. He was 60 years of age. He left an estate valued at over $500,000. Boy, that was a lot of money.
Yes, it was. Yes.
That ranch, incidentally, changed hands, and a big 3-story house was built on it and so forth. And I visited that ranch site, have been given a tour of it and so forth, and it's very neat. Chisholm himself was buried in Paris, Texas, where his family had relocated when he was just a kid. There is a small family plot there right now, and he has an impressive little tombstone. You have to know where to get to it. It's kind of in a neighborhood. It must have been in the outskirts of town when it was done. But again, that's John Chisholm, the cattle king of the Pecos.
And incidentally, Bill, this is one of the stories that you cover in your book about the great ranches of the 1800s. What's the name of that book?
Historic Ranches of the Old West. It has been through several printings. Dakota finally left hardcover. It is now in softcover. I believe the price is $26.95 in softcover. A lot of photos. The ranches are from all over the West. Had a wonderful time putting that book together years ago.
Bill O'Neill, thank you very much. We're going to be talking to you again later on about some of the other ranches of the Old West. No Old West cattle ranch would be complete without a trail drive or two. And here are the Sons of the San Joaquin to tell us about a cattle drive.
Well, we met him there in Brownsville, Matamoras crossed the line. The herd was Corey strain, a seal horns and high. As they pushed him to the river, all the cowboys gave a cheer, and we drove him across the Rio Grande and never lost a steer. We strung him out for counting, started up the trail. Old Lovell said the herd looked fine, and he signed the bill of sale. As he turned his horse towards Brownsville on that historic day, I never would forget the words that I heard old Lovell say. Push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you'll walk 'em thin by the time you reach Montano. Well, we waved goodbye to Lovell. 'Twas the 17th of May. He said, I'll see you boys in Dodge, Godspeed you on your way. My heart was a beating Dixie as I started up the trail, but with Jim Flood as our trail boss, I knew we would not fail. 'Cause Jim was a rock-hard puncher, tall by standards then. He wore a long mustachio and his eyes were as black as sin. A seasoned trail boss, rawhide tough, stubborn-willed but keen, and he could sling a 6-gun, boys, the quickest I had seen. Push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you walk 'em thin by the time you reach Montano. Well, we crossed the Atascosa, the grass and water fine. Then a Texas cloudburst hit us hard, and the wind began to whine. The lightning spooked that frightened herd, it seemed 1,000 ways, but we must have rode to hell and back, a-gathering those strays. Well, we headed for the Brazos, the trail grew hot and dry. Went 3 days without water, and we thought the herd would die. Then hell on hell was what we got, a Comanche party hit. and the can and stray horn both were killed, and one young puncher quit. Push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you're walking thin by the time you reach Montano. Whoa, 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 whoa. When we racked 'em to Dodge City, short-handed all around. Oh, Flood, he paired us up and said, go in and do the town. Don Lovell, too, was there with pay. He'd beat us there for rail. On 2 months' pay, we did the town and spent the night in jail. But old Lovell laughed and went our bail. We were a great lot. But he got rooked in a poker game and was by a gambler shot. Then Flood, he called that gambler out, and under Kansas skies he blew that dandy off to hell with a slug between his eyes. Push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you'll walk 'em thin by the time you reach Montano. Time has passed, just memories last, and I'm old in years. But if I could live 100 lives, I'd live 'em a-pushing steers. Though that trail was hell on hooves, I'd love to relive the day when he turned his horse towards Brownsville, and I heard old Lovell say, push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you walk 'em thin by the time you reach Montano. Push 'em on, keep 'em a-moving, trail 'em slow, or you walk 'em thin by the time you reach Montano.
Each week, it's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters with your host, Brett McMillan.
It's past amazing. This is a once-in-a-two-lifetime experience. I can't imagine you're ever going to see anybody put a run together like this.
I think what made this one special is you had 3 guys, all who have proved that they were threats to win races almost every week, all with a legitimate shot of the championship.
The O'Reilly Auto Parts Pit Reporters on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Join us for Pit Reporters Wednesday nights at 7 here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
Enjoy the Atlanta Braves and NASCAR here on the Foothills Most Sports Station, WCAB Rutherfordton.
You're listening to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. I'm excited to have Jay O'Connell on the phone with me. Jay is out of Northridge, California. Jay, welcome to Chronicle of the Old West.
Oh, thanks, Dakota. It's great to be on the show.
You sent me a copy of your book, Train Robber's Daughter, the story of Eva Evans. Such an intriguing woman. You spent how many years researching her?
Off and on, it was over 10 years.
You did a lot of work, brought forward a lot of information about this Eva Evans, and for most people, they don't even know who Eva Evans was. However, I would like for us to start out with identifying not Eva, but her father, Chris Evans, one of the most famous outlaws in California.
I've even compared Chris Evans and his partner, John Sontag. I've called them the Frank and Jesse James of California history.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, they were famous train robbers, or infamous train robbers in California history.
Now, when did they operate? In the 1890s, didn't they?
Well, the train robberies began in the late 1880s. I think it was 1889, the first robbery in a place called Pixley. And then I believe it was 1890, a robbery in Goshen, which was not far from Visalia.
And Chris Evans and John Sontag worked together as partners during this time, is that correct?
Correct. Chris was a family man. He had 6 children. Eventually he had 7. And he met John Sontag. Sontag had been a brakeman on the Southern Pacific up around Fresno and had been injured and spent some time in the Southern Pacific hospital. And the story goes that after his injury, he tried to get light work. In other words, instead of being a brakeman, some other kind of employment, still banged up a bit, and they wouldn't give him light work, and they finally kicked him out of the hospital, and that's why he was so disgruntled and held such a grudge against the Southern Pacific. But John Sontag ended up in Tulare County and met Chris Evans. John lived with the family. I guess you could say they had a little sideline job, too, which was robbing trains.
Did the people in that area know that Chris and John were, as well as legitimate farmers, outlaws?
Well, no, it wasn't until 1892, after a train robbery near Fresno at a place called Collis, that the lawman kind of came knocking on Chris Evans' door. Ironically enough, one of the robberies down in the southern end of the valley, a place called Alila, that train robbery was, by most accounts, and I think they were actually tried and convicted, the Dalton brothers.
Interesting.
Yeah. I've always claimed that it was Chris Evans who taught the Daltons how to rob trains.
Well, the Daltons didn't start off too proficient in their outlawry, and they needed some help, I'm sure.
Right. Well, no, and as a matter of fact, that robbery down at Delilah was an unsuccessful robbery.
Now, let's go back and bring into this scene Eva Evans. Eva was the daughter of Chris Evans.
She was a teenager when these robberies were occurring. She actually became engaged to John Sontag. Right about the time she was 14, 15 years old, they became engaged, but they were told by the family they have to wait that she was 17 to get married. She very well may have been aware of these robberies going on. If anybody in the family knew about it, it was Eva. After that last robbery at Collis, and a Southern Pacific Railroad detective by the name of Will Smith and a local deputy sheriff came knocking on the Evans house. By this time, they had suspected Chris and John Sontag's brother, George Sontag, had come out from Minnesota and had actually helped with this robbery at Collis. He had been talking a little bit after the robbery, and detectives picked him up and questioned him and actually held him at the Visalia jail. And then they came looking for Chris and John to ask more questions. It was Eva who actually answered the door and talked to the Southern Pacific detective. And the story goes, which a lot of the accounts we have from Eva's side, that this detective asked, "Where's John Sontag?" And she says, "I don't know, he's not here." And as the story goes, the detective had seen John Sontag go around the back of the house and come in. And at that point, he called her a liar and used some foul language and insulting her. And at that point, supposedly, Chris and John pop out from behind the door inside the house, brandishing shotguns, and a shootout occurs literally right there in front of Eva. And the detective and the deputy sheriff flee. The railroad detective took a little bit of buckshot in his posterior quarters, as they say. That's when the manhunt began.
Eva now knows that her father and her one-time fiancé, John Sontag, were being pursued by the law. How does she react to all of this?
Well, it's interesting. John and Chris fled that day, obviously, and then they actually came back that night to get supplies. And there was another shootout that very night out in the barn. And by this time, local authorities had placed men on lookout, suspecting that the men may return. And they did, and there was actually a shootout in the Evans barn, and a deputy was killed by the name of Oscar Beaver. And actually a horse was killed as well, and another was wounded. And all this, again, occurred right in front of Eva. The men got their supplies, and they left. And needless to say, in Visalia, there was an uproar. Eva's mother, Molly, was hysterical. She had a habit of every time something like this happened, you read these accounts where, and then Mrs. Evans fainted.
She got the vapors.
Yeah. But it was sort of, at this point, I always assumed it was sort of Eva who kind of held the family together, because the mother really didn't hold up well.
How old was Eva at this time?
At this point, she is, her birthday's in May, she has just turned 17.
Now, this must be harrowing for Eva. Here she is, having to be the head woman of the family, and she's finding out that her father is an outlaw being pursued by the law, and John Sontag, someone who obviously she cares a lot for, is being pursued as well. How does she react to all of this?
Well, one could say she may have risen to the occasion. At this point now, John and Chris hiding out in the mountains and foothills of Tulare and Fresno counties. Even on a number of occasions would ride up to the hills where they were hiding out. There were a couple hideouts that they had established up there, and bring them supplies and news and whatnot. She obviously had to help take care of the family. All the kids were younger. Some of them were quite young. So yeah, I mean there was a lot on her shoulders. And then probably a month or two into the manhunt, a marshal from Arizona comes into town named Vic Wilson. And one day out in front of the Palace Hotel, he's telling a crowd that he's got 27 notches on his gun, and that Chris and John are going to make 28, 29.
Wow.
Yeah, and supposedly Eva overhears this, and she fills out a note that sends up to her dad that he can pin on Vic Wilson's dead body after he kills him.
Okay.
But, you know, interestingly enough, it was Vic Wilson and another lawman by the name of Andy McGinnis with a posse who were up in the mountains there and came upon this cabin and saw a little smoke rising out of the chimney there and said, well, let's stop here and ask this little miner or whoever if they know anything. And as they're approaching the cabin, well, who do you suppose is in that cabin but Chris and John? And they get about 30, 40 feet away, and they blast open the door and let them have it. And Vic Wilson was indeed killed, as Andy McGinnis and the rest of the posse managed to get away.
Was that note pinned on him?
I don't think it was. To be quite honest, I don't know that there ever was really a note. I think.
Oh, okay. Now, was Chris and John captured?
It took 10 months. Interestingly enough, so the end for Chris and John there was almost a replay of when Vic Wilson was killed, but this time, instead of the two lawmen coming upon a cabin, it was Chris and John coming upon a cabin. And Guard and his small posse had actually stayed at this cabin for a couple of days. They had perhaps inside information that Chris and John might try and return to the valley and use this sort of pass, this area, to come back in. And sure enough, one evening, they come walking down Stokes Mountain towards this old abandoned cabin near the Stone Corral. As they got closer and closer, finally the lawmen started shooting. And a shootout there occurred right about dusk. Chris and John used an old pile of manure and straw to kind of hide behind as the breastworks, and that battle went on for 40 minutes, an hour, until it finally got dark. Both Chris and John had been shot. Chris managed to actually leave. When under cover of darkness, he headed back up canyon and left John there behind. Supposedly, John had asked before he leaves to finish him off because John had been shot a number of times, and Chris didn't do that, but he covered him up with straw, and he headed up the canyon, and he actually took a couple shots as he was making his escape. So now it's darkness, and the lawmen aren't about to walk out there to see if anyone's out there, thinking they could get, easily shot. Sure. So they waited until morning. Sent word back to town. By the time dawn came, a wagon full of newspapermen and other lawmen had come out to the old Stone Corral that morning, and they walked out to that old pile of straw and manure and finally found a boot there, uncovered it, and there was John Sontag, shot in the arm and the shoulder and in the face. Evidently the shot to the face was self-inflicted. He had tried to shoot himself. And of course, the first thing they did, instead of loading him in a wagon and taking him into town, and they all lined up behind John Sontag there, and he's laying on this pile of straw and manure, and they snapped a photograph. The shootout at Stone Corral had been told many times, and all I wanted to do was focus on what was going on in Eva's life at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And by doing that, it sort of gave me the opportunity to tell this story from a fresh angle, because as I did the research, I realized back in Visalia was that, of course, that's where she was with the family. I said, that's the interesting story, because what's going on with the family.
Jay, let's take a little break right here. And when we come back, we have John Sontag in captivity, Chris Evans still on the run, and Eva Evans back at home concerned about her father. Okay?
Sure.
Remember when you were young listening to Gunsmoke, Gene Autry, and Hopalong Cassidy on the radio? You would sit there watching the radio, mesmerized by the drama being acted out. Your imagination actually saw the sheriff's posse chasing the bad guys. Well, those days are gone. Or are they? Galaxy Press has a series of Western audiobooks by L. Ron Hubbard, a man who understood the early West and how to tell a story that mesmerizes the listener. Galaxy Press uses over 75 Hollywood actors and a library of 175,000 sounds to make their old-time radio audiobooks. To order a free catalog of their Wild Wild West collection, give them a call at 877-8-GALAXY. That's 877-8-GALAXY. GALAXY. And remember, great audiobooks make great driving partners.
Hello, this is Tammy Aldridge, Director of Rutherford County 911. Regardless of what you have seen or heard, 911 cannot locate you immediately when calling from a cell phone. Knowing and providing your location is very important when calling. This is simple as knowing the address you are calling from, teaching address information to children, and knowing what street you are on while traveling. Help us help you. Know and provide your location.
Hey, if you want to track NASCAR, catch me, Mark Darrow, every day with PRN's Garage Pass.
We all need to sit down at the beginning of the year and figure out how many times everybody needs paid back.
For me, I feel like Chicago is the next big hurdle, and I'd say Chicago and Michigan. Hopefully, we're going to go from being able to learn how to close and win races to learn how to close and win championships.
Join us for Garage Pass Monday through Friday at 5:50 here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. We've been talking to Jay O'Connell. Jay is the author of Train Robber's Daughter, a book about Eva Evans, and Eva Evans is the oldest daughter of Chris Evans, one of California's most famous train robbers. Earlier, Jay, you said that Chris Evans and John Sontag were sort of the Western equivalent to Jesse and Frank James, right?
Oh, yeah. In many ways, one respect, obviously, because they were train robbers, but also the way the media sort of latched onto this story.
Now, Chris Evans still on the run. John Sontag captured, shot up. What happens to Chris now?
He was actually captured the next day.
How did Eva Evans react to all of this?
At this point, there was a lot of press about her being engaged to John Sontag. There's several newspaper accounts where she goes to visit him, and I'm sort of the theory that John may not have been the great love of her life. They may have indeed been engaged to be married. They may have indeed had a romance, but I think the family and certainly the press really played it up. I think she was more upset and more concerned about her father. Her father, they actually amputated his arm. He managed to heal pretty well. John, on the other hand, after 3 weeks, died in the Visalia jail. I mentioned that they made great copy. William Randolph Hearst, at that time, had owned the San Francisco Examiner for just a few years. He was actually still in his 20s. And on 6 occasions that I know of, because I've seen copies of it on microfilm, he devoted the entire front page to this story.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing to imagine that much press in a major daily paper.
That is right.
All the other major dailies were devoting a similar amount of copy.
How did he treat Eva Evans in his articles?
Eva just always got sort of sympathetic press.
John Sontag dead, Chris Evans in jail. What happens to Chris from this point?
Well, he'd been moved up to Fresno and was awaiting trial in Fresno. This is now late 1893, and was tried not for train robbery, but for murder, for the killings of Vic Wilson. Now, what's interesting at this point, the family needs money for their defense. They want to obviously hire the best lawyers they can. And about this time, a San Francisco theater producer and playwright approaches the Evans family with the idea of mounting a melodrama about this story, and he convinces the Evans family to allow 17-year-old Eva and her mother to come up to San Francisco and star in this melodrama as themselves.
Wow.
Yes. So, the book's full title is Train Robber's Daughter, The Melodramatic Life of Eva Evans, and this is, it's been a very melodramatic story up to here, but now it literally becomes a melodrama. And so she does, Molly, Chris's wife, and Eva go up to San Francisco, and this play opens in September of 1893, and it's a blood and thunder melodrama. And in it, the Evans family Chris and John are depicted as wrongly persecuted. They're actually innocent. The train robberies were actually done by some disgruntled settlers of the Muscle Slough area.
Okay.
And the reason that this detective from the Southern Pacific Railroad, Will Smith, pursues Evans and Sontag so vehemently is because he had actually been enamored of Eva Evans, and she had spurned his romantic attempts.
How long did this melodrama last?
It played for a couple of weeks in San Francisco, then began its tour. And throughout October, November, it toured around California. And then at one point, Eva has to leave for a couple of days because now she has to go to Fresno to testify at her father's trial. You know, I say that that may have been the performance of her lifetime. His primary defense was that they actually shot these lawmen in self-defense because one part of their defense was that he had heard that he would be shot on sight. So that was one of Eva's testimonies, that she had actually gotten word up to her father and John that they're going to shoot you on sight. So a lot of people will say, well, he was never tried for train robbery, it was for murder. But a lot of that trial was proving that they had indeed robbed the trains, because that, in other words, gives, if they're guilty of the train robberies, then the lawmen have every right to be hunting them down, supposedly. He was eventually convicted of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison rather than death.
And how much time did he spend in prison?